Welcome back, my sleepy fjord dreamers. Long before the first raid vessel scraped a foreign shore, Norway was already ancient in its habits, shaped by ice and water and the patient accumulation of human knowledge across hundreds of quiet generations. The period we're walking through together spans roughly from 400 to 750 CE, a stretch of centuries when Scandinavian life moved by seasons, tides, and the steady turning of a hearth fire. This chapter is the story of the farms, the waterways, and the slowly shifting world that shaped everything the people who followed would one day carry with them. Please feel free to follow, and let me know where you're listening from and what time it is tonight, if these slow human stories from the past help you relax. Now take a seat on your pillow, allow the ocean waves to ease your mind, and we'll gradually begin this story together. Close your eyes and place yourself at the edge of something enormous. Not a cliff exactly, though the ground does drop away at your feet. Below you, a reach of dark water runs so far inland that the far end dissolves into grey mist. The walls on either side of that water are made of rock and forest, and more rock above the forest. And above all of that, a pale ridge of open sky. You're standing on the western coast of Norway, and the year is somewhere around 500 CE. The land does not look the way a map suggests. Maps flatten things. Standing here, you feel the weight of the terrain the way you feel the pressure of a heavy coat settling across your shoulders. The waterway below you is not merely a scenic inlet. It is a road. It is a food source. It is a boundary line between neighbouring groups of families, and on certain evenings, when someone calls across it from the far shore, the echo arrives from a direction that sounds like a different century. Behind you, the forest is dense and full of things that move when they believe you're not watching. Birch trees have crept up slopes that older species could not hold. Pine covers the ridges in dark, layered masses that block the wind on the western approach and hold snow on their upper branches until well into spring. In the valleys where soil has settled into the low pockets of the landscape, the ground is softer and the light a little warmer, and that is where people have built their lives with considerable intention. Norway in this period is not a single country in any political sense. There is no ruling figure over all of it, no shared name for the whole territory, no unified identity that binds a family in the southwest to a household 3 waterways to the north. What exists instead is a patchwork of local territories, each defined by its drainage basin, its farmable land, and the family or cluster of families with enough accumulated strength to hold it, and enough accumulated generosity to keep it. The western coastline is cut into thousands of pieces. Long inlets reach 40 and 60, and in some cases 80 miles inland. Islands cluster so thickly near the shore that sailing through them requires knowledge passed between generations rather than any physical chart. The Sonnefjord, which later geographers would study as one of the deepest natural waterways in the world, has been a corridor of human movement for thousands of years before this period even begins. People follow the water because the mountains do not allow much else. Crossing the spine of the country on foot is a serious undertaking in any season, and in winter it simply is not done unless absolute necessity provides the motivation and a certain stubbornness provides the fuel. So communities develop along coasts, along valley floors, and in the river corridors that reach inland from the sea. Historians of Scandinavia sometimes call this stretch of time the migration period, or the early Merovingian period, depending on which end of the timeline interests them most. The Roman world has been fracturing to the south for some time, and the pressure from that long collapse has sent people moving across Europe in patterns that even those doing the moving do not entirely understand. Trade goods shift direction. Certain amber routes slow and others accelerate. Silver trickles northward in modest quantities, along paths that no single traveller knows end to end. The farming communities of the Norwegian interior and coast are not sealed off from all of that distant churning. They simply experience it at a different pace, filtered through salt air and the particular acoustic quality of a valley that has never developed much enthusiasm for urgency. The landscape itself is actively shaping the people who live within it, the way a hand shapes clay without always knowing what it is making. Pollen records extracted by researchers from lake sediments in places like Rogaland and Vestland show that by around 500 CE, forests in many coastal areas had been pushed back considerably from earlier periods. Fields had opened where dense woodland once stood. Sheep and cattle had grazed certain hillsides long enough that the soil composition had changed in measurable ways. This was not wilderness scattered with a few brave households. This was a worked land, worn at its edges, familiar in its paths, shaped by hands that had been at this particular project for a very long time. The growing season is short. This is not a minor inconvenience. It is the central organising fact of agricultural existence in Norway for everyone in this period, from the smallest household working a thin strip of valley floor to the most prosperous family with sufficient land to support a dozen workers through the winter. You plant when the ground allows it and you harvest before the weather makes its own decision for you, and the gap between those two events is not particularly generous. What grows here grows with attitude. Barley is the main cereal crop across most of the country, partly because it tolerates cold better than wheat, and partly because generations of practical trial have confirmed that barley is what works here. Rye does well in some regions. Oats show up on settlement sites in the southeast. Root vegetables, leafy plants and legumes round out what the soil offers, and what the soil offers is usually sufficient as long as the summer does not decide to be shorter than expected, which it sometimes does. Nobody is particularly surprised, though that does not make it any less frustrating to stand at the edge of a field in early August, watching the sky do something it has absolutely no business doing at this time of year. The rivers carry salmon in numbers that would be difficult to imagine standing beside most modern waterways. Cod and herring move along the coast in masses thick enough, in the right conditions, to haul in by hand. The sea is not a luxury in this world. It is a pantry with variable hours and a permanent policy of rewarding skill and punishing overconfidence. You're not standing in a primitive world. You're standing in a world that knows itself very well and has been knowing itself for a considerable length of time before your arrival. The farms scattered through the valleys are not rough encampments, thrown up by people who have not yet gotten around to building something better. They are permanent settlements, many of them occupied for generation after generation, so long that the ground around them carries a slightly different colour from the surrounding soil, enriched by centuries of refuse and ash, and the slow chemistry of continuous human habitation. Some of these farms sit on the same ground as even older occupation layers beneath them, the way a palimpsest works in manuscript, earlier lives written over but not entirely erased. Archaeologists excavating Norwegian farm sites sometimes find evidence of house foundations below house foundations, each generation rebuilding on the raised and softened ground that the previous generation's occupation left behind. The site itself becomes a kind of archive, though one that requires considerable effort and expertise to read. These are communities built on memory. The child who grows up here learns the name of every stream, the depth of every ford, the specific mood of the bay at low tide in November, and the exact distance to the nearest family who can be trusted when something goes seriously wrong. This knowledge is not written anywhere. It lives in the body and the ear and the capacity to read a sky that is already changing its mind before you have finished looking at it. And the sky here changes often, and with a range of feeling that makes it seem, on certain mornings, like the most opinionated presence in the visible world. The contrasts between different parts of Norway in this period are worth sitting with for a moment. The people of the inner fjord valleys live a life substantially different from the communities on the outer coastal islands, who in turn live differently from the farming households of the eastern lowlands. The inner valley farmer has more protected land, deeper soil in the valley floors, and somewhat less dependence on fishing. The outer island community has immediate access to the richest fishing grounds, but less shelter from the weather and considerably less farmable land. The eastern communities, nearer to the routes connecting Scandinavia with the continent, encounter trade goods and cultural influences at a slightly different angle than the people standing at the western edge of the world looking out at open water. These differences do not produce isolation, they produce trade. The inner valley has surplus grain that the island community needs in poor fishing years. The island community has dried fish and coastal knowledge that the inland farmer cannot replicate. The eastern household sometimes holds objects, bronze fittings or glass beads, that arrived from distant workshop traditions, and that the western family will exchange significant amounts of practical goods to acquire. The patchwork of local differences is, in this sense, the engine that keeps people in contact with one another, moving between communities with something to offer and something to need. The communities are also deeply aware of the seasonal clock in a way that urban experience has largely dimmed for later centuries. The longest day of summer and the longest night of winter are not abstract astronomical facts here. They are the turning points around which the year's practical decisions are organised. when to start planting, when to drive the cattle uphill, when to begin the autumn slaughter of animals that cannot be fed through winter, when to stop travelling before the conditions make it more than usually inadvisable. The calendar lives in the body, reinforced every year by the landscape's own insistence on being taken seriously. The first thing you notice about the longhouse is its smell. Not unpleasantly, but unavoidably. The moment you step inside, the air takes on a different character entirely. It carries the smoke of a hearth that has not been fully extinguished in years, along with the warm, dense presence of cattle at the far end of the building, dried herbs hanging in bundles from the roof beams, something fermented in a clay vessel near the eastern wall, and the general atmosphere of a space that houses both humans and animals without making an especially strong distinction between the two. The longhouse is the dominant architectural form across all of Scandinavia in this period, and in Norway it takes on specific proportions that archaeologists have been documenting from excavation sites across the country. At Forsandmoen in Rogaland, the remains of dozens of buildings from this era have given researchers an unusually detailed picture of what these structures actually looked like, and how they functioned across different social levels. They are long. The name is accurate. A modest family home might run 15 to 20 metres from end to end. A more substantial one, belonging to a family with land and livestock and social obligations to maintain, might reach 40 metres or beyond. The walls bow outward slightly at the sides, which gives the building a subtly organic quality, as if it had expanded slowly outward over years of use rather than being built to a fixed measurement from the start. The frame is timber, usually split logs or shaped posts driven into the ground with additional interior rows of posts supporting the ridge. The walls are filled in with wattle and daub in some regions, turf in others, and that choice reflects what is immediately at hand rather than any strong aesthetic preference. Turf is a remarkable insulator in a climate that treats warmth as a serious resource worth protecting. The roof is the building's great achievement. It must shed rain, carry snow without failing, allow smoke to escape, and survive wind arriving off the North Atlantic with what can only be described as accumulated grievances. A well-constructed roof on a sound frame does all of this for decades, without requesting any particular acknowledgement of its effort. The construction of a new longhouse, or the substantial rebuilding of an existing one, is a community event rather than a household project. The timber work alone requires the felling, transport and shaping of a quantity of wood that a single family cannot move or process in reasonable time without assistance. The raising of the roof frame, the setting of the main structural posts in their correct positions, the fitting of the interlocking timbers that give the building its characteristic slightly bowed wall profile. All of this is work that goes better with many hands, and the community that comes together to raise a building for one of its households does so with an understanding that the obligation runs in both directions. You come to help raise someone's hall, and when the time comes that your hall needs raising, they will be there with their tools and their strongbacks, and their practical opinions about whether you have positioned that post correctly. The food and ale provided to the workers during a building project is substantial, and this generosity is both a practical necessity and a social calculation. The household that hosts a building event well builds a reputation that will matter later. The household that shows up to help at other people's projects but offers poor food when the work comes to them will notice, over subsequent years, that people seem to be especially busy on the days when their own hall requires assistance. The central hearth runs along the length of the main living area. It is not a fireplace set into a wall, but a long, open fire built on a stone or clay base directly on the floor, with smoke rising to find its way out through gaps in the roof or a deliberately created opening at the ridge. The light from this fire is the primary illumination during the long, dark months, and the fire itself is the hub around which all indoor life organises with comfortable reliability. You would sleep near it, cook near it, work near it, tell stories near it, and conduct whatever social business needed conducting while sitting beside it. The sound of a fire maintained at cooking temperature and the sound of a fire maintained for warmth are different, and everyone in the household knows the difference without thinking about it. At one end of the interior, separated from the human living space by a low partition, or simply by the understood geography of the floor plan, the cattle spend the winter months. This is an entirely sensible arrangement rather than a sign of hardship. The animals generate body heat that helps warm the building from their end, and enclosing them through the cold season means they survive without outdoor grazing, in conditions that would rapidly reduce their usefulness to everyone involved. The smell, as mentioned, is distinctive. You adapt faster than you expect to. Along the inner walls, raised platforms serve as sleeping areas, seating, and general work surfaces depending on the time of day and the current priority. Woolen textiles cover them, and more wool hangs from the rafters or drapes over storage frames. Spinning and weaving happen here consistently, not as a hobby but as a full production system for everything the household wears and much of what it uses. The loom weights found on Norwegian sites from this period suggest that textile work was a serious, ongoing operation occupying significant portions of the working day throughout most of the year. The household's possessions are not numerous, but they are chosen with care. Iron tools hang on the walls or sit in wooden storage boxes. Bone combs, carved wooden dishes, clay and soapstone vessels, leather bags and iron-bound chests, the occasional bronze brooch with careful geometric inlay, a knife that someone has clearly maintained with considerable personal investment for a very long time. Nothing here is decorative in a purely useless way. Every object earns its position. Outside, the farmstead extends in a practical cluster of additional structures. A separate building for grain storage sits on raised posts to keep vermin out of the harvest. A small architectural argument for the importance of keeping food dry. A separate outbuilding handles the craft work that produces too much smoke or noise for the main hall. Fenced enclosures hold livestock through seasons when keeping them near the buildings matters, and farther out the fields run to the edge of whatever the terrain permits. In summer, herders take cattle and sheep up to the higher ground, to the mountain pastures called seta, where the grass is fresh and the lower fields can recover. This movement of animals up in warm months and down before the first hard frost is not unique to this part of the world, but it fits the Norwegian landscape with a particular precision that makes it feel designed for exactly this purpose. The paths up to the summer pastures are old, very old. Some of them have been walked by people and their animals for so long that the rock itself shows the accumulated evidence of that passage. The food produced by all of this effort is stored with serious intention. Dried fish, smoked meat, fermented dairy products, preserved grain, and dried legumes are the winter reserves that stand between a household and a very uncomfortable few months. Ale made from grain and flavoured with various foraged additions is a functional part of the diet, partly because fermentation makes grain calories more accessible, and partly because clean water in the immediate vicinity of a working farm is not always as clean as the stream a quarter-mile away. The household that manages all of this well is not simply surviving, it is operating at the edge of genuine capability, and the people inside it know the difference. The children of the household are not observers of this system, they are participants from an early age, which is the only way any of this is actually sustainable. By the time a child here is 7 or 8 years old, they are already carrying meaningful responsibilities, watching younger animals in the field, gathering wood for the hearth in sufficient quantities to last through a cold night, learning the names and properties of the plants that grow within walking distance of the farm, because that knowledge is not supplementary information, but a practical survival resource. A child who reaches 12 or 13 in this world has already accumulated years of working agricultural experience, and is, by the standards of the period, well into the process of becoming a competent adult. Winter evenings in the longhouse have a particular quality that it would be worth dwelling on. When the outdoor work is reduced by cold and darkness, the indoor work intensifies in different directions. This is when textile production reaches its peak pace. Spinning wool by firelight, with a spindle weighted by a clay or stone whirl, is something hands can do while listening or talking or simply thinking, and the thread produced feeds the loom, and the loom produces the cloth that keeps everyone warm and serves as a primary trade good when the summer travel season opens again. Food in winter leans heavily on the stores accumulated in the months before. Fermented fish, a category of preserved food that requires commitment to appreciate, but that stores well and provides substantial protein through the dark months. Hard-dried bread made from grain when fresh baking is not practical. Cheese and preserved dairy. The occasional meal of fresh slaughtered meat when an animal's continued survival through winter becomes less practical than the calories it represents. These are not meagre provisions by the standards of the period or the latitude. They are the result of careful management of resources through the seasons, and the household that enters winter with full stores has earned that security through the quality of its work in the months that came before it. Not far from the farm, on a slope where the ground turns soft and the water table sits just below the surface, there is a place where the land has been quietly producing something of considerable value for a very long time. bog iron. Reddish-brown lumps of iron oxide that accumulate in wet, acidic soils over centuries as groundwater leaches iron from surrounding rock and deposits it in layers that, with effort and specific knowledge, can be turned into metal. The bog does not advertise this. You have to know where to look, and you have to know what you're looking at when you find it. The smelting of bog iron is one of the defining technologies of pre-Viking Scandinavia, and in Norway it achieved a scale and sophistication during the period between roughly 400 and 800 CE that researchers studying sites in Telemark, Inlandet and the Trondheim region have found genuinely significant. This was not small-scale metalworking happening incidentally in somebody's spare time. In certain areas, iron production was the primary economic activity of entire communities, a fact that reshapes the common image of these centuries as primarily agricultural. Imagine the furnace. It is a roughly cylindrical structure built of clay and stone, standing perhaps a metre in height, with a carefully proportioned interior chamber designed to sustain the temperatures needed to separate iron from the surrounding slag. It requires a continuous air supply, usually delivered by bellows worked by someone whose arms will be thoroughly reminded of this experience for several days afterward. It requires charcoal made from carefully selected and prepared wood, and it requires someone who genuinely knows what they're doing, because the difference between producing usable iron bloom and producing an expensive pile of overheated disappointment is a narrow one that does not reward inattention. The iron produced from bog smelting is not the uniform, predictable material of later metallurgical traditions. It is variable in its carbon content and requires additional work, reheating and hammering and careful folding, to produce metal that will hold a cutting edge or take a consistent shape across its length. This working process is where the blacksmith's particular knowledge lives, knowing the correct temperature by the colour of the glowing metal, knowing how many passes the hammer needs on a particular piece, knowing when to stop working a blade before the repeated heating makes it brittle rather than tough. This knowledge does not transfer through description. It passes between hands, through years of standing near someone who already knows it. The range of iron objects produced in pre-Viking Norwegian communities is broader than the image of simple farming tools usually suggests. Agricultural implements make up a significant portion of production. Sickles, plough tips, and the range of cutting tools needed for harvest and food preparation appear consistently across excavation assemblages from sites throughout the country. Woodworking tools follow close behind in quantity: axes of multiple weights and purposes, chisels, splitting wedges, and the various fittings needed for timber construction. Personal items including buckles, pins, clasps, and the small mounting hardware that holds leather and textile together in the ways daily life requires round out the picture considerably. Weapons are present in the archaeological record but not dominant in this specific period. Spear points appear in meaningful numbers. Swords are uncommon and typically associated with burials indicating unusual social standing. The communities of pre-Viking Norway are fully capable of organised violence when the situation calls for it, and they are not naive about that possibility, but the daily output of a working iron-producing settlement is mostly things that help people build, farm, process, and move through the world rather than things designed to harm it. The soapstone quarries of western Norway represent another industry that the word modest simply does not fit. Soapstone, a soft metamorphic rock that carves with relative ease and holds heat with impressive efficiency, was quarried from sites along the Norwegian coast and traded across wide areas. Soapstone vessels from Norwegian sources have been identified at archaeological sites throughout the North Atlantic, the British Isles, and across Scandinavia, which means that long before the Viking Age someone had organised the extraction, shaping and distribution of this material into a functioning supply network with geographic reach. Bowls and cooking vessels made from soapstone have a practical advantage over ceramic in this climate. They do not crack when exposed to rapid temperature changes, which makes them excellent for direct fire cooking. They are heavy to move, which makes the archaeological evidence of their wide distribution even more interesting as a logistical puzzle. Someone was making decisions about value and movement that required thinking well beyond the limits of any single valley or bay. The craftspeople who worked metal, stone, bone, and antler in pre-Viking Norway occupied a social position worth pausing on. They were not simply service providers. Producing high-quality iron, fine bronze jewellery with intricate surface decoration, or carved bone combs with the kind of precise geometric patterns found on objects from migration period graves across Norway required an investment of training time that implied a corresponding recognition from the community absorbing that training. The smith, in particular, carried associations that extended beyond the practical. The metalwork of this era shows strong connections to wider Scandinavian and Germanic art traditions. Animal forms appear on brooches and belt fittings, interlaced creatures that curve around themselves in patterns that seem to take genuine pleasure in being technically impossible. The craftspeople producing these objects were in a kind of extended conversation, across both distance and time, with others working in related traditions, and that conversation produced objects of real visual power that have survived 15 centuries in remarkable condition. None of this emerges by chance. It emerges because communities invest in the development of skilled people, and because the communities around them consider that investment worth sustaining across generations. Bone and antler working deserves specific mention alongside the metalworking traditions because it fills in details of daily life that iron alone cannot. Elk antler shed in autumn is collected and worked into combs, needles, toggles, and the kinds of small functional objects that appear in large quantities on habitation sites from this period. Antler has a quality of workability that makes it particularly suited to fine carving, and the geometric ornament applied to combs from Norwegian sites in the Migration and Merovingian periods shows a precision and consistency that implies both skilled hands and the kind of leisure time for refined production that a household with well-managed food stores can afford. A beautifully made comb is not a luxury in this world. It is a statement about the household that produced it, given or traded to someone who will carry it and use it and be reminded each morning of the skill of the maker. The material world of these communities also includes a sustained relationship with imported goods that arrive through trade. Quern stones for grinding grain, some of them made from specific volcanic rock found only in certain areas of the Rhine region, appear at Norwegian sites in sufficient numbers to indicate regular, organised trade rather than occasional lucky acquisition. These objects were heavy, expensive to transport, and clearly considered worth the effort, which tells us something about how seriously the quality of grain processing was taken, and how willing people were to invest in the right tool rather than a convenient substitute. What all of this material production represents, taken together, is a world that was considerably more connected, more technically sophisticated, and more economically complex than the period's general invisibility in popular accounts would suggest. The pre-Viking centuries in Norway are not a waiting room for history. They are history, running at its own pace and producing a material culture that shaped everything that came after it. The iron production landscape of interior Norway in this period has a seasonal rhythm worth understanding. The smelting sites found in upland areas, including the remarkable concentrations of slag heaps that researchers have identified in the Telemark and Oppland mountains, were not permanently occupied industrial settlements. They were seasonal operations, active when the weather allowed, and the agricultural calendar permitted the commitment of labour away from the farms. The movement of workers up to the smelting sites in late summer, the intensive production run through autumn when charcoal was ready, and iron ore had been collected through the preceding months, and the return to the valley farms before the mountain passes became impassable. This seasonal pattern of upland industry mirrors the transhumance pattern of cattle and sheep, just with different goals and a considerably hotter working environment. The scale of these upland operations, as researchers have reconstructed it, from slag volume analysis and site distribution studies, implies a level of surplus production that exceeded the needs of the immediate producing community. Iron was being made in quantities that only make sense if distribution beyond the local area was always part of the plan. Someone was organising the movement of that iron, through exchange and sale, down toward the coastal communities and the trading networks that eventually carried it further. The logistical intelligence required to coordinate seasonal labour, charcoal production, ore gathering, smelting and distribution is not a simple thing, and the people managing it were solving supply chain problems that their silence in the written record has prevented later centuries from properly crediting them with. The boat is not a new invention. By the time we arrive in this period, Scandinavian boat building has been developing long enough that the vessels of 500 or 600 CE are already the product of many generations of accumulated refinement. The Hjortspring craft, found in a Danish bog and dated to around 400 BCE, already demonstrates a remarkably sophisticated hull design nearly 1,000 years before the Viking Age begins. The Nydam vessel, discovered in southern Denmark and dated to around 320 CE, shows the overlapping plank construction that will define Scandinavian boat building for centuries to come. The line connecting those early craft to what comes later is long, continuous, and never actually broken. In Norway during our period, the boats in use along the coast and through the long inlets are working craft built for specific purposes with specific water in mind. Fishing vessels range from small, simple craft operated by 1 or 2 people close to shore up to larger open boats capable of extended coastal runs and heavier cargo loads. The boundary between a fishing boat and a transport vessel is not always sharp. The same hull that takes you out to the cod grounds in the morning can carry soapstone bowls down the waterway to a neighbouring settlement that afternoon. The Kvalsund boat, found on the west coast of Norway and dated to approximately 600 to 700 CE, offers one of the most detailed surviving examples of Norwegian boat building from just before the Viking Age. Its frame and planks survived in sufficient condition that researchers were able to assess not only the construction methods, but the specific understanding of water behaviour that its builders must have carried. The hull is designed to flex in waves rather than resist them. The keel provides real directional stability in open conditions. The whole vessel reflects accumulated knowledge about how water moves and what carefully shaped timber can be reasonably asked to do. Standing on a beach in western Norway watching one of these craft being launched is watching long-practiced engineering in action, though the people doing it would not describe it in those terms. They would say they were going out. The oars cut the water in a rhythm that requires no counting once the hands have learned it. The long inlet receives the boat into its corridor, and the slight swell under the hull is something you feel before you see. The colour of the water shifts from grey-green near the shore to a deeper, less certain blue out in the channel. Cormorants sit on the rocks at the waterline and observe the proceedings with the particular expression of birds who have decided they could do this better but have not yet gotten around to making their case. Trade moves along these routes with the reliability of a tide, if somewhat more subject to negotiation. The coastal passage running the full length of Norway, the northern way that may have eventually contributed to the country's name, is an arterial channel connecting communities that the mountains would otherwise leave in difficult, infrequent contact with one another. The passage demands skill. Navigating around and between the thousands of islands and rocky outcrops of the coastal fringe, reading wind and current simultaneously, knowing where fresh water can be found, and where the bottom comes up without warning, none of this is written anywhere. It lives in the navigators. Amber moves southward from Baltic sources along trading networks that are old enough to have worn their own grooves into history. Furs, hides, and dried fish move in multiple directions depending on the season and the current demand. Whetstones from quarries in Edsborg and Telemark appear at sites across Scandinavia during this period, suggesting that someone had established a distribution arrangement for sharpening stones that covered a remarkably wide area. The humble whetstone is, in its quiet way, a piece of evidence that long-distance exchange was not exceptional, but ordinary. Bronze and silver arrive from the south, sometimes as finished objects and sometimes as raw material to be worked locally by the craftspeople we met in the previous chapter. The occasional fragment of a glass bead from workshop traditions far to the southeast indicates that goods passing through many hands over great distances did eventually arrive at Norwegian settlements, even if the person who ended up with the bead had no clear picture of where it had originally been shaped. The knowledge required to navigate this coast safely passes between generations the way ironworking does. It lives in the body. Holding a mental map of a coastline in conditions of fog or fading light precise enough to keep a hull from finding a submerged rock, judging the shift in wind speed from the way the water surface changes its texture before the wind itself fully arrives. Reading the particular quality of cloud building over a headland 2 hours before that cloud delivers its intentions. This is navigation without instruments, and it is more dependable than it sounds because the people practicing it have been doing so since before their grandparents were born, and so have their grandparents. The relationship between boat people and land people in pre-Viking Norway is less a division than a continuum. Most farming families near the coast are also fishing families in appropriate seasons. Many of the men and women who handle craft regularly also clear fields, tend livestock, and process food. The separation that a later eye might impose between the farmer and the sailor does not quite hold here. The same hands that drive a plough in spring haul a net in summer and scrape a hull in autumn. What the waterways provide, beyond food and trade goods, is a particular quality of awareness. To travel by boat along this coast is to encounter other people, different communities, different approaches to the same recurring problems, goods and ideas and techniques that are not quite what is used at home. The coastal travel network of pre-Viking Norway functions, in a meaningful sense, as an information network. It keeps communities that the terrain would otherwise isolate in slow, consistent contact with the wider Scandinavian world, and that contact has long-term consequences that accumulate quietly before anyone notices them. The actual mechanics of fishing in this period are worth pausing on because they are not simple. Hook and line fishing from small craft accounts for some of the catch, but only some. Net fishing requires the construction, maintenance and deployment of nets made from hand-twisted plant fibre or fine hide cordage, weighted with carefully shaped stone sinkers and held at the surface by wooden floats. The construction of a good net is itself a skilled occupation taking considerable time, and the net represents a substantial investment that must be protected from tearing, from loss in strong currents, and from the kind of accidental entanglement with rocky underwater terrain that can cost hours of repair work for a few minutes of inattention. Fish traps constructed from woven willow and set in tidal channels or river mouths provide a more passive harvest that can be checked rather than actively managed, and the sighting of these traps, knowing which channel concentrates fish at the turn of the tide, and where the eddies form that make a particular weir productive, is a form of localized knowledge that a new arrival on any stretch of coast would require years to develop. The tides themselves are part of the working environment in a way that most inland people in any period find slightly difficult to fully internalize. Everything coastal in this world happens on a tidal schedule, whether or not anyone explicitly plans it that way. Fishing spots accessible at low water are unreachable at high. Channels navigable at high tide dry to a muddy inconvenience at low. The launching and landing of small craft depends on the state of the shore at the moment of departure, and the anticipated state of the destination at the time of arrival. The tide is not an obstacle to be worked around. It is a partner to be worked with, and a partner that keeps its own schedule regardless of what you had in mind. There is no throne. This is perhaps the most important single thing to understand about how authority worked in Norway during this period. Power is real here, widely understood, actively contested, and maintained through a set of mechanisms that do not include anything resembling a state. The person with recognized authority in a given territory holds it through a combination of ancestry, generosity, physical reputation, and the ongoing willingness of the people around them to keep acknowledging it. The local chief, whom we might encounter in Norwegian historical tradition, under terms like hers or drott, depending on the period and region, is not an administrator in any bureaucratic sense. He is a host, a protector, a point of convergence for the loyalty of households tied by kinship, proximity, and mutual interest that goes back far enough to feel like something more than convenience. The feast is the primary social technology of this world, not a casual gathering, but a structurally significant event that performs the community's power relationships in visible, edible, drinkable form. The chief who holds a feast does so at real cost, providing food and ale for an assembly of followers and neighbours that may run to dozens of people across several days. The followers who attend do so understanding that the feast is not a free meal. Attendance is recognition. Eating a chief's food is a kind of vote cast in a language considerably older than any counting system. In exchange for that vote, the chief provides things of substance. Legal standing in a world where disputes between households can escalate with serious consequences, and having a recognised figure willing to adjudicate carries genuine worth. Physical security in the form of an armed following that can respond when one of the community's households faces a threat from outside it. Access to trade connections and the occasional passing on of prestige goods to followers whose visible loyalty has made the relationship worth publicly marking. The gift-giving economy of this period operates with a seriousness that most modern exchange systems have entirely abandoned. A sword given by a chief to a trusted warrior is not simply a weapon. It is a public declaration of relationship, a material promise of continuing obligation, and an object that will be referenced by everyone who witnessed the giving for years afterward. The person receiving such a gift is now in a relationship of reciprocal duty that will shape their decisions in ways they may not always enjoy. To betray the giver of a sword is not simply disloyalty. It is a violation of something the community treats as structurally important to its own cohesion. This is why the quality of objects matters far beyond their practical usefulness. the decorated brooch, the inlaid belt fitting, the carefully worked knife with the carved handle. These are not merely attractive, they are social documents. They announce their owners' relationships and standing to everyone who sees them wearing the objects, in a language everyone present can read without assistance. The Great Hall associated with a chief's farmstead in this period is an expanded version of the longhouse form, constructed to accommodate the social functions that mark the residence as something beyond an ordinary household. Archaeological evidence from Borg in the Lofoten Islands, which represents one of the largest known longhouse complexes in Scandinavia, and dates to approximately 500 to 900 CE, produced a collection of imported glass vessels, small pressed gold figures known as gullgubber showing paired human forms, and a range of fine metalwork indicating that the residents had access to goods, circulating at the highest levels of contemporary Scandinavian exchange. Someone at Borg was connected. Someone at Borg was, within their world, consequential. The relationships between local chiefs are managed through the same logics of gift and feast, and careful reputation maintenance that govern everything else in this social world. Alliances are constructed through marriages arranged with the same strategic attention as any formal negotiation. Disputes are addressed through assemblies called things, where free men of the community gather to hear grievances, make collective decisions and set the expectations that will govern community life until the next assembly. The thing is not a modern democracy. The voices of powerful men carry further than those of ordinary farmers, and the voices of ordinary farmers carry considerably further than those of enslaved people, who are present in this society in numbers that the period does not appear to have questioned with any sustained moral energy. But the thing does represent something real. It represents the principle that community decisions require a public process, that disputes between free people cannot simply be resolved by whoever happens to have the most followers willing to make things uncomfortable, that the chief who ignores this process entirely will eventually discover that the word respected no longer applies to him in the way he has been assuming. Women in these communities hold formal status that later mythologizing sometimes exaggerates, and that purely economic analysis can undervalue. The mistress of a substantial household manages a real enterprise of genuine complexity. She controls the textile production that is one of the household's primary outputs for trade and internal use alike. She oversees the food stores that will determine whether the household reaches spring in reasonable health or reaches it in reduced circumstances. She manages the labour of dependents and makes the decisions that keep everything functional when her husband is away, which a productive man of this period frequently is. The communities that hold this whole system together are not naive about its tensions. They have developed, across generations of living in close contact with each other's worst impulses and best capabilities, a set of practices and shared narratives and values that describe how conflicts should be approached, what a person owes their kin, what a host owes a guest, and what consequences follow when these understandings are ignored. Much of this will eventually be recorded in later Norse legal texts and the saga literature. In our period it exists as living memory and the quiet collective weight of people who know very precisely what the community expects of them. The Thing Assembly as a practical event is worth describing in some detail because its logistics alone reveal a good deal about how this society organises itself. The assembly gathering requires that people travel from scattered farmsteads and settlements to a central location, which in Norway is often at the head of a fjord, near a significant landmark or at a historically recognised meeting point. The journey to a thing might take a family most of a day on foot, or several hours by water, and the assembly itself may last multiple days, during which food and lodging arrangements must be managed for everyone present. This is not a trivial undertaking, and the fact that people do it regularly reflects the importance the community places on having a shared process for managing its affairs. At the thing, disputes are not adjudicated by the chief alone. They are heard by the assembled free men, who collectively hold the memory of previous decisions and the weight of community opinion. Someone who has a known reputation for fairness and a long memory for precedent has a particular value here. The thing is, among other things, a place where reputations are made and maintained, which means it is a place worth attending and worth behaving well at. The women who attend things are present in a role that varies by the specific nature of the occasion, but the mistress of a substantial household is not an absent party to the decisions that shape her community. She has interests, alliances, and family connections that the assembly's decisions will affect directly, and the household's position in the community's social network is managed by her skills as much as by her husband's, through a parallel system of relationships maintained through visits, gift exchanges between households, assistance during childbirth and illness, and the long, slow currency of being known as someone whose word can be relied upon. The burial mound sits at the edge of the farm's best field. It has been there longer than anyone alive can remember with full certainty. The family that farms here knows the names of some of the people buried beneath it, or believes it does, because names and stories attach themselves to mounds across time whether or not the attachment is historically precise. What the family knows without any doubt is that the mound is theirs, that it marks this land as continuously occupied by their line, and that its visible presence makes an argument for belonging that no spoken claim could make as clearly. Burial mounds of the pre-Viking period in Norway are distributed across the landscape in patterns that reflect land use and social organisation rather than anything random. They cluster near farms, near harbour approaches, near the kinds of resource-rich areas that communities contested and defended over generations. Their visibility is deliberate. You build a mound where it can be seen, where it establishes continued presence, where it says to anyone approaching by water or overland track that someone has been here a very long time and intends to continue. The burial practices of the migration and Merovingian periods include both cremation and inhumation, sometimes at the same site across overlapping time periods, which suggests that the communities involved were not rigidly orthodox about the specific form the practice should take. What remains consistent across both approaches is the provision of goods. The dead go equipped. Agricultural tools, weapons, personal ornaments, vessels for food and drink, in some cases the remains of animals, and in some cases evidence of human attendance interred alongside the primary individual. The specifics vary considerably by region, period, and the apparent social standing of the person being buried. What does not vary is the underlying assumption that the person going into the ground will continue to exist in some form that requires both company and equipment. The religious world of pre-Viking Norway is not easy to reconstruct with confidence, partly because the people living in it did not write systematic accounts of their beliefs, and partly because what we know of Norse religion comes mostly from texts recorded centuries later, in Iceland, by writers working from memory and tradition, and their own specific interpretive frameworks. Those sources are real, and they are valuable. They are also filtered through a very long passage of time and a significant change of faith. What the archaeological record offers is a world of multiple overlapping sacred concerns. The land itself carries agency in this framework. Springs, particular trees, specific rock formations, and the animals that inhabit certain territories hold something that requires attention and respect rather than simple use. The practice of depositing valuable objects in lakes, bogs and rivers, which appears consistently across Scandinavia throughout this period and for thousands of years before it, indicates an ongoing relationship between living communities and the powers associated with watery places. Things are placed in the water not because they are unwanted, but because they are valuable enough to give away completely and permanently. The figures that will later be recorded as Odin, Thor, Freyr, Frigg, and the rest of the Norse family of divine powers are present in this period in ways that the surviving evidence makes difficult to specify precisely, but that the weight of cultural continuity makes hard to entirely dismiss. Small pressed gold figures, found at high-status sites from this period, and known to researchers as gullgubba, show paired human forms in postures that may relate to ritual ceremonies associated with fertility or divine marriage, as described in later sources. Their exact meaning in the context of 500 CE remains genuinely debated among scholars, which is part of what makes them interesting. The practitioners who specialised in accessing the non-ordinary dimensions of this world occupied a distinct social position. The practice known as Seder, described in later Old Norse writing as a form of trance-based knowing involving prophecy and the careful influence of fate, was associated primarily with female specialists, though not exclusively so. The Oseberg ship burial, which dates to the early 9th century and sits just outside our period's edge, contained objects consistently interpreted as the equipment of such a practitioner, including a carved staff of the kind described in later accounts of ritual performance. Similar staffs turn up in other graves too, and the careful provision of specific objects in the burials of women of apparent high standing suggests that the specialist ritual role was one the community valued enough to send its practitioner fully equipped into whatever followed the visible world. Fate, in this cosmological framework, is not understood as a predetermined script that will unfold regardless of what anyone does. It is more like a weaving in progress, a pattern being made that has weight and direction, but that skilled attention can influence at the margins. The Norns, the female figures associated with fate weaving in later Norse tradition, embody this understanding in a form that suggests long roots. The world is being continuously made. The responsibility of the living is to pay close enough attention to participate in its making, rather than simply being made by it without realizing that is what is happening. The dead in this framework do not simply depart. They remain accessible at the mound, at the grave, at the places where they were powerful in life. Offerings made to ancestors are not superstition in this world. They are maintenance of a relationship that still has practical implications for those continuing to live on the land the ancestor knew. The family that honours its dead properly keeps open a connection to a source of guidance and protection that exists alongside the challenges of the visible daylit world. How much of this is deeply felt conviction, and how much is social practice performed without strong private certainty, is impossible to assess from the outside. Probably both, in varying and shifting combinations, exactly as in any tradition at any point in human experience. The relevant observation is that the sacred and the practical are not separated here by any clear boundary. The harvest ceremony and the harvest are the same event approached from two angles. The boat launching blessing and the departure are the same departure. The world here is thick with layered significance, and moving through it well requires an attentiveness that reaches beyond the purely physical into whatever sits alongside it just out of direct view. The sacred geography of a community's landscape is not abstract. Specific places carry specific meanings that are transmitted through family memory and reinforced through repeated practice over generations. The spring at the edge of the upper field, where offerings were left before planting. The particular rock formation at the head of the valley, where the community gathered at certain seasonal turning points. The beach where boats were always launched with specific words or actions that varied between families and yet served the same purpose across all of them. These are not myths at a comfortable literary distance. They are the actual places where the people in this story went, regularly, as part of the practical management of a life that acknowledged the world's larger dimensions, while still needing to get the oats in before rain arrived. The annual cycle of communal ritual follows the agricultural calendar closely, which should not be surprising in a world where the agricultural calendar is the calendar. The timing of blot, the ritual feasts associated with divine acknowledgement and communal blessing, corresponds to the rhythms of planting and harvest, and the shift from light to dark and back again. The specific theology of these events is difficult to reconstruct with confidence, but the material remains of the feasting, the animal bones deposited in specific ways, the objects placed at particular sites, indicate a sustained and organised practice rather than occasional improvised gestures. The relationship between the living and the dead in this framework is one of the most practically important aspects of the worldview. The ancestors buried in the mounds at the edge of the farm are not simply people who have finished. They remain present in a form that requires maintenance. Seasonal visits to the mound, the placement of small offerings, the speaking of names and recitation of known deeds. All of this is housekeeping of a kind, keeping the relationships alive that keep the land known and the community continuous with its own past. Nothing in history changes all at once. The Viking Age does not arrive in Scandinavia the way a weatherfront arrives, visible at the horizon and then suddenly overhead. It accumulates. It builds from conditions that have been developing for a long time, along paths that no individual person designed or intended, through a series of gradual adjustments that would have been genuinely difficult to perceive from inside the century in which they were happening. You're somewhere in the middle to late 700 CE now, and the Norway around you is recognisably the same world you have been walking through in this story. The longhouses are occupied. The bog iron furnaces are running on hillsides from Telemark northward. The coastal craft are moving. The burial mounds are being added to on headlands from Rogaland to the Trondheims fjord. The Thing assemblies are meeting. The gift exchanges are continuing. But something is different from 2 centuries earlier. Several somethings, actually, and they are beginning to interact with one another in ways that produce outcomes nobody was specifically planning for. Population has been growing across Scandinavia for an extended period, following the instability of the migration period and the agricultural disruptions associated with the mid-600s. when volcanic events appear to have temporarily reduced growing conditions across much of the northern hemisphere. The recovery from that difficult stretch, combined with improvements in agricultural tools made possible by the expanded availability of iron and the generational refinement of farming techniques, has resulted in more people competing for the farmable land available in a country where suitable land is not evenly spread and cannot simply be extended into the mountains by wanting it badly enough. The younger children of farming families face a choice that their grandparents may not have faced with the same urgency. The land that exists is already held. The accessible valleys where new farms might be established have been occupied for generations. The path toward acquiring resources through trade, extended craft production, service to a powerful household, or some combination of all three begins to look increasingly attractive to people with the skills to pursue it, and insufficient land to anchor them permanently in place. The boats are improving. This is not coincidental. The intensive use of coastal waters for trade and fishing over multiple generations has created a boat-building tradition that is continuously refining its understanding of hull shape, material selection, and the management of vessels in conditions that range from protected fjord water to open North Sea swells. Sail technology, which appears in Scandinavian boat archaeology with increasing confidence through the later 700s, probably entered use gradually and at different rates by region, rather than in a single transformative moment. The sail does not simply speed up travel that was already happening, it changes what travel is possible at all. A vessel that can work with wind rather than relying entirely on oars can range farther with fewer crew, carry more cargo in proportion to its weight, and operate on schedules determined by seasonal wind patterns, rather than the endurance limits of human muscle. The political landscape to the south is also shifting in ways that create new pressures and new openings simultaneously. The Frankish kingdom under the Carolingian line has been expanding northward with both military and religious force, pushing against the Saxon territories that border the Danish lands. The disruption of established trade routes, the appearance of new sources of silver flowing from Carolingian minting activity, and the general reorganization of a Europe reforming itself around new powers all create conditions in which the coastal raiding that Scandinavian communities had certainly practiced in limited forms before becomes a more systematically attractive and more carefully organised activity. The monasteries and trading settlements of Britain and Ireland present a specific combination of features that would have made them notable to people thinking in terms of risk and return. They are positioned on coasts or accessible by river. They concentrate portable wealth, precious metal in various forms, worked materials with high trade value, and the human captives who could be moved and sold across existing networks. They are often inadequately defended for the kind of fast, shallow water assault that a well-organised group of men in a purpose-built fast vessel can mount and conclude before any meaningful response is organised. And they are staffed primarily by people whose training has been theological rather than martial. The raid on Lindisfarne in 793 CE, which most historians use as the conventional opening of the Viking Age, is not a beginning in any meaningful sense. It is a moment when conditions that had been accumulating for a considerable time finally produced an event visible and shocking enough to be recorded by people with the means and motivation to write it down. The monks of Lindisfarne left a written record of what happened to them. The many smaller coastal encounters and opportunistic raids that preceded that event left, for the most part, only silence and the occasional ambiguous layer in an excavation trench. The longship, the vessel most associated with the following centuries, did not emerge from nothing. It emerged from the accumulated expertise of the boat-building traditions that have been part of this story throughout, pushed further by the specific demands of a kind of use that required exceptional speed, a hull shallow enough to beach on any coast, and the structural robustness to survive open sea crossings that earlier craft would not have attempted routinely. It is the product of the same hands, the same family workshops, the same inheritance of practical knowledge as the Kvalsund vessel sitting on that western shore 2 centuries earlier. The people who eventually sailed those later craft carried iron, made in the same bog-smelting tradition that had been heating Norwegian hillsides for generations. They wore brooches decorated in art styles, descending directly from the migration period animal ornament we traced in the jeweller's workshops of this story. They were bound together by social structures of leader and follower, gift and obligation, feast and loyalty that had been forming and reforming across Norwegian valleys and shorelines for hundreds of years before any of their names became famous enough to be written down somewhere. They took with them, to every coast they reached, the accumulated depth of a world that had been quietly building itself, making itself capable at everything it needed to be capable at, for a very long time before history noticed it was doing so. What is worth sitting with, in the last moments of this story, is the experience of living through a gradual transformation without being able to see where it is going. The farmer in the Hardangerfjord Valley in 740 CE is not aware of being in a transitional period. She's aware that her third son has gone north to find work with a chieftain who is building a new hall and needs skilled woodworkers. She is aware that the whetstone merchant who comes up the fjord in late summer this year has some new silver objects from a southern source she has not seen before. She's aware that the young men of the settlement next bay over have been talking about a summer trading voyage further north than anyone from here has gone before. These observations do not assemble themselves, for her, into a picture of an age on the verge of transformation. They are simply things happening in an ordinary year, one more set of details in the continuous process of a life that is mostly taken up with the work that needs doing before the season changes. History is always like this from the inside. The people who build the conditions for change do not usually experience themselves as doing so. They experience themselves as solving the problems in front of them, adjusting to circumstances that were not what they expected, making the most sensible decisions available with the information they actually have. The Viking Age that historians will later name and date and discuss began in the minds and hands and accumulated skills of people who would not have recognised the category. They were simply doing what the generations before them had always done, slightly better, with slightly more material, in slightly more challenging conditions. And then one summer the boats went further and did not come back for a very long time, and the world that had been building toward that departure was already history. The fields are dark now as you walk back along the valley floor. The hall ahead has light in it, amber through the gaps in the wall, and the faint sound of voices inside that carry the unmistakable quality of people who are comfortable with their current company. The fire will be right. Someone will have kept it at the correct temperature through the late afternoon, and the warmth of the place will settle around you the moment you lift the door covering and step in from the cooling night. Somewhere out in the waterway a craft is moving. You cannot see it, but you know it is there because this is a coast where boats are always moving, even in darkness, even in the long and ordinary drift of a night that no one will remember, and that holds in its quiet and unheld passing the whole patient weight of a world still very much in the process of becoming what it will one day be. Sleep well, my sleepy fjord dreamers. Norway was patient, and so are you. If this helped you drift off to somewhere quieter tonight, a thumbs up when you surface tells the algorithm that slow, deep stories about old patient worlds are worth recommending to other people who could use them. That is all. Rest now. Before we begin, picture this. The year is 1918, and the fastest way to send a letter from New York to San Francisco still involves a train, multiple transfers, and about 5 days of rattling across the plains. The telegraph exists for urgent messages, but most communication still moves at the speed of steam and steel. Then a few brave souls climb into fabric-covered biplanes, stuff bags of letters into cramped cockpits, and launch themselves into uncertain skies. What follows is a tale of innovation born from impatience, of technology pushed past reasonable limits, and of how the simple act of delivering mail faster would accidentally build the foundations of modern aviation. You live in a time when distance still means something heavy and real. A letter from your cousin in California takes nearly a week to reach your hands in Boston. You write back immediately, knowing your reply will spend another week crossing mountains and prairies before arriving. This rhythm feels natural because you have never known anything faster. The Pony Express belongs to frontier legend now, replaced by railway mail cars that sort letters, while thundering across the landscape at 40 miles per hour. This seems remarkably swift until you calculate the actual journey time, and realise a cross-country letter still consumes most of a week. The railway mail service operates with impressive efficiency for 1918. Clerks work in specialised cars attached to passenger trains, sorting thousands of letters while the locomotive charges through darkness. They grab mail bags from trackside hooks without stopping, using extending arms that snatch the pouches in a blur of canvas and rope. The system works beautifully within its limits. Those limits involve steel rails, fixed schedules, and the immutable fact that trains cannot fly over mountain ranges. Business moves at this measured pace. A contract negotiation between New York and San Francisco might stretch across months, with each exchange of proposals consuming 2 weeks of transit time. Imagine trying to manage a crisis when every decision point requires 14 days of round-trip communication. The patient prosper. The impatient fume and search for alternatives. The airplane exists now, but barely. The Wright brothers flew at Kitty Hawk only 15 years ago, and most people still regard flying machines as dangerous curiosities rather than practical tools. Military forces experimented with aircraft during the Great War, but the conflict just ended, and most planes head for storage or scrapyards. A few visionaries look at these wooden fabric contraptions and see something beyond reconnaissance or combat. They see speed. Your morning begins with toast and tea while scanning the newspaper. An advertisement catches your attention. A local aviation enthusiast plans to attempt a flight from the city commons to a neighbouring town, weather permitting. The notice lists the date as tentative, the route as approximate, and the likelihood of success as uncertain. This captures the state of aviation in your world. Ambitious, thrilling, and profoundly unreliable. The United States Post Office faces mounting pressure to modernise. Postmaster General Albert Burleson hears constant complaints about delivery times. Railway accidents disrupt mail schedules. Snow closes mountain passes for weeks each winter. Floods wash out tracks and strand mail cars in unexpected locations. The infrastructure groans under increasing volume as the nation grows more connected and more impatient. Otto Prager serves as Second Assistant Postmaster General, overseeing operations with a mixture of efficiency and ambition. He watches the military mothball its training planes and sees opportunity. According to postal records from that era, Prager argues that airmail could cut delivery times in half and demonstrate American innovation to the world. Skeptics point out that airplanes crash frequently, carry minimal cargo, and cannot fly in poor weather. Prager counters that every technology starts imperfect and improves through use. The debate continues through meetings and memoranda. Some officials suggest waiting another decade for aviation to mature. Others worry that delay means losing the chance to lead. Prager pushes hard for immediate experimentation, arguing that the post office should pioneer airmail before private companies claim the innovation for themselves. The government, he insists, must prove aviation viable for commercial use. Congress appropriates $100,000 for experimental airmail service. This translates to roughly $1.8 million in modern currency. A substantial investment, but modest considering the stakes. The funds must cover aircraft purchases, pilot salaries, maintenance, and facility construction. Postal officials begin planning a route between Washington and New York, a distance of about 200 miles. The distance seems manageable for testing. Mountains complicate the path, but nothing compared to crossing the Rockies. You watch these developments with curiosity but limited expectations. Flying still seems more spectacle than solution. The newspapers print breathless accounts of aviation stunts, but practical applications remain elusive. Mail travels reliably if slowly by train. Why risk letters in machines that fall from the sky? The post office acquires 6 Curtiss JN-4H biplanes, better known as Jennies. These aircraft served as military trainers during the war, teaching thousands of pilots basic flight skills before sending them overseas. The Jenny features a straightforward design with 2 fabric-covered wings, a simple engine, and an open cockpit where the pilot sits exposed to wind and weather. Maximum speed reaches about 75 miles per hour with favourable winds. Range extends to perhaps 250 miles before fuel runs dry. The plane carries a pilot and not much else, certainly not the heavy mail sacks filling railway cars. Engineers modify the Jennies for mail service by removing the front cockpit seat and installing a mail compartment. This space holds roughly 150 pounds of letters, a fraction of what a single railway car manages. The modification seems almost comically inadequate for replacing trains, but the experiment focuses on speed, not volume. If a plane can deliver even a small batch of letters in 2 hours instead of 8, the proof of concept succeeds. Pilots come from the military, mostly young men who learned to fly during the war, and now seek employment in a suddenly peaceful world. They possess skill but limited experience with cross-country navigation. Military flying involved short reconnaissance flights or combat missions over familiar territory. Now these pilots must find their way between cities using maps, compasses, and visual landmarks while fighting wind and weather. The first official airmail flight receives tremendous publicity. Newspapers announce the date as May 15th, 1918. Dignitaries gather at the Polo Grounds in Washington to witness history. Photographers position cameras to capture the moment. Postal officials give speeches about progress and innovation. The selected pilot, a young lieutenant named George Boyle, prepares his aircraft while crowds watch. This moment should mark the triumphant beginning of a new era. Instead, it becomes a cautionary tale about the gap between ambition and execution. The morning of May 15th arrives with perfect weather. You imagine standing among the crowd at the Polo Grounds, watching Lieutenant George Boyle perform his pre-flight checks. The Jenny gleams in spring sunshine, its fabric skin stretched taut over wooden ribs. Mail sacks sit ready beside the plane, containing letters from government officials and businesses eager to participate in the historic first flight. Boyle climbs into the cockpit, adjusts his goggles, and signals readiness. The engine coughs to life with a crackling roar. Blue smoke drifts across the field. Spectators step back as the propeller becomes an invisible blur. Boyle waves to the crowd, advances the throttle, and begins his takeoff roll. The Jenny bounces across grass, gains speed, and lifts into the air. Cheers erupt from assembled dignitaries. Cameras click furiously. The future has arrived. Then Boyle turns the wrong direction. Instead of heading north toward Philadelphia and New York, he flies south. The error stems from simple disorientation after takeoff. Boyle spent limited time studying maps and relied on following visible railways to find his route. Unfortunately, he picks the wrong railway. The plane drones south while Boyle presumably believes he flies north. After about 20 minutes, he realizes something seems wrong. The landscape refuses to match his expectations. He circles, searches for landmarks, and grows increasingly confused. Fuel consumption becomes urgent. The Jenny cannot stay aloft indefinitely while Boyle figures out navigation. He spots a field that looks suitable for landing and brings the plane down in Waldorf, Maryland, about 25 miles south of his starting point. The historic first airmail flight covers negative distance and delivers 0 letters to the intended destination. Postal officials scramble to recover the mail and arrange alternate transportation to complete the delivery by train. This fiasco could have killed the entire airmail program before it truly began. Critics pounced on the failure as proof that aviation remained too unreliable for serious commerce. Newspapers ran gleeful headlines about the bungled attempt, yet postal administrators chose to view the incident as a learning experience rather than fatal flaw. Boyle lacked proper training for cross-country navigation. Future pilots would receive better preparation. The same day, a more experienced pilot named Torrey Webb successfully flew the return route from New York to Washington, proving the concept viable despite Boyle's mishap. Webb followed established landmarks, managed his fuel carefully, and delivered his mail sack without incident. His success salvaged the day and convinced officials that airmail deserved continued investment. You follow these developments in evening newspapers, probably with some amusement. The image of a pilot flying the wrong direction on such a publicised occasion captures both the comedy and tragedy of early aviation. Technology promised miracles but delivered pratfalls. Still, the post office persisted. Regular airmail service between Washington and New York begins on a daily basis through that summer. Pilots learn routes through practice, memorising landmarks and developing techniques for navigation without instruments. They follow rivers when possible, using the Potomac and Delaware as natural guides. They watch for railways and highways below, using human infrastructure as reference points when clouds obscured terrain. Weather proves immediately problematic. Thunderstorms ground flights regularly. Strong winds blow light aircraft off course or make landing impossible. Fog creates deadly conditions where pilots cannot see ground or sky and become disoriented in grey emptiness. The early weeks produce multiple forced landings as pilots encounter conditions beyond their skill or aircraft capability. Mail sacks get transferred to trains whenever weather prevents flying. This defeats the purpose of airmail since letters arrive no faster than standard railway service. Postal officials calculate that flights complete successfully only about 60% of the time during those first months. The remaining 40% involve delays, cancellations, or emergency land-ins in farm fields where pilots wait for assistance while locals gawk at the strange machine. One pilot named Max Miller becomes famous for his ability to navigate through challenging conditions. According to postal records, Miller flew the Washington to New York route more than 100 times during 1918, completing most flights despite weather that grounded less experienced aviators. He developed a reputation for studying cloud patterns and making split-second decisions about whether conditions allowed safe passage. Other pilots watched Miller and learned from his techniques. The planes themselves require constant maintenance, fabric tears in strong winds and needs patching. Engines run roughly and demand frequent adjustment. Landing gear breaks when pilots touch down hard on uneven fields. Every flight risks mechanical failure, and pilots carry basic tools for roadside repairs. Stories circulate about aviators fixing engines with baling wire and determination before flying onward to complete deliveries. You might wonder why pilots accepted such dangerous work. Pay offered one attraction. Military pilots faced unemployment after the war ended, and airmail jobs provided steady income. More importantly, these men loved flying. They belonged to the first generation who could claim the sky as workplace rather than fantasy. The danger added intensity to the experience rather than deterring them. Most were young, confident in their abilities, and convinced they could master any challenge through skill and courage. The post office expands service beyond the Washington to New York route. Officials announce plans for a transcontinental airmail system linking New York to San Francisco. This ambitious project involves establishing intermediate landing fields, hiring more pilots, acquiring additional aircraft, and solving navigation challenges that dwarf the relatively simple Northeast Corridor. Flying cross-country means crossing the Allegheny Mountains, the Great Plains, and the Rocky Mountains. It means dealing with weather systems that span hundreds of miles. It means creating infrastructure where none exists. Skeptics declare transcontinental airmail impossible. The distance exceeds 2,500 miles. No aircraft can fly that far without multiple refueling stops. Weather patterns across the continent vary wildly and unpredictably. Mountains create turbulence that tears planes apart. Winter brings blizzards that close entire regions for months. The project seems destined for expensive failure. Otto Praeger ignores the skeptics and pushes forward. He organises surveying teams to scout potential landing fields along a proposed route. The path must avoid the highest mountain peaks while staying reasonably direct. It must pass through towns large enough to support maintenance facilities and fuel depots. It must offer enough flat ground for emergency landings when pilots inevitably encounter trouble. The chosen route runs from New York through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, and California. Each state presents unique obstacles. Pennsylvania means crossing mountains in unpredictable weather. The plains stretch flat and featureless, making navigation by landmarks nearly impossible. Wyoming brings high altitude and thin air that reduces engine power. Nevada offers desert heat that creates turbulent updrafts. California demands crossing the Sierra Nevada, some of the most dangerous terrain in North America for aviation. Landing fields get established every 200 miles or so, roughly matching the Jenny's maximum range. These facilities start crude, often just a flat pasture, with a windsock and a shed for fuel storage. Local contractors receive payments to maintain the fields and assist pilots who land for refueling. Over time, the fields improve with better surfaces, hangars for weather protection, and mechanics capable of performing repairs. Your world begins changing in ways both subtle and profound. A business in New York can now send urgent documents to Washington and receive same-day delivery if weather permits. This acceleration of communication creates new possibilities and expectations. Companies start planning around faster information flow. The notion that distance should automatically mean delay begins eroding. The post office trains more pilots through the summer and fall of 1918. The training program emphasizes practical skills, like forced landing procedures, weather assessment, and emergency repairs. Instructors teach navigation techniques including dead reckoning, where pilots calculate position using compass heading, airspeed, and elapsed time. They practice reading landscapes from above, learning to distinguish towns, rivers, and railways from altitude. Not every pilot survives training. Aircraft failures claim lives. Inexperience leads to fatal mistakes. The Postal Service maintains strict silence about accidents, worried that publicising deaths might doom the entire programme. Families receive condolences and financial settlements. Newspapers occasionally report crashes, but usually without connecting them to broader patterns of danger. The first winter approaches and brings new terrors. Snowstorms reduce visibility to zero. Ice accumulates on wings and changes their shape, destroying lift. Freezing temperatures cause engines to fail and fuel lines to clog. Pilots who survive forced landings in remote areas face the additional challenge of not freezing to death before rescue arrives. Several barely escape hypothermia after spending nights in crashed planes waiting for help. Yet the mail keeps flying. Pilots develop almost obsessive dedication to completing deliveries. They take pride in maintaining schedules despite weather, mechanical problems, and exhaustion. This culture of determination becomes central to airmail's identity. The service promises faster delivery, and pilots push themselves to fulfill that promise even when conditions argue for staying grounded. Spring of 1919 brings renewed ambition. The Washington to New York route operates reliably enough that postal officials now focus serious planning on the transcontinental service. Survey teams have identified landing fields. Contractors have begun improving facilities. Pilots have gained experience with weather and navigation. The pieces align for attempting something far more ambitious than short regional hops. The first transcontinental route opens in sections rather than all at once. Postal planners recognize that launching the entire system simultaneously invites disaster. Instead, they build eastward and westward from established points, gradually connecting the segments until continuous service becomes possible. The strategy allows for testing and refinement before commitment to the full distance. You follow these developments through newspapers and probably feel both excitement and skepticism. Transcontinental airmail sounds wonderful in theory. In practice, you suspect the reality will involve delays, cancellations, and continued reliance on trains for actual delivery. Still, the audacity of the attempt captures imagination. These pilots will attempt something no one accomplished before. Chicago becomes an early hub, positioned roughly midway between coasts and offering relatively flat approaches from multiple directions. The landing field sits on the grounds of the old checkerboard field, later renamed Maywood Field. Workers grade the surface and construct basic buildings for mail sorting and aircraft maintenance. A telegraph line connects the field to postal headquarters, allowing communication about weather conditions and flight schedules. Pilots begin practicing the Chicago to New York segment through the spring. This route covers about 750 miles and requires 2 or 3 refueling stops depending on winds. The path crosses relatively gentle terrain compared to what awaits in the west, making it ideal for building experience and confidence. By summer, the eastern segment operates daily with reasonable reliability. The western challenge looms larger. Flying from Chicago to San Francisco means crossing the Rockies and Sierra Nevada, mountain ranges that reach above 14,000 feet, while the Jennies struggle to climb past 10,000. Pilots must find passes through the ranges, threading between peaks while fighting unpredictable winds and rapidly changing weather. One wrong turn could send an aircraft into a box canyon with no escape. Fuel management becomes critical because extended detours to avoid weather might leave tanks empty before reaching the next field. Postal officials recruit pilots with specific mountain experience. Several come from barnstorming backgrounds, having flown air shows throughout the West and learned to read terrain from above. These men understand how mountains create their own weather, how afternoon heating causes turbulent updrafts, and how winds accelerate through passes. Their knowledge proves essential for route planning and training other pilots. The transcontinental route opens for business on September 8, 1919. Postal officials stage simultaneous departures from New York and San Francisco, racing mail across the continent in opposite directions. The flights proceed in relays, with pilots covering assigned segments before handing mail to fresh crews. This system allows for continuous progress even though individual pilots cannot fly the entire distance without exhausting themselves. The westbound mail leaves New York early morning and makes steady progress through Pennsylvania and Ohio. Pilots navigate using rivers and railways, stopping for fuel at predetermined fields. Weather cooperates through the day, allowing the relay to stay on schedule. By evening, the mail reaches Chicago, having covered roughly 800 miles. Fresh pilots take over for the next leg. Flying continues through the night over the plains. This represents a new frontier in airmail operations. Earlier flights stuck to daylight hours when pilots could navigate visually. Night flying introduces profound challenges. Pilots cannot see landmarks below. Cloud cover becomes invisible until the plane flies into it. Forced landings in darkness invite disaster since pilots cannot assess ground conditions before touching down. Yet the post office equips some routes with rudimentary lighting systems. Every 25 miles or so, bonfires burn at predetermined points along the route, creating a trail of flames that pilots can follow through darkness. Farmers and ranchers receive payments to maintain these fires on schedule, lighting them at dusk and keeping them burning until dawn. From above, the landscape transforms into a dotted line of orange light stretching toward the horizon. You can imagine flying through that darkness, watching pinpoints of flame appear and disappear below, while the engine roars steadily onward. The fires provide more than navigation. They offer psychological comfort, proof that someone below monitors your progress and cares whether you survive the night. When cloud cover obscures the fires, pilots navigate by compass and hope, counting minutes and calculating distance until the next expected beacon. The mail crosses Wyoming and approaches the Rockies by midnight. Here the route climbs through mountain passes following valleys between peaks. Pilots gain altitude slowly, nursing their engines to maximum performance in thin air. Some carry less fuel than maximum capacity to reduce weight and improve climb rate. This gamble trades safety margin for altitude capability, betting that weather will allow reaching the next field before tanks run dry. Morning finds the relay approaching the Sierra Nevada. This final barrier presents the greatest danger of the entire route. The mountains force aircraft to high altitude where engines struggle and temperatures drop below freezing. Passes through the range funnel wind into fierce currents that can flip a plane or smash it into canyon walls. Pilots time their crossings carefully. Attempting passage during morning calm before afternoon heating creates violent turbulence. The westbound mail arrives in San Francisco around 30 hours after leaving New York, depending on weather and mechanical issues. This represents a dramatic improvement over the 5-day railway journey. The eastbound mail completes similar timing, proving the route works in both directions. Postal officials celebrate the achievement as vindication of their vision. Newspaper headlines proclaim the conquest of distance. Reality proves less triumphant than publicity suggests. The inaugural transcontinental flight succeeded partly through luck. Weather cooperated unusually well for early September. No major mechanical failures disrupted the relays. Pilots pushed through marginal conditions that might normally argue for delays. Subsequent attempts encounter the challenges that inaugural flights avoided. The winter of 1919 brings severe problems. Blizzards close western routes for days at a time. Mountain passes fill with clouds that make navigation impossible. Engine failures increase as cold weather stresses mechanical systems. Several pilots die in crashes, though postal officials continue suppressing detailed accident reports. The transcontinental service operates sporadically rather than reliably, maintaining schedules only when conditions cooperate. Mail volume grows steadily despite service interruptions. Businesses discover that airmail, even with its inconsistencies, offers advantages over railway service. Time-sensitive documents benefit from faster delivery when weather allows flying. The cachet of airmail attracts customers willing to pay premium postage for the novelty and speed. Postal revenues from airmail exceed initial projections, justifying continued investment in the service. Engineers begin developing aircraft specifically designed for mail service, rather than adapting military trainers. The de Havilland DH-4 represents an early purpose-built mail plane with greater cargo capacity and more reliable engine than the Jenny. These aircraft cruise faster and carry heavier loads, making routes more economical. The post office begins replacing Jennies with DH-4s through 1920, gradually improving fleet capability. Pilots develop remarkable skill at navigating through challenging conditions. They memorize routes so thoroughly that they can fly segments in near total darkness, using only occasional glimpses of landmarks. They learn to read cloud patterns and predict weather with accuracy that rivals official forecasts. They master forced landing techniques that allow safe arrivals in tiny fields when engines fail. The best pilots become legends among their peers, respected for judgment and courage. One such pilot, Jack Knight, achieves fame through an extraordinary feat of endurance and determination that comes to define the spirit of early airmail. February of 1921 arrives with bitter cold across the plains. The transcontinental airmail service has operated for nearly 2 years now, building credibility but still facing skepticism about reliability. Critics continue pointing to weather delays and arguing that trains remain more dependable for important mail. Postal officials need a dramatic demonstration that airmail deserves its premium pricing and government support. They decide to stage a special transcontinental flight during February to prove winter operations viable. The flight plan involves continuous relay service from San Francisco to New York, maintaining the mail in transit without overnight storage at intermediate points. This requires night flying across the most dangerous segments, pushing pilots and equipment to their limits. If successful, the demonstration proves airmail can deliver faster than trains regardless of seasonal weather. If it fails, the program faces increased criticism and potential budget cuts. Weather predictions for late February look challenging but not impossible. Cold fronts move across the plains, bringing snow and wind. Mountain regions report heavy clouds and reduced visibility. Coastal areas expect fog. The conditions represent typical winter difficulty rather than extraordinary danger. Postal officials decide to proceed. The westbound relay begins from New York on February 22nd. Pilots carry the mail across Pennsylvania and Ohio without significant problems. The eastern segments benefit from established infrastructure and experienced crews. Mail reaches Chicago on schedule, then continues westward into deteriorating weather. Wyoming presents the critical challenge. Pilots flying that segment must navigate through darkness and snow while crossing high plains where forced landings mean almost certain death from exposure. The designated pilot for the Wyoming segment develops severe illness and cannot fly. Officials scramble to find replacement coverage. Jack Knight happens to be available. He normally flies the North Platte to Cheyenne segment, a relatively short hop compared to what officials now need. They ask Knight to extend his flying through the night, covering not just his assigned route, but continuing eastward to help maintain the relay schedule. Knight agrees without hesitation, despite never having flown the extended route in darkness. You can imagine Knight preparing for this flight. He studies maps by lantern light at the North Platte airfield, memorizing landmarks and calculating compass headings. His aircraft, a DH-4 mail plane, has been serviced and fueled. Mechanics double-check engine systems and inspect control surfaces. Knight dresses in layers against the cold, knowing his open cockpit will expose him to sub-zero temperatures during hours of night flying. The mail arrives at North Platte around 10 o'clock on a frigid evening. Knight loads the sacks into his aircraft and takes off into darkness. He flies eastward using compass navigation and watching for the bonfire beacons below. Snow reduces visibility, but the fires remain visible through falling flakes. Knight settles into the rhythm of long-distance flying, checking instruments, monitoring engine sound, and tracking his position using dead reckoning. Hours pass. The cold penetrates Knight's clothing despite his layers. His goggles ice over repeatedly, forcing him to lift them and squint into freezing wind to see. The engine drones steadily, a reassuring sound that means mechanical systems continue functioning. Below, the landscape appears as formless darkness, occasionally interrupted by dim lights from isolated farms. Knight reaches Omaha around 2 in the morning. He lands, refuels, and learns that the next pilot eastward has called in sick. Officials again ask Knight to continue flying beyond his assigned route. He agrees and takes off again, now covering segments he has never flown before. Navigation becomes guesswork informed by compass and clock. Knight estimates his position by calculating airspeed and elapsed time, hoping his calculations prove accurate. The night wears on. Exhaustion settles over Knight like physical weight. His body aches from cold and prolonged sitting. His eyes burn from staring into darkness. The engine noise creates a hypnotic drone that threatens to lull him toward dangerous inattention. Knight fights sleep by singing to himself, by checking instruments constantly, by focusing on the critical importance of delivering the mail. Dawn breaks over Iowa. Knight sees familiar landscape below and realizes his navigation held accurate through the night. He reaches Iowa City and lands for fuel. Officials there congratulate him on the extraordinary flight, but inform him that the relay continues and the next pilot also cannot fly. Would Knight be willing to push onward to Chicago? He agrees despite approaching 12 hours of continuous flying. The final segment to Chicago tests Knight's remaining reserves. His body operates on instinct and will rather than energy. The controls feel heavy in his numb hands. Landing requires intense concentration to judge height and distance properly. Knight brings the DH-4 down at Maywood Field outside Chicago around 8:30 in the morning, having flown continuously for more than 10 hours and covered more than 700 miles, much of it through darkness over unfamiliar terrain. The mail continues eastward with fresh pilots and reaches New York 33 hours after leaving San Francisco. This shatters the previous transcontinental record and demonstrates that airmail can operate reliably even during winter. Knight's heroic flight becomes front-page news across the country. Newspapers praise his courage and skill. The story captures public imagination and transforms airmail from experimental service into national achievement. Postal officials recognize the value of Knight's accomplishment for building public support. They publicize details of the flight, emphasizing the dedication required to maintain service under difficult conditions. The narrative resonates with American values of individual determination and technological progress. Airmail becomes something to celebrate rather than question. Yet Knight's flight also exposed the human cost of maintaining such demanding service. Pilots regularly flew while exhausted, sick, or inadequately prepared because the mail had to move. The culture of never-quit determination saved operations but destroyed men. Over the following years, dozens of pilots died pushing through conditions that should have grounded them. The Postal Service encouraged this risk-taking by celebrating heroes like Knight, while downplaying the mounting casualties. You might view this tension between achievement and sacrifice with mixed feelings. Knight's dedication seems admirable until you consider how the system relied on individual pilots gambling with their lives to maintain schedules. The faster mail delivery benefits society, but at significant personal cost to those flying the routes. Progress demands sacrifice, but who should bear that cost remains an uncomfortable question. The demonstration flight's success leads to increased airmail funding and route expansion. Congress appropriates additional money for improving facilities and acquiring better aircraft. The post office establishes new routes connecting secondary cities to the main transcontinental line. More pilots receive training and deployment. The system grows more sophisticated and capable. Night flying expands from experimental to routine. Postal officials invest in improved lighting systems, replacing bonfires with rotating beacons powered by generators. These beacons project powerful light beams visible for dozens of miles in clear conditions. Engineers space them at regular intervals along major routes, creating an aerial highway that pilots can follow through darkness. This beacon network represents significant infrastructure investment, but proves essential for reliable night operations. Radio communication begins entering aviation, though early systems remain crude and unreliable. Pilots carry primitive receivers that pick up weather broadcasts from ground stations. The information helps with flight planning, but offers limited assistance once airborne. two-way radio communication remains years away from practical implementation, pilots still operate in essential isolation once they leave the ground, relying on skill and judgment without external guidance. Aircraft continue improving. Engine reliability increases through better manufacturing and maintenance procedures. Airframes become sturdier to handle rough landings and severe weather. Instrumentation improves, giving pilots better information about altitude, speed, and engine performance. These incremental advances make flying safer and more predictable, reducing the heroic pilot versus nature narrative that characterized early operations. The mail itself changes in response to airmail availability. Businesses design their correspondence around faster delivery, sending time-sensitive documents by air while routing routine mail by train. Special airmail stationery appears, decorated with aviation themes and marked for priority handling. Collectors begin saving airmail stamps and covers, recognizing their historical significance. An entire subculture develops around this new form of communication. You witness your world accelerating. Letters that once required a week now arrive in days or hours. Business transactions complete faster. News travels more quickly. The psychological shift proves as significant as the practical benefits. Distance begins feeling less insurmountable. California seems closer to New York than geography suggests. The country shrinks in mental maps as physical barriers lose some of their weight. The early 1920s bring rapid development to airmail systems. Postal officials recognize that sustained success requires more than brave pilots and adequate aircraft. The service needs systematic infrastructure, standardized procedures, and technological improvements that reduce reliance on individual heroics. The barnstorming era of airmail begins transitioning towards something resembling modern commercial aviation. Weather forecasting becomes a central focus. The post office establishes weather stations at major airfields along transcontinental routes. Meteorologists collect data on temperature, barometric pressure, wind speed, and cloud conditions. They compile this information into forecasts distributed to pilots before departure. The forecasts remain crude by later standards, but they provide more reliable information than pilot intuition alone. Communication networks link weather stations through telegraph and telephone lines. Forecasters in different regions share observations and track storm systems moving across the country. This coordination allows them to predict weather patterns with improving accuracy. Pilots receive updates about conditions along their routes and can adjust flight plans accordingly. The information sometimes prevents flights into dangerous weather that earlier pilots would have encountered without warning. Navigation technology advances beyond compass and clock. Engineers develop improved instruments that help pilots maintain proper heading and altitude. The first primitive artificial horizons appear, giving pilots reference for level flight when visual cues disappear in clouds or darkness. Altimeters become more accurate, reducing the risk of controlled flight into terrain when descending through reduced visibility. The beacon system expands dramatically. By 1924, lighted airways connect major cities across the entire transcontinental route. Pilots flying at night see a line of rotating beacons stretching ahead, each one confirming they remain on course. The beacons flash in sequence, creating a visual pathway through darkness that transforms night, flying from desperate navigation to routine procedure. Each beacon site includes emergency landing facilities where possible. Fields near beacons receive improvements to support night operations. Some install electric lighting to illuminate landing surfaces after dark. Pilots facing mechanical problems or weather difficulties can aim for the nearest beacon and attempt emergency landing with better chances of survival than random field selection offered. The post office begins painting large identifying markers on buildings near major landing fields. These markers feature city names in letters dozens of feet tall, visible from altitude. Pilots can confirm their position by spotting these markers, rather than guessing based on landscape features. The system works best in clear weather, but provides valuable confirmation even when conditions reduce visibility. Aircraft manufacturers compete to build better mail planes. The Douglas M series enters service with enclosed cockpits that protect pilots from weather. These aircraft cruise faster than earlier open cockpit designs and carry heavier mail loads. The Liberty engine becomes standard for mail service, offering more power and better reliability than older motors. Maintenance improves as mechanics gain experience with specific aircraft types and develop expertise in troubleshooting common problems. Pilot training becomes more formalised and comprehensive. The Post Office establishes a training program that requires candidates to complete specific flight hours and demonstrate proficiency in instrument flying, navigation, and emergency procedures. The program reduces reliance on military-trained pilots and creates a pipeline of aviators specifically prepared for mail service. Washout rates run high as instructors maintain strict standards, but graduates demonstrate consistent competence. The culture begins shifting away from cowboys and toward professionals. Early airmail attracted adventurous personalities willing to take extraordinary risks. As the service matures, officials prefer pilots who exercise good judgment and follow procedures rather than relying on individual brilliance. This transition creates tension with older pilots who resent increased regulation and standardization. Some leave the service rather than adapt to new expectations. Safety statistics improve dramatically through the mid-1920s. Fatal accidents decrease as infrastructure, training and equipment reach adequate levels. The death rate among pilots drops from horrifying to merely concerning. Families of airmail pilots still worry every time their loved ones fly, but the odds of survival improve significantly compared to the early years when casualty rates approached wartime levels. Mail volume continues growing as reliability increases. Businesses embrace airmail for time-sensitive correspondence. Stock certificates, legal documents, and contract proposals fly across the country rather than travelling by train. The premium postage for airmail seems worthwhile when delivery time matters. Postal revenues from airmail exceed operating costs for the first time, making the service financially sustainable rather than experimental subsidy. Private companies begin expressing interest in operating airmail routes under contract rather than having postal employees fly the planes. This proposal generates intense debate. Supporters argue that private operators will innovate faster and operate more efficiently than government bureaucracy allows. Critics worry that profit motive will compromise safety and service quality. The discussion foreshadows broader questions about government versus private operation of infrastructure and services. Congress passes the Contract Airmail Act in 1925, opening routes to competitive bidding from private carriers. The legislation represents a watershed moment for aviation. Private companies now have incentive to invest in aircraft, facilities, and personnel with expectation of reasonable return. This changes aviation from government experiment to commercial industry practically overnight. The first contracts go to small operators who bid aggressively for specific routes. Colonial Air Transport wins the Boston to New York route. Robertson Aircraft Corporation secures the mail contract between Chicago and St. Louis. Western Air Express takes the route connecting Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. These companies buy aircraft, hire pilots, and begin operations with mixed success. Some early contractors fail quickly. Undercapitalized operations cannot sustain losses during weather delays or mechanical problems. Inexperienced management makes poor decisions about equipment and routing. A few companies cut corners on maintenance or push pilots beyond safe limits, resulting in crashes that destroy both aircraft and reputation. The industry experiences painful consolidation as weak operators fold and stronger companies absorb their routes. Yet successful contractors demonstrate that commercial aviation can thrive. Western Air Express operates profitably by combining mail revenue with passenger service. The company discovers that wealthy individuals will pay substantial fares to fly rather than taking trains. A businessman can board a plane in Los Angeles in the morning and conduct business in Salt Lake City that afternoon, returning home by evening. This time, savings justifies premium pricing for those who value speed. Aircraft design begins reflecting passenger requirements alongside mail operations. Manufacturers build enclosed cabins with seats, heating, and basic amenities. These aircraft cost more than simple mail haulers, but generate revenue from multiple sources. The economics work when passenger fares supplement postal payments. Airlines emerge as distinct entities from mail carriers, though mail contracts remain crucial for financial viability. You notice commercial aviation entering everyday life during these years. Newspapers carry airline advertisements promoting passenger service. Friends or colleagues mention flying somewhere rather than taking the train. The novelty factor persists, but aviation gradually normalizes from spectacular to merely remarkable. The transition happens incrementally rather than suddenly, but looking back across a few years reveals profound change. Navigation continues improving through technological innovation. Radio beacons supplement visual lighting systems. Pilots tune receivers to specific frequencies and follow radio signals toward transmitting stations. This technology works through clouds and fog when visual beacons disappear. Early radio navigation remains imperfect, subject to interference and equipment failures, but it represents significant advance over pure dead reckoning. The post office begins closing its own flying operations as contracts transfer routes to private carriers. The transition completes by 1927, ending direct postal operation of aircraft. The government retains responsibility for airmail service, but contracts all actual flying to commercial operators. This model persists with modifications through subsequent decades, establishing the pattern of government regulation combined with private operation. Airmail stamps become increasingly elaborate and collectible. The post office issues special stamps commemorating aviation achievements or honouring pioneering pilots. These stamps feature dramatic artwork showing aircraft in flight, portraits of aviation heroes, and patriotic imagery celebrating American technological prowess. Collectors eagerly seek first-day covers and rare varieties. Stamp collecting connects to aviation enthusiasm, creating a hobby that persists long after the innovations it celebrates become commonplace. The infrastructure built for airmail creates foundations for passenger airlines to expand. Routes proven viable for mail service attract passenger operations. Landing fields developed for postal aircraft become commercial airports. Navigation systems installed for mail pilots serve passenger flights equally well. The entire ecosystem of commercial aviation grows from seeds planted by the airmail program. By the late 1920s, commercial aviation has transformed from experiment to industry. Airlines operate dozens of routes across the country, carrying mail, cargo, and increasing numbers of passengers. Aircraft manufacturers produce planes specifically designed for commercial service. Airports replace crude landing fields with paved runways and terminal buildings. The barnstorming era fades into nostalgia as professional operations take over. You might consider booking a flight during this period. The ticket costs substantially more than train fare, but the time savings tempt you. A transcontinental flight now takes about 30 hours with multiple stops for refueling and crew changes. This represents dramatic improvement over the 5-day train journey, though comfort remains questionable. Aircraft cabins are noisy, cold at altitude, and subject to turbulence that leaves passengers airsick and miserable. Airlines compete on service quality since routes and schedules remain similar. Some carriers offer meals during flights, serving sandwiches and coffee to passengers. Stewards assist travellers with luggage and answer questions about the flight. A few airlines experiment with stewardesses, believing female attendants will reassure nervous passengers and add refinement to the experience. These pioneering flight attendants must meet strict requirements for age, height, weight, and nursing qualifications. Safety improves but remains a legitimate concern. Fatal crashes still occur regularly, though at lower rates than earlier years. Airlines publicise safety measures and pilot qualifications to build public confidence. Some carriers hire former military pilots with distinguished records, advertising their experience as proof of reliability. Insurance companies begin offering flight insurance, Recognizing both the risk and the market for managing anxiety about flying, aircraft continue evolving toward larger, more capable designs. The Ford Trimitar enters service in 1926, featuring 3 engines and all-metal construction. This aircraft carries up to 12 passengers in relative comfort, cruising at speeds around 100 miles per hour. Airlines appreciate the redundancy of multiple engines, which allows continued flight even if one engine fails. The Trimitar becomes iconic for its reliability and distinctive corrugated aluminum skin. Boeing introduces the Model 80 in 1928, designed specifically for passenger service rather than adapted from mail haulers. This aircraft features enclosed heated cabin with upholstered seats and soundproofing that reduces engine noise. Windows allow passengers to watch landscape below. The cabin feels almost luxurious compared to earlier aircraft, where passengers huddled in cold, noisy compartments, barely modified from cargo holds. Navigation technology advances rapidly. Radio ranges provide more accurate guidance than rotating beacons alone. Pilots tune their receivers to specific stations and fly headings that keep them centered on the signal. This system works regardless of visibility, allowing flight through clouds that would have grounded earlier aircraft. Weather information becomes more detailed and timely as meteorological networks expand. Instrument flying develops as distinct skill set. Pilots learn to control aircraft using only instruments when visual references disappear. This requires trust in gauges rather than physical sensations, since human equilibrium misleads in clouds or darkness. Training programs teach pilots to fight disorientation and maintain level flight using artificial horizon, altimeter, and compass. The transition from visual to instrument flying represents conceptual leap as significant as learning to fly originally. Airlines begin offering coast-to-coast service without overnight stops. These flights depart in the evening and arrive the following morning, allowing passengers to sleep aboard while crossing the country. The aircraft include primitive sleeping berths, basically padded shelves where passengers rest fully clothed. Sleep quality suffers from noise and turbulence, but the concept appeals to travellers who value time over comfort. Airmail rates drop as competition and efficiency reduce operating costs. The lower rates make airmail accessible to more customers, rather than remaining luxury service. Businesses routinely send correspondence by air. Individuals use airmail for important personal letters. The volume increases steadily, justifying investment in larger aircraft and more frequent flights. International airmail begins connecting the United States to other countries. Pan American Airways establishes routes to Latin America, carrying mail and passengers across the Caribbean and down the South American coast. These international operations require different aircraft capable of overwater flight and navigation without landmarks. Flying boats become common for international routes, able to land on water where runways don't exist. Europe develops similar airmail and passenger networks, connecting major cities through airline routes. The Atlantic Ocean remains too wide for aircraft of this era to cross directly, so transatlantic mail still travels by ship. Engineers dream of aircraft capable of spanning oceans, but the technology remains years away from reality. The Atlantic represents the final frontier for aviation, challenging but seemingly achievable. The economic boom of the 1920s fuels aviation investment. Stock prices for aircraft manufacturers and airlines rise dramatically as investors anticipate continued growth. New airlines launch regularly, competing for routes and customers. Some succeed through smart management and good fortune. Others fail within months, casualties of overcrowded markets and thin profit margins. The post office continues administering airmail contracts, but shifts toward regulation as primary function. Officials establish safety standards for aircraft and operational procedures. They certify pilots and mechanics to ensure minimum competency. They investigate accidents and issue recommendations for preventing similar incidents. The regulatory role expands as commercial aviation grows more complex and consequential. You watch your world shrink through these years. Cities once separated by days of travel now connect in hours. Business conducted across the country happens at accelerated pace. The country feels more unified as distance loses some of its isolating power. Regional differences persist, but the barriers between regions weaken. The cultural impact extends beyond practical communication. Aviation captures popular imagination through the late 1920s. Movies feature aviation themes. Magazines publish articles about pilots and aircraft. Children play games involving airplanes. The conquest of the sky becomes central narrative in American identity, proof of technological prowess and adventurous spirit. Charles Lindbergh's solo flight across the Atlantic in 1927 amplifies aviation enthusiasm to fever pitch. His achievement demonstrates that oceans no longer represent absolute barriers. If one determined pilot can cross the Atlantic alone, surely commercial aircraft will follow within years. The flight inspires a generation to pursue aviation careers and convinces investors that aviation represents the future. Airlines expand rapidly in the wake of Lindbergh's flight. New routes connect more cities. Aircraft orders increase dramatically. Airports improve facilities to handle growing traffic. The industry experiences explosive growth that seems sustainable until economic reality intrudes. The stock market crash of 1929 devastates aviation along with everything else. Airlines face plummeting passenger numbers as people curtail discretionary spending. Investors withdraw funding. Aircraft manufacturers cancel orders and lay off workers. The industry contracts sharply and painfully. Yet airmail provides stability during the Depression. Postal contracts continue regardless of economic conditions, giving airlines guaranteed revenue even when passenger traffic collapses. Many carriers survive the Depression solely because mail payments cover operating costs. The investment in airmail infrastructure during the 1920s pays dividends by preserving commercial aviation through economic catastrophe. The 1930s find commercial aviation battered, but alive. Airlines that survived the Depression emerge leaner and more focused. They learn to operate efficiently with reduced passenger loads while relying on mail revenue for survival. The industry matures through adversity, developing business practices that emphasize sustainability over explosive growth. This foundation supports eventual recovery and expansion. Aircraft design advances significantly during the decade. The Douglas DC-3 enters service in 1935 and revolutionizes commercial aviation. This aircraft carries 21 passengers at cruising speeds above 150 miles per hour. It features retractable landing gear that reduces drag and improves efficiency. The DC-3 proves so successful that it dominates airline fleets for decades, with many remaining in service into the 21st century. Passenger comfort improves dramatically in modern aircraft. Cabins include heating, ventilation, and soundproofing that make flying pleasant rather than endurance test. Airlines serve meals prepared in galley kitchens aboard the aircraft. Flight attendants provide attentive service. The experience begins approaching train travel for comfort while maintaining aviation's speed advantage. Radio communication becomes standard equipment. Pilots can contact ground stations to receive weather updates, position information, and landing instructions. Controllers begin directing air traffic to prevent collisions and organize efficient flow of aircraft. The system remains primitive compared to later radar-based control, but it represents significant improvement over the isolation of earlier flying. Instrument landing systems allow aircraft to land in poor visibility. Radio beams guide planes down to runways even when fog obscures visual references. This technology extends operational capability and improves safety margins. Weather that once grounded all flights now merely requires instrument approaches. The percentage of successful completions increases as technology compensates for environmental challenges. Airlines begin offering profitable passenger service without depending entirely on mail contracts. Improved aircraft efficiency and higher load factors make routes economically viable through ticket sales alone. Mail remains an important revenue source. but airlines diversify income and reduce dependence on postal contracts. This financial independence allows growth beyond routes the post office chooses to subsidise. International aviation expands rapidly. Pan American establishes trans-Pacific routes connecting the United States to Asia. These flights use flying boats that land at island bases across the Pacific, refueling and continuing westward. The journeys take days with multiple stops, but they connect continents that previously required weeks of sea travel to reach. Transatlantic passenger service begins in earnest by the late 1930s. Flying boats cross the ocean with paying passengers, proving commercial viability of the route. The flights remain expensive and exclusive, catering to wealthy travellers and business executives. But the technical achievement demonstrates that oceans no longer isolate continents. Military aviation develops alongside commercial operations. Governments recognise aircraft's strategic importance and invest heavily in military capabilities. Bomber and fighter designs advance rapidly as nations prepare for potential conflict. Many innovations from military programs transfer to commercial aviation, improving safety and performance. World War II transforms aviation completely. Military demand for aircraft creates massive production increases. Manufacturers build thousands of planes annually, developing efficient assembly processes and quality control systems. Pilots receive training in unprecedented numbers. Navigation and communication technologies advance rapidly under wartime pressure. The war years also prove commercial aviation's value for moving people and cargo quickly across vast distances. Military operations depend on air transport for supply and personnel movement. The logistics networks developed during the war establish patterns that commercial aviation will follow in peacetime. Routes proven valuable for military purposes become commercial corridors after hostilities end. You witness the final transformation of aviation from novelty to necessity during the 1940s. Wartime experience makes flying familiar to millions who served in military or travelled on troop transports. The mystique fades as ordinary people discover that flying, while still remarkable, has become routine rather than extraordinary. The psychological barrier falls along with the technical obstacles. Post-war aviation explodes with pent-up demand and surplus aircraft. Airlines buy military transports and convert them for civilian use. New carriers launch to serve routes neglected during the war. Airports expand to handle increasing traffic. The industry enters boom period that continues through subsequent decades. Jet engines appear in military aircraft late in the war and gradually transfer to commercial aviation. These power plants offer speed and efficiency impossible with propeller-driven designs. The first commercial jets enter service in the 1950s, slashing travel times and inaugurating the modern era of aviation. A transcontinental flight that took 30 hours in 1930 now completes in 5 hours aboard a jet airliner. The airmail program that started everything fades into background as aviation matures. Mail still flies aboard commercial aircraft, but it represents routine cargo rather than pioneering service. The special airmail postage disappears as all first-class mail travels by air whenever practical. The innovation becomes standard practice, invisible through ubiquity. Yet the legacy persists in ways both obvious and subtle. Every time you board a commercial flight, you benefit from infrastructure and procedures developed during the airmail era. The navigation systems, communication protocols, safety regulations, and operational practices all trace lineage back to those early pilots flying mail across the country in open cockpit biplanes. The beacon lights are long gone, replaced by sophisticated electronics, but they serve the same purpose of guiding aircraft safely through darkness. The pilots who flew airmail demonstrated that commercial aviation could work if people proved willing to push through challenges. Their courage and determination built credibility that attracted investment and public support. Without their example, commercial aviation might have developed decades later or taken different form. The path they pioneered became the route everyone followed. You live in a world transformed by their efforts. Distance barely constrains communication anymore. You can send messages globally in seconds. You can travel continents in hours. These capabilities seem natural now, barely worth noting. But they represent revolution in human experience, fundamental change in how distance shapes life and relationships. That revolution began with pilots flying mail through the night, guided by bonfires and hope. The story of airmail reminds us that transformative change often starts with small, imperfect experiments. The first flights seemed absurd to skeptics who saw only crashes and delays. But persistent effort improved the technology and proved the concept. What began as government experiment became commercial industry that reshaped civilization. Tonight, as you drift towards sleep, perhaps you hear the distant sound of an aircraft passing overhead. That plane likely carries mail along with passengers and cargo, continuing the tradition started a century ago by adventurous pilots in primitive aircraft. The technology has advanced beyond recognition, but the fundamental mission remains unchanged. Moving information and people quickly across distance, connecting a world that grows smaller with each passing year. Rest well, my tired dumplings. Tomorrow, when you need to send an urgent message or travel somewhere quickly, you'll benefit from infrastructure those early pilots built with their courage and determination. The sky that once seemed an impassable barrier has become a highway connecting everywhere to everywhere else. And it all began with someone deciding that letters should fly. The year is 1765. London's Docklands stretch along the Thames like a living creature that breathes with the rhythm of tides and trade. You're about to step into a world where ships arrive from every corner of the globe, where the river shapes every hour of the day, and where communities have built their entire existence around the slow, steady pulse of maritime commerce. You wake before dawn in your small room above a chandler's shop on Wapping High Street. The darkness outside your window holds a peculiar quality you've learned to read over years of living here. You can tell from the silence that the tide is out. The usual creaking of moored vessels is absent. Instead, there is only the distant call of gulls and the soft whisper of wind moving through empty rigging. Your bed is narrow but comfortable enough. The mattress is stuffed with straw that you replaced just last month. The blanket covering you came from a merchant ship that arrived from the American colonies 3 years ago. It still carries a faint smell of tobacco, even after dozens of washings. You have grown fond of that smell. It reminds you of places you will likely never see. The room is cold. September mornings carry a chill that seeps through the gaps around your window frame. You can see your breath forming small clouds in the dim light. The floorboards are icy beneath your feet as you stand. You dress quickly in the same clothes you wear every day, thick woolen breeches, a linen shirt that has been mended so many times the original fabric is barely visible, a waistcoat that once belonged to your father, heavy stockings, leather shoes with wooden soles that clatter pleasingly against cobblestones. You make your way down the narrow staircase. The steps are worn smooth in the middle, from decades of feet ascending and descending. Your hand trails along the wall for balance. The plaster feels damp under your fingertips. Everything near the river holds moisture. You have accepted this as a basic fact of Docklands life. The street outside is still dark. A lamplighter makes his rounds, extinguishing the oil lamps one by one. He nods at you without speaking. You have seen him perform this same task every morning for 8 years. You do not know his name. He does not know yours. This seems perfectly acceptable to both of you. The cobblestones gleam with dew. Your shoes make sharp sounds that echo between the buildings. Most of the structures here lean slightly toward the river, as if drawn by some invisible force. The buildings are a mix of timber and brick. Many have shops on the ground floor and living quarters above. A few have cellars that flood during spring tides. The owners accept this with remarkable calm. You walk toward the river. The air grows thicker with each step. Salt and mud combine with wood smoke and tar. There is also the smell of fish. Always fish. The Thames is full of them. Salmon still swim upriver in the autumn. Eels hide in the mud. Fishermen sell their catches directly from boats moored at the stairs. You reach a set of stone steps leading down to the river. The tide is indeed out. The Thames has retreated, leaving behind a wide expanse of mud and stones. You can see the hulls of ships resting on the riverbed. They sit at odd angles, waiting for the water to return and lift them upright again. This happens twice every day. The entire rhythm of Docklands work depends on these tidal movements. A few other early risers have gathered near the water. They stand in small groups, studying the sky and the river. One man chews on a piece of bread. Another smokes a pipe. The tobacco smell mixes with the river scents. Someone coughs. The sound carries across the mud flats and bounces back from the opposite shore. The sky begins to lighten in the east. The darkness shifts from black to deep blue, then to pale grey. Colours emerge gradually. The brown of the mud, the green-grey of the water, the red brick of warehouses, the white stone of the stairs. You watch this transformation happen the same way every morning. It never becomes boring. A ship sits anchored in deeper water about 100 yards from shore. You recognise her lines. She is the Mary Catherine, a merchant vessel that left London 6 months ago bound for the Caribbean. She returned 2 days ago, but had to wait for a berth. Today she will finally unload her cargo. You will be part of the crew that empties her hold. The ship's rigging stands out against the brightening sky. Lines and cables create patterns that look almost decorative. But every rope has a purpose. Every knot performs a specific function. Sailors live their entire lives learning these systems. You have picked up enough knowledge to understand the basics. More than that seems unnecessary for a dock worker. Other ships fill the river. Some sit at anchor like the Mary Catherine. Others are moored to buoys or tied directly to wharves. A few small boats move between the larger vessels. These are lighters, flat-bottomed craft used to ferry cargo from ship to shore when the tide is wrong for direct unloading. You have worked on lighters many times. The work is back-breaking, but the pay is slightly better than regular dock labour. The first merchants begin to appear. They arrive in sedan chairs or small carriages. Their clothing is noticeably finer than yours. Silk waistcoats, beaver hats, shoe buckles that catch the growing light. They gather in small groups consulting papers and ledgers. Their cargo is aboard the ships waiting to be unloaded. They want to verify quantities and check for damage. This is understandable. Fortunes can disappear between the West Indies and London. A foreman you know by sight approaches the group of workers. His name is Thomas Wickham. He has been organising dock labour for 15 years. He knows every ship, every merchant, every type of cargo that moves through this section of the Thames. He also knows which workers are reliable and which ones drink their wages before the week is out. Wickham studies the assembled men. His gaze passes over you and moves on. You have been selected for work today without any need for words. Others are not so fortunate. Some men are waved away. They turn and trudge back toward the streets, hoping to find work elsewhere. The docks operate on a brutal simplicity. If you are chosen, you eat. If you are not, you do not. The selected workers gather closer to Wickham. He explains the day's tasks in a voice roughened by years of shouting over wind and waves. The Mary Catherine will be unloaded starting at high tide. That will be around 9 o'clock this morning. Until then, there is other work. Barrels need to be rolled from a warehouse to a waiting cart. Timber needs to be sorted and stacked. Ropes need to be coiled and stored. The docks never stop moving entirely. You're assigned to the barrel rolling crew. 6 men working together can move remarkable amounts of cargo in a few hours. The barrels contain sugar from Jamaica. Each one weighs more than you do. They are designed to be rolled on their edges by teams working in careful coordination. The technique looks simple, but requires practice. New workers often lose control of barrels. The heavy containers can crush feet or fingers with ease. The warehouse is dim and cool inside. Hundreds of barrels are stacked 3 high along the walls. The smell of molasses is overwhelming, sweet and thick and slightly fermented. It coats the inside of your nose and throat. After an hour of working in the warehouse, you will be able to taste sugar for the rest of the day. The first barrel is tipped onto its edge. You and another worker guide it toward the door. The barrel wants to roll too quickly. You must lean against it, using your body weight as a brake. The rhythm is established through long practice. Tip, roll, stop. Tip, roll, stop. Your muscles remember the sequence even when your mind wanders. Outside, the morning has fully arrived. Sunlight slants between buildings and reflects off the river. The tide has begun to turn. You can see water creeping back up the mud flats. In a few hours, the Thames will be high enough for ships to come alongside the wharves. Until then, the work continues in the warehouses and yards. The barrels are loaded onto a cart pulled by 2 massive horses. The animals stand patiently while workers secure the cargo with ropes and chains. These horses are accustomed to dock work. They do not startle at sudden noises or unexpected movements. Their calm presence is almost meditative. You pause to pat one on the shoulder. The horse's coat is warm and slightly damp with sweat. By mid-morning, your back aches and your hands are raw. This is normal. Dock work is never gentle on the body. But you are young enough that recovery comes quickly. A night of sleep erases most of the pain. Older workers are not so fortunate. You have seen men in their 50s who can barely straighten their spines. The docks consume bodies the way the river consumes wood, slowly but completely. The river rises with surprising speed once the tide commits to coming in. The mud flats disappear beneath brown water. Ships that were resting on the bottom begin to float. They shift and settle, finding their natural positions in the current. Ropes tighten, anchor chains grow taut. The entire river seems to wake up and stretch. The Mary Catherine is warped toward the wharf using a system of ropes and pulleys. Sailors aboard the ship work the capstan while dock workers on shore pull guide ropes. The vessel moves sideways through the water, covering the distance inch by inch. This process takes nearly an hour. Rushing would risk damage to the ship or the wharf. Neither outcome would be acceptable. Finally, the Mary Catherine settles against the wharf with a gentle bump. Thick ropes are secured to massive iron bollards. The ship is positioned perfectly for unloading. Her cargo hatches face the warehouse doors. Everything is aligned to make the transfer of goods as efficient as possible. You are part of the crew that will enter the hold and pass cargo up to the deck. This is considered desirable work. The hold offers protection from weather. The pay is the same as working on deck, but the effort is sometimes less. You descend a ladder into darkness that smells of wood and spices and something indefinably tropical. The hold is surprisingly organised. Barrels and crates are secured with rope netting. Everything is labelled and numbered. The ship's manifest lists every item by location. This system prevents chaos during unloading. Without it, the process would take weeks instead of days. Light filters down through the open hatch above. Your eyes adjust slowly. Shapes emerge from the darkness. You can make out individual barrels now. Some contain sugar, others hold rum. There are crates of indigo dye and bundles of mahogany wood. The entire economy of Empire is packed into this one ship's hold. The work begins. You and 3 other men form a chain. The first man selects a barrel and tips it onto its edge. He rolls it to the second man. The second man guides it to the third. The third man positions it beneath the hatch. A rope sling is lowered from above. The barrel is secured and hoisted to the deck. The process repeats endlessly. After the first hour, you stop thinking about individual barrels. The work becomes automatic. Your body knows what to do without instruction from your mind. This allows you to think about other things. You wonder what the Caribbean islands look like. You imagine palm trees and white sand beaches. These images come from descriptions you have heard in taverns. You have no idea if they are accurate. A rat scurries across a beam above your head, then another. The ship is full of rats. They came aboard in some distant port and survived the entire voyage. Some will leave the ship here in London. They will join the existing population of wharf rats. The docks support thousands of the creatures. You have long since stopped being bothered by their presence. The work continues through the morning. Barrel after barrel rises through the hatch and disappears onto the deck. Above, you can hear the sounds of cargo being moved across the wharf and into the warehouse. Wheels rumble on cobblestones. Men shout instructions. A merchant argues about damaged goods. His voice carries a tone of theatrical outrage that suggests he makes this same complaint at every unloading. You pause to drink water from a leather flask. The water tastes of the river because that is where it came from. Dock workers do not question the source of their drinking water. You have survived this long drinking from the Thames. Presumably you will continue to survive. The air in the hold grows warm as the day progresses. Sunlight pours through the hatch. Dust particles dance in the light beam. You can see them swirling and settling. Some of the dust is sugar. Some is sawdust from crates. Some is simply the accumulated debris of a long ocean voyage. By noon, a significant portion of the cargo has been removed. The hold looks less crowded. You can move more freely. The remaining barrels are deeper in the ship, requiring more effort to reach them. You crawl over stacks of goods, squeezing through narrow gaps. Your clothes snag on rough wood. Your knees protest against the hard surfaces. A bell rings somewhere in the distance. This signals the midday break. Work stops immediately. The men in the hold climb the ladder to the deck. Fresh air hits your face like a blessing. After hours in the dim hold, the brightness of full day is almost painful. You squint and cover your eyes until they adjust. The wharf is busy with activity. Cargo is stacked everywhere in careful arrangements. Clerks move among the goods, checking items against ledgers. Merchants inspect their purchases. A customs officer watches everything with the bored expression of someone who has seen it all before. You make your way to a small courtyard behind one of the warehouses. This is where dock workers gather during breaks. A woman sells meat pies from a cart. The pies cost a penny each. You buy one and find a place to sit on a low wall. The pie is hot enough to burn your fingers. You juggle it from hand to hand while it cools. The crust is thick and greasy. The filling contains meat of uncertain origin. It might be pork, it might be beef, it might be something else entirely. You do not ask questions. The pie fills your stomach and provides energy for the afternoon's work. That is sufficient. Other workers gather in small groups. Some eat, some smoke pipes. A few simply lie on the cobblestones and close their eyes. The break lasts 30 minutes. Every man uses the time according to his own needs. You watch the river while you eat. The tide is at its peak now. The Thames is full and wide and busy with traffic. Small boats dart between larger vessels. A naval ship moves slowly downriver, heading for the sea. Her gun ports are closed, but you can see the shapes of cannons behind them. The ship represents power that you will never possess. This does not bother you particularly. A merchant ship passes close to the wharf. You can see sailors working on deck. They move with practiced efficiency, adjusting sails and coiling ropes. One man climbs the rigging with remarkable speed. He reaches the top of the mast and perches there, looking out over London. You wonder what the city looks like from that height. The break ends too quickly. The foreman calls out and workers begin to move. You brush crumbs from your shirt and prepare to descend back into the hold. The afternoon will be much like the morning. More barrels, more crates, more endless repetition. But the work will end eventually. Evening will come, you will be paid. These facts make the labour bearable. The hold feels even warmer in the afternoon. Sunlight slants through the hatch at a different angle now. The light reveals corners that were shadowed before. You discover more cargo tucked into these spaces. Small crates marked with careful handwriting. Bundles wrapped in oiled cloth. Everything is noted on the manifest. Nothing is left to chance. The rhythm of work resumes. Your muscles have loosened during the break. The labour feels slightly easier now. You fall into the pattern without conscious thought. Reach, lift, carry, roll, secure, signal. The sequence repeats until it becomes something close to meditation. One of the other workers starts singing. His voice is rough but tuneful. The song is about a sailor's wife waiting in Portsmouth. Other men join in on the chorus. The singing makes the work pass more quickly. Music has always served this purpose in work that requires coordinated effort. Sailors use shanties. Field workers use harvest songs. Dock workers use whatever comes to mind. A crate breaks open as it is being lifted. The contents spill across the deck of the hold. Dozens of small packages wrapped in wax paper. One splits and reveals coffee beans. The smell is immediate and intense, rich and dark and slightly bitter. You have tasted coffee exactly once in your life. A merchant gave you a cup as payment for extra work. You remember the taste clearly, strong and strange and oddly compelling. The spilled beans are carefully collected and returned to the broken crate. Nothing is wasted. Even damaged goods have value. The crate is marked for the merchant's attention. He will decide whether to accept the damage or demand compensation. These decisions happen far above your level of concern. The work continues. More barrels emerge from the depths of the hold. Some are marked with symbols you do not recognize. These represent trading companies or merchant houses. Each symbol is a kind of language that speaks of ownership and origin. You have learned to identify a few of the more common marks. This knowledge serves no practical purpose, but satisfies a quiet curiosity. You notice that the quality of goods varies significantly. Some crates are beautifully made with tight joints and smooth surfaces. Others are rough assemblies that barely hold together. The better crates likely contain more valuable cargo. Or perhaps they simply had better carpenters in their port of origin. There is no way to know for certain. A large crate requires 4 men to move. You position yourself at one corner and wait for the count. On 3, you lift together. The weight is substantial but manageable with proper technique. You walk in careful unison, moving the crate toward the hatch. Communication happens through small adjustments and shared understanding. Words are unnecessary. The crate is secured and hoisted to the deck. You catch a glimpse of blue sky through the hatch before the next load blocks your view. That brief moment of open air feels like a gift. You realise you've been working in the hold for hours without seeing the world above. Time behaves strangely in enclosed spaces. Another worker asks if you know what is in the large crate. You do not. He suggests it might be furniture, mahogany chairs or tables made in Jamaica for wealthy London households. This seems plausible. The weight and size are appropriate. But the manifest would tell the true story. Neither of you can read well enough to check. The pile of cargo in the hold diminishes steadily. Floor space opens up. You can see the curve of the ship's hull now. Water has seeped in at some point during the voyage. The lowest point of the hold is damp. Puddles reflect the light from above. You avoid stepping in them without thinking. Wet feet lead to blisters. Blisters lead to infection. These are facts understood by anyone who works with their body. A call comes from above. The foreman wants 2 men to help on deck. You and another worker climb the ladder. The change from dim hold to bright deck is momentarily disorienting. You blink and squint until your vision adjusts. The river spreads before you, glittering in afternoon sun. The sight never fails to please you despite its familiarity. On deck, you are directed to help move cargo that has already been unloaded. Barrels need to be rolled along the wharf to a warehouse 50 yards away. This is simple work, but requires constant attention. A runaway barrel can cause serious damage. You have seen men injured by cargo that escaped control. The memory keeps you focused. You establish a rhythm with your partner, 1 barrel at a time. Roll it carefully along the wooden planks of the wharf. Watch for uneven boards or gaps. Guide the barrel through the warehouse door. Position it according to the clerk's instructions. Return for the next one. The sequence is straightforward but physically demanding. The wharf is crowded with cargo from multiple ships. Workers move between stacks of goods like streams flowing around stones. Everyone knows to watch for moving loads and stay clear of active work areas. Accidents happen when people become careless or distracted. The docks have no patience for inattention. Between trips, you catch fragments of conversations, merchants discussing prices, clerks arguing about inventory counts, a ship's captain complaining about customs delays. The voices blend into a general background noise that you have learned to filter. Only direct instructions penetrate your awareness. You pause to rest near a stack of timber. The wood is freshly cut and still smells of sap. Someone has carved initials into one of the planks. The marks are crude but deliberate. You wonder about the person who made them. A sailor marking time during a long voyage, perhaps, or a sawmill worker claiming a piece of their labour. The mystery is small but engaging. The sun begins its descent toward the western horizon. Shadows lengthen across the wharf. The quality of light changes from harsh brightness to softer gold. This is your favourite time of day. The worst heat has passed, but darkness has not yet arrived. The world exists in a comfortable in-between state. The Thames at this hour is a spectacle of activity. Dozens of vessels crowd the water between the banks. Merchant ships, naval vessels, fishing boats, wherries carrying passengers from shore to shore, barges loaded with coal or grain or timber. Each craft moves with purpose through the current and the traffic. You watch a wherry approach the stairs near your position. The waterman handles his oars with easy skill, positioning the small boat perfectly against the lower steps. 2 passengers disembark. They are gentlemen by their dress. They step carefully, keeping their shoes clear of mud and water. The waterman touches his cap and pushes off again, rowing toward another customer visible on the far shore. These watermen are a breed apart. They spend their entire lives on the river. They know every current and eddy. They can read the water like you read the tide tables posted outside the customs house. Some watermen inherit their trade from fathers and grandfathers. Others simply drift into the work because they possess a natural affinity for boats and water. A barge loaded with coal passes close to the wharf. The vessel sits low in the water under the weight of its cargo. Coal dust covers everything. The bargemen are grey from head to foot. They will carry this dust home with them. Their wives will shake it from clothes and find it embedded in the fabric. Coal is the price London pays for warmth and industry. Farther upriver, you can see the shapes of cranes and construction. New docks are being built to handle the increasing volume of trade. The old quays can no longer accommodate all the ships that arrive. Merchants complain about delays. The government responds with construction projects. This pattern has repeated itself for decades. The work of unloading the Mary Catherine continues through the late afternoon. The hold is nearly empty now. Only the deepest cargo remains. These items were loaded first and will be removed last. They have travelled the farthest distance from light and air. You descend once more into the hold to finish the job. The remaining cargo consists mostly of heavy items, lead ingots, iron bars, dense hardwoods. These materials serve as ballast during the voyage and cargo upon arrival. Moving them requires different techniques than rolling barrels. You and the other workers use rope slings and careful leverage. The weight makes every movement deliberate. A rat watches you from a corner. The creature is completely unafraid. It sits cleaning its whiskers while you work around it. You have developed a grudging respect for wharf rats. They are survivors in an environment that shows no mercy. In this way, they are not so different from the men who labour on the docks. The last item to emerge from the hold is a massive wooden crate. The manifest describes it as machinery. Parts for a mill that will process sugar or tobacco, or some other colonial product. The crate is too large to fit through the hatch in one piece. It must be partially disassembled on the ship and reconstructed on the wharf. This adds hours to the job. By the time the final piece is secured and hoisted to the deck, the sun is low in the sky. The workday is ending. You climb the ladder one last time, grateful to leave the hold behind. Your clothes are soaked with sweat. Your hands are covered in grime. Every muscle in your body aches with earned fatigue. The foreman pays the workers in coins counted from a leather bag. He calls each man by name and hands over the day's wages. You receive your share and count it carefully. The amount is exactly what was promised. Wickham is honest in his dealings. This is not true of all foremen. You have learned to appreciate this quality. The wharf begins to empty as workers disperse toward their homes or favourite taverns. The cargo has been moved into warehouses or loaded onto carts for transport into the city. The Mary Catherine sits lighter in the water now. Her hold's empty. Tomorrow she will take on new cargo for the return voyage. The cycle continues endlessly. You walk slowly along the waterfront, allowing your body to cool and recover. The evening air carries a chill that feels pleasant after the heat of labour. Lights begin to appear in windows along the shore. Lanterns are lit at tavern doors. The transformation from day to night happens gradually, giving everyone time to adjust. A group of sailors passes you, heading toward Wapping's drinking establishments. They are loud and cheerful, flush with wages from a completed voyage. Some will spend everything they earned in a single night. Others will save a portion for future needs. You have seen both approaches lead to regret. Moderation seems wiser, but is rarely practiced. The streets grow crowded as more workers finish their shifts. Men stream from warehouses and shipyards and rope-making establishments. The day's labour is done. Now comes the evening's business of eating and drinking and resting. The transition happens like clockwork in these neighbourhoods, where work defines the rhythm of life. You stop at a cook shop on Wapping Wall. The proprietor is a widow who has run this establishment for 20 years. She serves simple food at fair prices. The shop is small and crowded but clean. The smell of cooking meat and onions fills the air. Your stomach responds immediately with urgent hunger. You order a bowl of stew and a piece of bread. The stew contains beef or mutton, potatoes, carrots, and turnips in a rich brown gravy. The bread is yesterday's baking, but still good when dipped in the stew. You eat standing at a high table near the window. This allows you to watch the street while you dine. The stew is hot and filling. Each spoonful tastes of long, slow cooking and generous seasoning. The widow knows her business. She has fed dock workers for 2 decades. She understands what kind of food restores bodies worn down by physical labour. The meal costs 3p. You consider it money well spent. Other customers come and go while you eat. Some you recognise. Most are strangers. The cook shop serves anyone who can pay. Class and origin matter less than coin. This democratic quality is common in Docklands establishments. Everyone's money spends the same. Through the window you watch the street settle into its evening character. Children play games in the fading light. A dog trots past with clear purpose. 2 women stand talking near a doorway. One holds a baby on her hip. The child is quiet and wide-eyed, taking in the scene. You finish your stew and place the bowl on a shelf for washing. The walk home takes you through familiar streets. You have lived in this neighbourhood for most of your adult life. You know every alley and courtyard. You can navigate in complete darkness if necessary. This knowledge provides a sense of belonging that you value more than you often realise. A tavern called the Prospect of Whitby stands on your route. The building is old and comfortable looking. Yellow light spills from its windows. Voices and laughter drift into the street. You are tempted to stop for a drink but decide against it. Tomorrow is another work day. Starting it with a sore head seems unwise. You continue past the tavern and turn onto a narrower street. The buildings here lean close together, blocking most of the sky. Laundry hangs on lines stretched between windows. Somewhere a baby cries, a cat yowls. These sounds are the normal soundtrack of evening in the Docklands. Your room above the chandler's shop is exactly as you left it this morning. The bed remains unmade. Your spare shirt hangs on a peg. A small table holds a candle and a few personal items. The space is modest, but it is yours. Rent is affordable. The location is convenient. You have no complaints. You light the candle and wash your hands and face in water from a basin. The water is cold but refreshing. Grime from the day's work turns it grey. You dry yourself with a rough towel and change into your spare shirt. The clean fabric feels luxurious against your skin. You lie on the bed without bothering to undress further. The mattress receives you with familiar comfort. Your body begins to relax muscle by muscle. The aches from labour fade into a general pleasant tiredness. You watch candlelight flicker on the ceiling and allow your thoughts to drift. Tomorrow will bring more of the same. More ships to unload. More cargo to move. More hours of physical effort in exchange for wages. This predictability is both comforting and slightly depressing. You wonder sometimes if there might be other possibilities, but the docks are what you know. The work is reliable. The pay is sufficient. Change seems unnecessary and possibly dangerous. Sleep approaches quickly. You blow out the candle and settle into darkness. The sounds of the neighbourhood continue outside your window. Footsteps on cobblestones. Distant voices, the creak of ships moving with the tide. These noises form a lullaby you've heard every night for years. They guide you toward unconsciousness with gentle familiarity. The next morning arrives with rain. You wake to the sound of water drumming on roof tiles and running down the street in small rivers. The window glass is streaked and blurred. The view outside is reduced to vague shapes and movement. Weather like this makes dockwork miserable but does not stop it. You dress in clothes still damp from yesterday. There is no point wearing dry things that will be soaked within minutes of stepping outside. The dampness is unpleasant but tolerable. You have worked in far worse conditions. A warm day in pouring rain is preferable to a freezing day in any weather. The street is already busy despite the rain. Workers move with heads down and shoulders hunched. No one walks slowly. Getting wet is inevitable, but prolonging the experience serves no purpose. You join the flow of bodies heading toward the wharves. Water runs off your hat in steady streams. The river looks different in rain. The surface is pocked and rippled by falling drops. The colour shifts from brown to grey. Visibility is reduced. Ships at anchor appear as dark shapes emerging from mist. The entire scene has a dreamlike quality that is almost beautiful. The foreman stands under an awning protected from the worst of the weather. He assigns work with the same efficiency as always. Rain changes nothing about the basic organisation of dock labour. Ships must be unloaded. Cargo must be moved. Commerce cannot wait for sunshine. You're assigned to work in a covered warehouse. This is fortunate. The day will be spent sorting and stacking goods that have already been unloaded. The work is still physical, but at least it is dry. You offer a silent thanks to whatever force determines such assignments. The warehouse is vast and dim. Rows of barrels and crates stretch toward shadows at the far end. The smell is complex. Sugar and tobacco and spices and tar. Also rats and damp wood and mould. Your nose sorts through these scents automatically, identifying each component without conscious effort. You work alongside 5 other men. The task is to reorganize cargo according to ownership and destination. Goods bound for the same merchant must be grouped together. Items heading to the same city must be accessible for loading. The system requires both physical effort and careful attention to markings and labels. The work proceeds with steady efficiency. Barrels are rolled into new positions, crates are stacked according to size and weight. Heavy items go on the bottom. Fragile goods are placed where they will not be crushed. The logic is simple, but the execution requires experience. Outside, the rain continues without pause. Water leaks through gaps in the roof and forms puddles on the floor. You step around these pools instinctively. Wet footing is dangerous when moving heavy loads. A slip could result in injury. You have seen men crushed by falling cargo. The memory keeps you cautious. At mid-morning, a clerk arrives to verify the organisation. He carries a ledger and walks slowly between the stacks, checking items against his records. His clothes are neat and dry. His hands are clean. He represents a different kind of dock work, one that involves ink and paper rather than muscle and sweat. You have never envied this role. The physical satisfaction of moving cargo appeals to you more than the abstract work of accounting. The clerk finds several errors. Barrels have been placed in the wrong groups. Crates are stacked in incorrect order. He points these out with patient precision. There is no anger in his voice. Mistakes are expected. Correction is part of the process. You and the other workers make the necessary adjustments without complaint. By noon, the warehouse is properly organised. The clerk signs off on the work and departs. The rain has lessened to a steady drizzle. You step outside during the break and let the water wash some of the warehouse dust from your clothes and skin. The coolness is refreshing after hours in the close air inside. You eat bread and cheese purchased from a woman who sells food from a covered cart. The cheese is sharp and crumbly. The bread is dense and filling. You wash it down with weak beer that tastes faintly of the barrel it came from. The meal provides energy without being heavy enough to cause drowsiness. Other workers gather under any available shelter. Some smoke, some talk quietly. A few simply stand and stare at nothing in particular. The break offers a chance for minds to rest as well as bodies. You appreciate this brief pause in the day's demands. A ship struggles to make its way upriver against the current and the tide. The vessel's sails are reefed. Progress is slow. You watch the crew work the ropes and adjust their position. Sailors possess skills that seem almost magical to you. The ability to read wind and water and turn these forces to advantage requires knowledge you do not possess. You're content to remain on solid ground. The afternoon brings more warehouse work. This time, you're moving goods out rather than organising them. A merchant has sold a quantity of tobacco to buyers in the city. The barrels must be loaded onto carts for transport. The work is straightforward, but requires steady effort. You develop a rhythm with the other workers. One team tips barrels onto their edges. Another guides them toward the loading area. A third secures them on the carts. The process flows smoothly when everyone understands their role. Coordination happens through small gestures and occasional brief instructions. The rain finally stops late in the afternoon. Clouds break apart and reveal patches of blue sky. Sunlight appears in slanted beams that illuminate the dust and moisture in the air. The transformation is dramatic. The entire Docklands seems to brighten and lift. Workers' moods improve noticeably. By the end of the day, your clothes have begun to dry. They feel stiff and uncomfortable, but at least they are not actively wet. You collect your wages and head toward home. The streets glisten with puddles and running water. The cobblestones have been washed clean. Everything looks fresher and newer. Tonight you decide to stop at the prospect of Whitby. The rain has left you feeling like you deserve some small comfort. A drink or two seems appropriate. You push open the tavern door and step into warmth and noise, and the smell of pipe smoke and spilled beer. The prospect is crowded as always. Workers from the docks fill the common room. They lean against the bar or sit at rough wooden tables. Conversations blend into a general roar of voices. Laughter erupts from a corner where someone has told a joke. The atmosphere is cheerful and relaxed. You find a space at the bar and order ale. The barkeep draws it from a wooden cask and slides the tankard across the wet surface. You pay with a coin and receive change that you pocket without counting. The ale is dark and slightly sweet. The first swallow goes down smooth and pleasant. You turn to survey the room. Many faces are familiar. You nod at men you recognise. They nod back. These acknowledgements constitute the full extent of social interaction for most dock workers. Deeper friendships are rare. The work is too transient. Men come and go. Ships arrive and depart. Connections remain shallow and practical. A sailor sits alone at a nearby table. He is old for his trade, perhaps 50. His face is weathered to the colour and texture of old leather. He drinks steadily and stares at nothing. You wonder what memories occupy his thoughts. Decades of voyages, storms and calms, ports visited in every corner of the world. The life of a sailor seems both thrilling and exhausting. Two men near the fire are engaged in a loud discussion about wages. One argues that dock workers are underpaid. The other insists that the work is unskilled and therefore properly compensated. Neither seems interested in the other's perspective. The argument serves mainly as entertainment for listeners. You finish your first ale and consider ordering another. The temptation is strong, the tavern is comfortable, the beer is good, but tomorrow will come whether you are ready or not. A clear head seems wiser than temporary pleasure. You decide to leave after this drink. The door opens and a group of new arrivals enters. They bring cold air and noise with them. One man calls out a greeting to the room at large. Several people respond. The new group pushes toward the bar, creating a crush of bodies. You take this as a sign to depart. Outside, the evening has settled into full darkness. Stars are visible between the clouds. The air smells clean after the rain. You walk slowly, enjoying the quiet after the tavern's noise. Your route takes you past darkened shops and lit windows. Behind the glass, families gather for evening meals or settle into their own evening rituals. You pass a small church set back from the street. The building is old, probably dating from before the Great Fire. Stone walls, narrow windows, a modest bell tower. The church serves the Docklands community, but you have never attended services. Religion seems disconnected from the practical concerns of your daily life. A watchman makes his rounds, calling out the hour. His voice echoes between buildings. The cry is both reassuring and slightly melancholy. It marks time passing and reminds everyone that the night grows deeper. You have heard this call every evening for years. It has become part of the texture of life here. You reach your lodging and climb the stairs. The room is cold but dry. You light a candle and prepare for bed. Tomorrow you will wake early and repeat today's pattern. This certainty is comforting in its way. You know what to expect. The work is hard but familiar. The wages are adequate. Life continues in its established groove. Sunday arrives with bells. Churches throughout the Docklands ring their calls to worship. The sounds layer over each other, creating a cascade of notes that fills the air. You lie in bed listening. The bells are pleasant even though you have no intention of answering their summons. Sunday is different from other days. Work stops. The docks fall quiet. Ships remain at anchor or tied to wharves. No cargo moves. No merchants shout instructions. The entire neighbourhood shifts into a slower rhythm. Even the river seems to rest. You rise late and dress slowly. There is no hurry. The day belongs to you. This freedom feels almost unfamiliar after 6 days of structured labour. You descend to the street and find it nearly empty. Most people are either in church or still in bed. You walk without particular destination. The morning is cool and clear. Sunlight slants between buildings and reflects off windows. You notice details that escape your attention during the work week. A door painted an unusual shade of blue. Flowers growing in a window box. A cat sleeping on a warm doorstep. The river draws you as always. You make your way to the waterfront and find a spot to sit on the stone stairs. The tide is low. Mud flats stretch toward the channel. A few gulls pick through the exposed sediment, searching for food. Their cries carry across the open space. Ships sit at odd angles on the riverbed. Without water to support them, their true shapes become visible. The curves of hulls, the thickness of planking, the massive anchors that normally hang invisible beneath the surface. You study these details with interest. Ships are such familiar objects that you rarely look at them closely. A small boat crosses the river. The waterman rows with steady strokes. His passenger appears to be a gentleman heading somewhere for Sunday visits. The boat's wake creates ripples that spread and fade. The water is calm today. No wind disturbs the surface. You remain on the stairs for an hour, simply watching. This kind of unstructured time is rare in your life. You have no plans, no obligations. No one expects anything from you. The freedom is both pleasant and slightly uncomfortable. You're accustomed to having your hours defined by work. Eventually, hunger drives you to move. You walk to a bakery that opens on Sunday mornings. The shop is small and the selection is limited, but the bread is fresh. You buy a loaf and eat it while walking. The crust is crisp and the inside is soft and still warm from the oven. You wander through neighbourhoods you do not normally visit. The streets are similar to your own, but different in small ways. Different shops, different churches, different faces in the windows. London is vast. Even limiting yourself to the Docklands, you could walk for hours and never cover all the streets and alleys. By midday you find yourself near Shadwell. This area is rougher than Wapping. The buildings are older and more decrepit. The people look harder. You do not feel unsafe exactly, but you are aware of being outside your familiar territory. You turn back toward more known streets. A group of children plays some game involving a ball and sticks. They run and shout with boundless energy. Their laughter is pure and unself-conscious. You watch them for a moment, remembering your own childhood. Those years seem impossibly distant now. You were a different person then. The afternoon passes in gentle wandering. You stop at a churchyard and sit on a bench among the gravestones. The dead rest beneath your feet. Their stones record brief facts, names and dates, occasionally a profession or an achievement. Most are weathered and hard to read. Time erases everything eventually. You think about your own eventual death. It will come someday, perhaps in many years, perhaps tomorrow. Dock work is dangerous. Accidents happen. You try not to dwell on this, but it is impossible to ignore completely. Life feels fragile in moments like this. The sun begins its descent toward evening. You rise from the bench and make your way home. The streets are busier now. Church services have ended. Families walk together. Children run ahead of parents. The neighbourhood returns to its normal animation. You spend the evening in your room. You have a book that you read occasionally. The pages are worn and the binding is loose, but the stories still hold interest. Tonight you read about travels in foreign lands. The descriptions transport you temporarily from your small room to places you will never actually visit. Darkness falls and you light your candle. The flame creates shadows that dance on the walls. You continue reading until your eyes grow tired. Then you mark your place and set the book aside. Tomorrow begins another week. The pattern will resume. You are ready for it. Autumn deepens as weeks pass. The air grows colder. Mornings require thicker clothing. Your breath becomes visible when you step outside. The change happens gradually but inevitably. Summer is gone, winter approaches, the river changes with the seasons, autumn brings higher tides and stronger currents. Ships must be more carefully moored, cargo must be protected from increasing rain. The work adjusts to accommodate these conditions. You wear an oilskin coat during wet weather. Your fingers grow numb, but you keep working. Trade patterns shift with the calendar. Ships that carried summer fruits and perishables now bring preserved goods, barrels of salted fish, crates of dried fruit, sacks of grain. The cargo reflects what can survive long ocean voyages in colder weather. You notice the merchants changing their focus. Winter is coming. Demand for coal increases. Ships arrive from Newcastle loaded with black fuel. The unloading of coal is brutal work. The dust gets everywhere. Your skin turns grey, your lungs feel heavy, but the pay is slightly higher. This makes the discomfort acceptable. One morning you arrive at the docks to find ice forming along the river edges. Thin sheets that crack under the slightest pressure. The ice is beautiful in its way. It catches the early light and sparkles, but it also signals harder times ahead. Severe winters can freeze the Thames solid. When that happens, work stops completely. The foreman assigns you to a crew loading timber onto a ship bound for Portugal. The wood comes from forests far to the north. It has travelled by river and canal to reach London. Now it will cross the ocean to build houses or ships or furniture in warmer climates. You find this movement of materials endlessly fascinating. The timber is heavy and awkward to handle. Each plank must be carried by 2 men. You walk in careful synchronization with your partner. The wood presses into your shoulder. Splinters catch in your clothes. By the end of the day you will be covered in sawdust and tree sap. The work continues through November and into December. Days grow shorter. You arrive at the docks in darkness and leave in darkness. The middle hours of daylight are consumed by labour. You rarely see the sun except on Sundays. Winter brings different challenges. Cold makes fingers clumsy. Ropes become stiff and difficult to handle. Metal tools feel like ice against bare skin. You learn to work wearing gloves despite the loss of dexterity. Frostbite is a real danger. The neighbourhood takes on a different character in winter. Smoke from countless fires fills the air. The smell of burning coal becomes constant. Windows frost over at night. Water in basins freezes. You wake some mornings to find ice formed on the inside of your window. Food changes with the season. Fresh vegetables disappear. Meals consist of bread and preserved meats and root vegetables stored from the harvest. The monotony becomes wearing. You dream sometimes of summer fruits, apples and cherries and strawberries. These fantasies are pointless but persistent. Christmas approaches. The docks will close for a few days. This annual pause is both welcome and worrying. Welcome because your body desperately needs rest. worrying because the lost wages create hardship. You have saved a small amount, but it will not last long. The neighbourhood prepares for the holiday in modest ways. Some houses display greenery in windows. A few shops offer special goods. The general atmosphere becomes slightly more cheerful. People exchange greetings more freely. The hardness of daily life softens just a bit. You receive your last wages before the holiday. The foreman wishes everyone well. You thank him and head toward the shops. You need to purchase supplies to carry you through the idle days: bread, cheese, a small piece of salted pork, candles. The coins disappear quickly. On Christmas Eve, the taverns are packed. You stop at the Prospect and find barely enough room to stand. The noise is tremendous. Everyone talks and laughs at once. The barkeep struggles to keep up with orders. You drink your ale quickly and leave. The crowd is too much after a long day. Outside, snow begins to fall. Small flakes drift down through the darkness. They melt when they hit the ground, but keep coming. By morning there might be accumulation. The prospect of a white Christmas pleases you in some childish way you cannot quite explain. You climb to your room and watch the snow through your window. The flakes swirl and dance in the lamplight from the street. The scene has a magical quality that makes you forget briefly about cold and work and worry. You stand there for a long time, simply observing. January brings the hardest cold. The Thames freezes in places. Ice forms along the shores and extends toward the centre of the river. Ships become trapped. Captains wait anxiously for a thaw that allows them to move. The entire port slows to a fraction of its normal activity. Work becomes scarce. The foreman has less to assign each day. Some mornings you're not chosen. You return to your room and try to make your saved coins last. These idle days are frustrating. Your body wants activity. Your mind needs occupation. Sitting in a cold room with nothing to do breeds dark thoughts. You walk the neighbourhood to pass time. Other unemployed workers do the same. You see the same faces day after day. No one speaks much. What is there to say? Everyone faces the same situation. Complaining serves no purpose. The cold penetrates everything. Your room never feels warm despite the small fire you allow yourself. You wear all your clothes at once. You sleep under every blanket you own. Still, the chill finds ways through. You notice people beginning to look thinner. Meals become smaller. The pinch of winter hunger sets in. You reduce your own food consumption to make supplies last. A heel of bread for breakfast, weak soup for dinner. Nothing else. Your stomach complains, but you ignore it. Some relief comes from unexpected sources. A church opens its doors to provide warm space during daylight hours. You go there not for religion, but for heat. You sit in a pew and let your body absorb warmth from air heated by the mass of other bodies. No one bothers you. The church asks nothing in return for this shelter. A merchant unexpectedly hires workers to clear snow from his warehouse roof. You are selected. The work is cold and dangerous, but you are grateful for it. The wages buy food and fuel. That night you eat a proper meal and sleep beside a decent fire. These simple comforts feel like luxury. February arrives with slightly longer days. The sun shows itself more often. You feel your spirits lift incrementally. The worst of winter may be past. This hope is fragile but real. You hold on to it. The ice on the Thames begins to break up. You watch from the waterfront as huge chunks float downstream. The sound of grinding ice carries across the water. Ships prepare to move again. The port is waking from its frozen sleep. Work resumes gradually. First a day here and there, then several days in a row. Finally the full rhythm returns. You fall back into the pattern with relief. The predictable exhaustion of labour is preferable to the uncertain anxiety of idleness. Spring approaches slowly. You see the first signs in late March. Buds on trees, earlier sunrises, a gentleness in the air that promises warmth to come. These changes register in your body as much as your mind. You feel stronger, more hopeful, ready for the year's renewal. The docks return to full activity. Ships that were delayed by winter weather now arrive in clusters. The wharves overflow with cargo. You work long hours to handle the backlog. The extra wages are welcome. You can rebuild your depleted savings. One morning you notice flowers blooming in a window box, yellow and purple, bright against the grey stone of the building. The sight stops you for a moment. Beauty is rare enough in the Docklands that it deserves acknowledgement. You continue walking, but the image stays with you through the day. Life settles back into its established pattern. Work 6 days, rest 1 day, earn wages, spend them on necessities, repeat endlessly. The cycle is neither good nor bad. It simply is. You have made peace with this reality. Summer returns, and with it the full intensity of dock work. Long, hot days, ships arriving from every direction, cargo that must be moved regardless of heat or humidity. You sweat through your clothes before mid-morning. By evening you are coated in dust and grime and salt. The river smells stronger in summer, low tides expose more mud. The organic decay of marine life perfumes the air. You have grown so accustomed to this scent that you barely notice it. Visitors to the Docklands often comment on the smell. You wonder what they find so remarkable. Trade booms during the warm months. The colonies send their harvests: sugar and tobacco and cotton, rice and indigo, mahogany and other exotic woods. Ships return to the Caribbean or the Americas loaded with manufactured goods, cloth and tools and ceramics. The exchange never stops. You have been working the docks for years now. The labour has shaped your body. Your shoulders are broad from carrying. Your back is strong from lifting. Your hands are calloused and scarred. These physical changes are badges of your trade. You wear them without shame. One afternoon a young man appears among the workers seeking employment. He is perhaps 16. His clothes are too clean. His hands are soft. He looks frightened and determined in equal measure. You remember being that young man once. The memory is distant but clear. The foreman assigns the boy to work with your crew. You show him how to roll a barrel, how to read markings, how to move heavy loads safely. He learns quickly. By the end of the day he is exhausted but has earned his wages. You feel an unexpected pride in his success. The seasons turn, autumn arrives again. The cycle continues. You mark time by the changing quality of light and the types of cargo moving through the port. This is your calendar. It needs no written dates or official months. One Sunday you return to the stairs where you sat a year ago. The tide is low again. The same mud flats are exposed. Gulls still search for food. Ships still rest at odd angles on the riverbed. Nothing has changed, and everything has changed. You think about the year that has passed, the work performed, the wages earned and spent, the small moments of pleasure and long stretches of simple endurance. What does it all amount to? You have no answer. Perhaps there is no answer. But sitting here in autumn sunlight, watching the river flow toward the sea, you feel something close to contentment. Your life is modest, but it is yours. You have work. You have shelter. You have enough to eat most days. These things are not guaranteed to everyone. You're fortunate in your way. The tide begins to turn. Water creeps back up the mud flats. Ships start to float. The river fills and rises. This transformation happens twice every day. It will continue happening long after you are gone. The thought is both humbling and strangely comforting. You rise from the stairs and begin walking home. The familiar streets receive you. Windows glow with lamplight as evening approaches. Smoke rises from chimneys. The neighbourhood settles into its evening routines. You are part of this place. It is part of you. Your room waits above the chandler's shop. The bed with its tobacco-scented blanket. The table with its candle and few possessions. The window looking out over the street. This small space has sheltered you through seasons and years. It is enough. You light the candle and sit for a while, thinking about nothing in particular. Tomorrow will bring another day of work. Ships will arrive. Cargo will be moved. The docks will hum with activity. You will be there, doing your part, earning your keep, living your life. The candle flame flickers. Shadows move on the walls. Outside, the sounds of the neighbourhood continue. Footsteps, voices, distant bells, the creak of ships, the eternal presence of the river. These sounds form the backdrop of your existence. They are as familiar as your own breathing. You blow out the candle and settle into bed. Darkness fills the room. Your body relaxes muscle by muscle. The day releases its hold. Sleep approaches with gentle inevitability. Tomorrow waits, but for now there is only this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this simple peace at the end of another day in London's Docklands. The tide turns again somewhere in the night. Water rises and falls according to ancient rhythms. The moon pulls at the ocean pushes at the river flows past your window while you sleep, and in the morning, when light returns, everything will begin again. The work, the wages, the endless cycle of commerce and survival. This is your life. This has always been your life. And for now, in this moment before sleep claims you completely, that is enough. You're about to step back 7 centuries to a world where your teenage years meant something entirely different than they do today. The rhythm of medieval village life shaped every moment from dawn until the stars appeared over thatched roofs. This is your story of growing up in that distant time. The rooster announces dawn with his usual lack of consideration for anyone still dreaming. You open your eyes to find pale light filtering through the gaps in the shutters. The wooden slats never quite fit perfectly against the window frame. Every single morning brings this same gentle introduction to the day. You can hear the rooster continuing his announcement outside. He sounds particularly enthusiastic this morning. Perhaps he has forgotten that everyone already heard him the first time. Your bed consists of a straw-filled mattress that crackles whenever you shift position. The fabric covering has been patched so many times that finding the original cloth would require a detailed investigation. Your mother sewed the latest patch just last week using a scrap from an old tunic. Sometime during the night you kicked off the woolen blanket. It now lies in a heap near your feet looking dejected. The summer air feels warm enough without its scratchy embrace. The cottage smells like wood smoke and old thatch, and the faint sweetness of dried herbs hanging from the rafters. Your mother started the fire in the central hearth before dawn broke. She always does this. The smoke drifts upward toward the hole in the roof that serves as your only chimney. Most of it escapes into the morning sky. Some of it does not. Your eyes sting slightly from the lingering haze. You sit up slowly and carefully. Your back makes a small popping sound that reminds you of yesterday's work in the fields. 14 summers have passed since you were born into this world. That makes you almost an adult by the standards of your village. Almost, but not quite. You exist in that strange territory between childhood and full responsibility. The floor beneath your bare feet consists of packed earth mixed with fresh straw and rushes. Your mother replaces the rushes every few weeks when they become too soiled or start to smell too strongly of the daily traffic passing over them. Today they feel relatively fresh under your toes. Small mercies make life bearable. Your clothing waits on a wooden peg driven into the wall beside your sleeping area. The tunic is made from undyed wool that has turned a sort of greyish-brown from countless wearings and washings in the stream. You pull it over your head in one practice motion. The fabric feels rough against your skin in that familiar way you have known since early childhood. Comfort and medieval clothing rarely occupy the same sentence. You have accepted this reality. Next come the hose. These woolen leg coverings require a certain amount of determination and occasional cursing to put on properly each morning. You tie them to your belt with leather points that thread carefully through small holes. One of the points broke last week during a moment of careless pulling. Your father replaced it with a strip of cloth that works well enough but looks slightly ridiculous. You have learned not to care about such things. Vanity serves no practical purpose in village life. Your shoes are made of leather so thin you can feel every pebble beneath your feet when you walk the village paths. The soles have been repaired 3 times already this year. Soon they will need replacing entirely. That means saving up coins for a visit to the cobbler. That means months of careful planning and doing without other small luxuries. The cottage contains exactly 1 room. Your parents sleep on one side near the far wall, where they can tend the fire during cold nights. You and your younger sibling share the other side in a jumbled arrangement of bodies and blankets. Privacy remains a concept that will not become fashionable for several more centuries. Everyone sees everything that happens within these 4 walls. Everyone hears every conversation and argument and snore. You have grown accustomed to this arrangement out of pure necessity. Your mother stands by the fire stirring something in the large iron pot. Porridge, most likely. She makes it every single morning without fail or variation. Oats mixed with water and perhaps a pinch of salt if the family finances allow for such luxuries this particular week. The smell of it fills the cottage with a bland but comforting aroma. Steam rises in gentle curls from the pot's surface. She glances up when you approach the hearth area. Her face shows the tiredness of early rising but also quiet contentment with the familiar routine. She tells you to fetch water from the well before you do anything else. This qualifies as your first task of every single day without exception. The wooden bucket waits by the door exactly where it always waits. You pick it up, feeling the smoothness of the handle, worn down by thousands of trips to the well and back. You step outside into the morning light. The village spreads before you in all its muddy glory. Cottages cluster together along a single dirt road that turns into a river of sticky brown soup whenever it rains for more than a few hours. Chickens wander freely between the buildings, pecking at the ground with eternal optimism. A pig roots enthusiastically through someone's refuse pile looking for treasures. The smell of manure hangs in the air like an uninvited guest who refuses to leave no matter how many hints you drop. The well sits in the centre of the village at the intersection where two paths cross. You join 3 other people already waiting their turn in the morning ritual. Everyone exchanges quiet greetings without much enthusiasm. Mornings tend towards silence in your community. People wake slowly here. Speech requires energy that takes time to gather. The water comes up cold and beautifully clear from deep underground. You fill your bucket carefully, trying not to spill a single drop. Spilling means making a second trip. 2 trips before breakfast would start the day on entirely the wrong footing. You carry the full bucket back to your cottage with both hands wrapped around the handle. Your mother accepts the water with a brief nod of acknowledgement. She ladles some into the pot for the porridge. The rest goes into the large clay vessel that stands in the shadowy corner. This vessel holds your family's drinking and cooking water throughout the day. It needs refilling several times between dawn and darkness. Breakfast arrives in wooden bowls worn smooth by years of use. The porridge tastes exactly like every other morning's porridge for the past 14 years, bland but filling. Sustenance rather than pleasure. You eat slowly, letting each spoonful settle. Your father eats quickly and efficiently like a man with many tasks ahead. Then he heads out to the fields without ceremony. He tends strips of land scattered throughout the village's complicated open field system. The Lord owns the actual land. Your father works it in exchange for the right to keep some portion of what he manages to grow. You have perhaps 10 minutes before your own work begins at the smithy. You spend them sitting on the wooden bench outside your cottage door. The sun climbs higher above the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The village comes fully awake around you in gradual stages. Dogs bark territorial warnings at each other. Children run past, chasing each other in some game only they understand. Somewhere nearby, someone argues loudly about a lost tool. This moment of quiet observation feels precious and rare. Soon enough, the day will demand your complete attention and physical effort. For now, you simply watch the world organise itself into its daily patterns. The baker lights his oven. The smith's apprentice before you probably already started pumping the bellows. The priest emerges from the church to ring the morning bell. Everything happens in its proper order. A small girl runs past clutching a doll made from straw and rags. She trips over absolutely nothing and falls sprawling in the dirt. She picks herself up without crying and continues running as though nothing happened. Children in your village learn early that minor injuries deserve no particular attention. You smile at her resilience. The church bell rings out across the village, marking the official start of the working day. You stand up from your bench and stretch your arms above your head. Your stomach feels comfortably full. Your body feels rested enough. Time to begin your apprenticeship duties at the forge. Your apprenticeship began 2 years ago when you turned 12 summers old. The blacksmith agreed to take you on after lengthy negotiations between your father and him that lasted several weeks. The arrangement works like this in its basic form. You learn a valuable trade that will support you for life. The blacksmith gets free labour for several years. Everyone pretends this represents a fair exchange. Nobody complains about the obvious imbalance. The smithy stands at the edge of the village near the road that leads to the next town several miles distant. The building is larger than most cottages and entirely open on one side to let the tremendous heat escape. The forge glows red even from a considerable distance. You can feel the warmth radiating outward as you approach down the path. The blacksmith arrived before you, as he always does without exception. He stands at the anvil already hammering a piece of metal that glows orange with intense heat. The ringing sound of his hammer striking the anvil echoes across the village like a second alarm clock. This sound serves as familiar background music to village life. When the ringing stops, people notice the unusual silence. He looks up when you enter the work area. His face is permanently reddened from years of working near intense heat. Soot darkens his skin in irregular patches that shift location daily. His leather apron shows countless burn marks and scorch spots accumulated over decades. He grunts a greeting that might mean hello or might mean get to work immediately. You have learned to interpret his minimal communications. Your first task involves working the large leather bellows. This contraption pumps air into the forge to make the fire burn hot enough to soften iron. You grab the smooth wooden handles and begin the rhythmic pushing and pulling that you could probably do in your sleep by now. The bellows wheeze with each compression, like an old man climbing stairs. Air rushes into the glowing coals. The fire responds by burning brighter and hotter. This work sounds simple when described in words. It is absolutely not simple in practice. The bellows require constant attention and significant arm strength that you did not possess when you first started. You pump them for what feels like hours, but is probably closer to 20 minutes. Your shoulders begin to ache with familiar discomfort. You ignore it completely. Complaining to the blacksmith would accomplish nothing except possibly earning you additional tedious work as punishment. The heat from the forge washes over you in visible waves. Summer mornings in the smithy can become almost unbearable without any breeze. Winter mornings feel surprisingly pleasant when the cold outside makes the heat welcome. You have learned to appreciate seasonal balance in unexpected ways. The blacksmith pulls a piece of iron from the fire using long-handled tongs. He places it carefully on the anvil and begins hammering it into a new shape with powerful strikes. Sparks fly with each impact, scattering across the floor like tiny shooting stars. The metal gradually transforms from a rough bar into something that begins to resemble a door hinge. The process requires skill that you're slowly acquiring through observation and increasingly through practice. He finishes the piece and plunges it into the water barrel. Steam erupts with a loud hissing sound. The metal turns from glowing orange to dull grey in seconds. He sets it aside to finish cooling and then hands you the tongs with a meaningful look. This gesture means it is your turn to try your developing skills. You select a piece of scrap iron from the carefully sorted pile. The blacksmith wastes absolutely nothing in his work. Even the smallest scraps eventually get repurposed into something useful. You hold the iron in the fire using the tongs until it glows exactly the right colour. Judging the temperature correctly took you many months to learn through trial and error. Too cool, and the metal will not shape properly under the hammer. Too hot, and it becomes brittle and might crack or break. You pull it out when the colour matches what the blacksmith painstakingly taught you to watch for. The anvil waits solid and patient. You place the glowing iron on its flat surface and pick up the smaller hammer reserved for apprentice work. Your strikes lack the blacksmith's confident rhythm and power. The metal shapes itself slowly and somewhat unevenly under your less experienced hand. The blacksmith watches without comment or expression. He will tell you immediately if you are doing something dangerously wrong. Otherwise, he lets you learn through direct experience and occasional failure. This particular piece will eventually become a simple nail. The village always needs more nails for construction and repairs. You hammer and then reheat and then hammer again. The work settles into a meditative pattern that empties your mind. Strike the metal. Watch it deform slightly. Reheat when it cools too much. Strike again. Your consciousness narrows to just this simple repetitive task. Your mind wanders while your hands continue their practiced work. You think about the girl who lives 3 cottages down from yours. She works as a weaver's apprentice, learning to create cloth from thread. You see her sometimes at the well drawing water, or during village gatherings on festival days. She has dark hair that she keeps covered with a linen cloth as unmarried girls must. Her smile appears rarely, but lights up her entire face when it does appear. You have never spoken more than a few words to her. The blacksmith clears his throat loudly and deliberately. You realise with embarrassment that you have been staring at the piece of iron without actually working it for who knows how long. He raises one sceptical eyebrow in your direction. You return your full attention to the task with renewed focus and slightly burning cheeks. The morning progresses through various projects in steady succession. You practice making more nails until you have created a small respectable pile. The repetitive motion becomes almost meditative. Hammer, reheat, hammer, shape. Each nail slightly better than the last. You help repair a broken plough blade that a frustrated farmer brought in yesterday afternoon. The metal shows stress fractures that need careful attention. You hold pieces steady while the blacksmith welds them together in the intense heat. You sort through the scrap pile, organising pieces by size and type and potential use. The blacksmith works on a special commission that someone from the manor house ordered last month. Decorative iron brackets for a new building under construction. These require more artistic skill than simple tools or basic nails. You watch whenever you can, stealing glimpses of technique. Around midday, the blacksmith's wife appears carrying a basket. She brings thick slices of bread and hard cheese and a ceramic jug of weak ale. You eat sitting on a rough bench outside the smithy in the shade. The food tastes better than it probably deserves to. Hard physical labour makes absolutely everything more delicious. Your stomach growls appreciation. The blacksmith speaks more during meals than at any other time. He tells you about the time he accidentally set his previous apprentice's hair on fire through careless handling of hot metal. The story ends with reassurances that the apprentice recovered fully and went on to become a successful blacksmith in the next county over. You remain not entirely sure whether this tale is meant to be encouraging or cautionary. Possibly both. After eating, you return to the afternoon's work. More bellows pumping, more practice pieces, more sorting and careful organising. The repetitive nature of the work would bore some people to tears. You find it oddly satisfying in ways you cannot quite explain. Each small skill you master brings you closer to actually being useful at this ancient trade. The blacksmith lets you attempt a more complex piece late in the afternoon. A simple knife blade. This requires more precision than nails. The metal must be hammered to the right thickness. The edge must be shaped correctly. The whole piece must remain symmetrical. You work slowly and carefully under his watchful eye. The blade emerges from your efforts looking somewhat crude but undeniably functional. The blacksmith examines it carefully, turning it over in his scarred, weathered hands. He runs his thumb along the edge, testing its straightness. He grunts something that might be approval or might be neutral assessment. He sets it aside for grinding and sharpening later. Your chest swells with quiet pride at this small accomplishment. This represents real progress. 6 months ago you could not have produced even this rough blade. The blacksmith returns to his own more complex work. You watch him shape a decorative scroll from glowing iron. His hammer strikes create a rhythm that sounds almost musical. Each blow lands exactly where intended. The metal obeys his will as though it has no choice. You hope to possess even half this skill someday. As the sun begins its descent toward evening, the blacksmith finally banks the forge fire. The flames will stay alive, but greatly reduced overnight. This saves the considerable work of rebuilding the fire completely from scratch tomorrow morning. He dismisses you with his usual economical wave of one hand. You walk home through the village in the golden late afternoon light that makes everything look softer. Your arms ache pleasantly from the day's efforts. Your clothes smell strongly of smoke and hot metal and sweat. You carry these scents like badges of honest work accomplished. Tomorrow will bring more of the same. The day after that will too. The pattern continues endlessly forward. The next morning arrives with unexpected urgency. Your father shakes you awake while the sky still clings to the last darkness of night. Today you work in the fields instead of at the smithy. Harvest time approaches with its usual demands. Every available hand in the village gets drafted into service regardless of other obligations. You dress quickly in near total darkness. The cool pre-dawn air raises immediate goosebumps on your exposed skin. Your father hands you a piece of bread left over from yesterday's baking. You eat it while walking through the silent village toward the waiting fields. The bread tastes stale, but fills your stomach adequately. The open field system stretches out beyond the last cottages in all directions as far as you can see. Long narrow strips of cultivated land create a complex patchwork of different crops at various stages of growth. Your family works several scattered strips awarded through the village's traditional allocation system. This arrangement ensures that everyone receives some portion of good fertile soil and some portion of poor rocky soil. Fairness through equal distribution of both fortune and misfortune. Other families arrive at roughly the same time from different directions. People greet each other quietly in voices still thick with sleep. Tools get distributed from a communal pile. Sharp scythes for cutting stalks. Long-handled rakes for gathering. Large woven baskets for carrying. Everything has been carefully sharpened and prepared for this crucial work period. The wheat stands tall and golden in the gradually growing light. Each individual stalk bends under the weight of heavy grain. This crop represents months of backbreaking labour and anxious prayer and desperate hope. A good harvest means your family survives the coming winter with full bellies. A poor harvest means hunger and genuine hardship, and possibly worse. Your father shows you the proper technique for swinging the scythe with maximum efficiency. The cutting motion should come from your whole body pivoting rather than just your arms pulling. A smooth, controlled arc that slices cleanly through multiple stalks at once. You practice several times under his patient but critical eye until your form meets his basic standards. The actual work begins in earnest. when the sun finally clears the eastern horizon. You swing the scythe with concentration, cut through the stalks, step forward carefully, swing again in the same practice motion. The rhythm becomes automatic after a short while. Your back starts to complain loudly within the first hour of work. You ignore its protest completely and keep working without pause. The wheat stalks fall in neat, organised rows behind your advancing position. Other workers follow immediately behind you, gathering the cut stalks into manageable bundles. These bundles get tied securely with twisted straw and then stacked upright. Later they will be loaded onto carts and transported to the barn for the threshing process that separates grain from chaff. Sweat runs down your face in steady streams despite the early hour. The physical effort required for this work exceeds anything the smithy has ever demanded from you. You understand now on a visceral level why harvest time is universally considered the most important and simultaneously most difficult period of the entire agricultural year. A woman moves through the working crowd carrying a large clay jug. She offers drinks of water mixed with a small amount of vinegar to everyone. The combination tastes strange and sharp but remarkably refreshing. You drink deeply, letting the liquid cool your parched throat. Then you immediately return to the cutting work without being told. The morning stretches on endlessly. Cut, step forward, cut again, step, cut. The pile of harvested wheat grows steadily larger behind the advancing line of workers. Your hands develop painful blisters that quickly break and begin to sting. You wrap them in strips of cloth torn from an old tunic and continue working without complaint. Everyone else does exactly the same. Complaining about minor injuries during harvest would be like complaining about rain being wet. Pointless and unwelcome. Around what must be midday, someone finally calls for a rest period. You collapse onto the stubbled ground wherever you happen to be standing at that moment. The hard earth feels wonderfully solid and blessedly unmoving beneath your exhausted body. You could fall asleep right here among the wheat stubble without any difficulty whatsoever. Food appears as though by magic. Thick slices of bread and hard, salty cheese. A bit of smoked fish that tastes of wood and thyme. Some early apples from someone's carefully tended tree. You eat without really tasting anything. Your body needs fuel more than your tongue needs pleasure. Everything disappears quickly into your grateful stomach. The older men sit together telling stories while they eat and rest. Tales of previous harvests, good and bad. The year when rain came too early and ruined half the crop before it could be gathered. The year when the wheat grew so abundantly thick that all the work finished 3 full days ahead of the usual schedule. Every harvest eventually becomes a story that gets retold during future harvest seasons. This one will join that collection eventually. You listen to these tales while resting your aching muscles. You try very hard not to think about the long afternoon of work still stretching ahead like an endless road. The sun climbs steadily toward its peak position in the sky. The heat intensifies noticeably with each passing minute. You can feel it pressing down on you. Soon enough someone will call everyone back to their assigned tasks. You savour these remaining moments of rest. The afternoon work proves even harder than the morning somehow. Your already tired body protests every single movement with increasing volume. The scythe feels heavier with each successive swing. Your grip slips occasionally from accumulated sweat. You develop a mental technique of counting to exactly 100 swings and then allowing yourself one brief pause to catch your breath and stretch your aching back. This strategy breaks the endless work into small manageable pieces that feel slightly less overwhelming. The sun beats down relentlessly. There is no shade in the open fields, no escape from the heat. Sweat stings your eyes. You wipe your face with your sleeve, leaving a streak of dirt across your forehead. Everyone around you looks equally dishevelled and exhausted. A boy roughly your same age works the adjacent strip of land. He makes a joking comment about your somewhat awkward cutting technique. You respond with an observation about his own less than perfect form. This brief exchange of friendly insults somehow makes the brutal work feel slightly more bearable. Shared suffering always weighs less than solitary struggle. The sun finally begins its slow descent toward the western horizon. The harsh light turns softer and golden. Long dramatic shadows stretch across the harvested stubble. Your father examines the day's progress with satisfaction, visible on his weathered face. Good work, he announces to everyone nearby. Tomorrow you will finish this particular strip and move on to the next section. The walk back to the village happens in near complete silence. Everyone remains too thoroughly exhausted for casual conversation. You can smell evening meals being prepared in cottage hearths. Smoke rises in thin columns from dozens of roofs. The working day is finally ending after what felt like weeks compressed into hours. Your mother has prepared a large pot of thick pottage. Vegetables and grains cooked together into a filling stew. It tastes like the single best thing you have ever consumed in your entire life. Hunger makes an excellent seasoning for even the plainest food. After eating, you sit outside on the bench watching the last remnants of daylight fade away. Your entire body aches in places you did not previously know could ache. Tomorrow will bring more of exactly the same work, and the day after that, and probably several more days beyond that. Harvest continues relentlessly until every last stalk gets cut and gathered, but tonight you simply sit in the cooling air. You feel the gentle breeze on your sweat-dampened skin. The stars begin their nightly appearance overhead in the darkening sky. Somewhere in the distance, someone plays a simple melody on a wooden pipe. The notes drift through the evening like smoke from the hearth fires, like prayers rising toward heaven, like hope made audible. The village contains no proper school building. Most people walking these muddy streets cannot read a single word. This reality does not mean you lack education or knowledge. It simply means your learning happens through entirely different channels than it will for children born many centuries from now. The priest possesses literacy, of course. He studied for several years at a monastery before being assigned to serve this small rural parish. Sometimes on Sunday afternoons he gathers willing children and attempts to teach them basic prayers in Latin. You repeat the strange foreign words without understanding most of their actual meaning. The sounds themselves carry religious significance beyond their literal translation. The rhythm and repetition create their own form of meaning. The church building stands at one end of the village with its stone walls and high thatched roof. Inside, the dim interior smells perpetually of incense and burning candle wax and old wood. Images painted directly onto the walls tell Bible stories in vivid pictures. These colourful scenes serve as books for those who cannot decipher written text. The stories become accessible through visual representation. You learn to recognise different saints by their traditional symbols and attributes. St. Peter always holds large metal keys representing his role as heaven's gatekeeper. St. Catherine stands beside or upon a great wheel referencing her martyrdom. St. Christopher carries a small child across a river. These visual markers help you navigate the complex religious landscape of your medieval world. Literacy takes many different forms. Most of your practical education happens through apprenticeship and careful observation rather than formal instruction. The blacksmith teaches you metalworking without ever consulting a written manual or textbook. The knowledge passes directly from his experienced hands to your learning ones through endless demonstration and guided practice. You absorb skills through repetition rather than reading. Your mother taught you to identify useful plants and herbs when you were barely old enough to walk steadily. She would take you on long walks into the surrounding woods and meadows. This particular plant reduces fever when made into tea. That one soothes upset digestion. The other should never ever be touched because it causes painful burning rashes that last for days. You learn to recognize dozens of plants by their leaves and flowers and growing patterns. This botanical knowledge might genuinely save your life someday during illness or injury. It certainly makes daily life more manageable and less dependent on expensive remedies. You know which mushrooms growing in the forest are safe to eat. You know which leaves make a soothing tea for headaches. You know which roots can be ground into powder useful for cleaning teeth and freshening breath. The old woman who lives alone at the very edge of the village knows even more about medicinal plants than your mother does. People call her a wise woman with respect in their voices. Sometimes they call her other less flattering names when they think she cannot possibly hear them. She understands healing in ways that seem almost magical to ordinary people. You visited her cottage once when you cut your hand quite badly on a piece of sharp scrap metal at the smithy. The wound bled freely and showed absolutely no signs of stopping on its own. Your mother wrapped it as tightly as she could and sent you hurrying to the wise woman for proper treatment. Her small cottage smelled intensely of dried herbs and strange brewing mixtures. Bundles hung from every available rafter. Clay pots and jars lined rough shelves. She unwrapped your injured hand and examined the deep cut with eyes that missed nothing. Then she applied a thick paste made from ingredients you could not begin to identify. The immediate stinging sensation made your eyes water involuntarily. But the bleeding stopped almost immediately, as though obeying her unspoken command. She wrapped your hand carefully in clean linen cloth and instructed you to keep it completely dry for 3 full days. She also told you with absolute certainty that you would live a long life but should definitely avoid travelling by sea whenever possible. You have no idea whatsoever how she determined this last peculiar detail. You thanked her politely and left, feeling both grateful and slightly unsettled by her mysterious methods. The wound healed cleanly and quickly, with only a thin white scar remaining as evidence. You learned through that experience that some forms of knowledge cannot be found in books, even if books were readily available. Some understanding lives inside certain people and passes through direct experience and careful observation. Your father teaches you about farming and agriculture through action rather than lengthy explanation. He shows you how to read approaching weather by watching cloud formations and animal behaviour. He demonstrates the proper depth for planting different types of seeds. He explains through example which fields absolutely must lie fallow to recover and which can be safely planted again this season. This agricultural wisdom has accumulated slowly over countless generations. Your grandfather taught your father these same skills. Your father now teaches you. Someday you might teach your own children if fortune grants you any. The knowledge flows forward through time like a river. Numbers present an interesting daily challenge. You can count well enough for all normal purposes. The baker's apprentice taught you a clever method for keeping accurate track of larger quantities using notched marks on a stick. Each individual notch represents a specific agreed-upon amount. This simple system works surprisingly well for someone without any formal mathematics training. The travelling merchant who visits the village markets several times each year taught you basic principles of value and fair exchange. 3 healthy chickens roughly equal 1 young pig in trading value. A good quality knife costs about the same as 10 full days of skilled labour. These relative values shift somewhat with seasons and changing circumstances, but the general relationships remain reasonably stable. You learn to judge the passage of time accurately without any mechanical clocks. The sun's position in the sky indicates the approximate hour. The precise length and angle of shadows provide more specific information. The church bells mark the most important moments of each day. These natural and social timekeepers structure your daily routine without need for numbers. Music education happens through active participation rather than written notation. During festivals and celebrations, someone always brings simple instruments. You learned basic tunes by listening carefully and trying to replicate the sounds. No written musical notation exists for these traditional folk songs. They survive purely through communal memory and repeated performance and teaching. The village storyteller visits, occasionally travelling from settlement to settlement, earning his modest living. He shares traditional tales that teach moral lessons or preserve historical memory, or simply entertain tired workers. Some stories carry obvious messages about virtue and vice. Others exist purely for the pleasure of the narrative itself. You learn to listen with complete attention, because he never tells the exact same story in exactly the same way twice. Each performance is unique and unrepeatable. He taught you an important lesson about memory and learning. The human mind works better when new information connects to vivid images and strong emotions rather than abstract facts. Bare facts alone slip away from memory easily like water through fingers. But a compelling story with memorable characters and dramatic conflict and satisfying resolution sticks firmly in the mind for years. This principle applies to everything you need to remember long term. Your education completely lacks the formal structure and institutions of future centuries, but it successfully equips you with practical knowledge genuinely needed for survival and modest success in your particular world. You can work iron and shape metal. You can grow food from seeds. You can identify useful and dangerous plants. You can navigate complex social expectations. These hard-won skills matter far more than reading ability in your daily existence. Sometimes you wonder with curious longing about the mysterious books locked safely away in monastery libraries and manor house collections. The knowledge they contain seems exotic and powerful from your distant perspective, but then you remember with satisfaction that you can do many things those scholarly readers cannot possibly do. You can shape raw iron with your own hands. You can predict weather patterns by observation. You can turn tiny seeds into life-sustaining food. These abilities have genuine value. Different types of knowledge suit different types of lives appropriately. Yours happens to unfold in a world where practical skills decisively outweigh abstract learning in importance. You make peace with this basic reality and continue gathering whatever useful wisdom comes your way through any available channel. The modern concept of childhood as a separate protected phase of life, distinct from adulthood, has not been invented yet in your medieval world, you transitioned directly from helpless infant to working member of the community, without much ceremony or recognition. But meaningful friendships still bloom naturally in the small spaces between endless labour and family obligations. Thomas works as a shepherd tending flocks. This solitary occupation means he spends long days essentially alone with sheep on the common grazing land that stretches beyond the village's cultivated fields. You first met him during a village festival 3 years ago. He had just been struck squarely in the face with a badly thrown ball during some rowdy game. Blood streamed dramatically from his nose. You helped him get adequately cleaned up using water from the well. He immediately made a self-deprecating joke about how the rearrangement of his features probably represented an improvement. You laughed genuinely at his unexpected humour. The friendship formed naturally in that brief moment of shared laughter amid minor chaos and bleeding. Now you actively seek him out whenever your work schedule and his duties allow. He teaches you fascinating things about the natural world that only long hours of patient solitary observation can reveal. He knows exactly where wild rabbits build their hidden warrens. He can predict approaching rain with accuracy by carefully watching how his sheep behave. He once spent an entire afternoon explaining in detail the social hierarchy that exists within his particular flock. You found it surprisingly interesting. Thomas possesses a gentle philosophical nature that contrasts noticeably with his rough weathered appearance. Years of constant sun exposure and harsh wind have darkened and toughened his skin considerably. His hands carry permanent stains from handling greasy wool daily. But his private thoughts tend strongly toward questions of meaning and wonder about existence. You visit him sometimes when he watches the flock on distant hillsides. The two of you sit together on the sloping ground overlooking the village from a distance. From this elevated vantage point, everything below looks deceptively peaceful and well-ordered. You cannot see the persistent mud or smell the ever-present animal manure from up here. Just cottages and neat fields arranged in patterns that probably make sense to someone. He asks profound questions that have no easy or obvious answers. Why do some people have so much material wealth, while others struggle with so little? Whether sheep experience dreams during sleep. What actually happens to the human soul after death ends life? You offer your own uncertain thoughts. He offers his equally uncertain ideas. Neither of you genuinely expects to solve these ancient mysteries. The exploration and discussion itself provides the real value. Margaret lives in the cottage located directly beside the baker's busy shop. Her father earns his living repairing carts and wagons for the village and surrounding area. She helps him when additional hands are absolutely needed, but mostly works alongside her mother preparing and preserving food. You know her somewhat less intimately than Thomas, but she regularly appears at most village gatherings and celebrations. She possesses a remarkable talent for finding genuine humour in everyday situations that others might overlook. During last winter's Christmas celebration, she performed a spot-on impression of the priest's dramatic hand gestures during sermons. The performance made everyone laugh until their sides literally hurt. Even the priest himself laughed heartily once someone carefully explained that she meant the imitation affectionately rather than mockingly. Margaret moves through daily life with unusual confidence that seems remarkable for someone your age. She states her opinions directly without excessive hedging. She questions authority figures when their decisions seem unreasonable or unfair. She once told the Lord's bailiff to his face that his new regulation about gleaning rights was unjust and poorly thought through. The bailiff appeared too surprised by her boldness to respond effectively. You admire her confident boldness even when it makes you nervous on her behalf. She represents a possibility you had not seriously considered before meeting her. Perhaps young people can have legitimate, valuable thoughts worth expressing publicly. Perhaps authority figures sometimes genuinely deserve respectful challenging. These ideas feel almost revolutionary. The three of you form a loose but consistent friendship group, not exclusive or rigid but reliably present. When each day's required work finally ends, you often find yourselves naturally gathering near the village well. This central spot serves as the informal social centre where young people congregate. Others frequently join these casual conversations. Robert works in his uncle's tannery and consequently always smells faintly of the harsh chemicals used to cure and preserve leather. Alice helps her mother with brewing ale and somehow knows more village gossip than anyone reasonably should. John tends his family's large vegetable garden with almost obsessive perfectionist care. These regular gatherings rarely involve carefully planned activities or games. You simply exist together in the same comfortable space. You share casual observations about the day's events. You make gentle jokes at each other's expense. You complain about various perceived injustices. You speculate idly about uncertain futures. Sometimes someone suggests an impromptu game or competition, throwing smooth stones at a distant target, a simple foot race to some far landmark, wrestling matches that inevitably become too enthusiastic and get broken up by concerned adults. Play still maintains its important place even in young lives already filled with serious work and real responsibilities. The village festivals provide much better opportunities for organised fun and games. The community celebrates several important dates scattered throughout the year: planting festivals in early spring, harvest celebrations in autumn, various religious feast days dedicated to different saints, May Day, Midsummer, Christmas season. During these special events, the normal strict rules relax noticeably. Music fills the air from multiple sources. People dance in traditional patterns that absolutely everyone knows by heart. Food appears in much greater abundance than usual. The rigid social boundaries that carefully structure daily life become temporarily more permeable and flexible. You danced with the weaver's apprentice during last summer's Midsummer Festival. The vivid memory of that brief interaction has sustained you through many weeks of ordinary routine since then. Her hand felt small and surprisingly warm clasped in yours. She smiled genuinely when you clumsily stepped on her foot. The entire moment lasted perhaps 3 minutes total, but created enough material for countless subsequent daydreams. Friendships at your particular age carry a special intensity that feels unique. You share a very specific moment in time that both older and younger people cannot fully understand from their different positions. The adults certainly remember their own youth, but only through the distorting lens of accumulated experience. The young children have not yet arrived at this peculiar threshold. Only your immediate peers truly comprehend what it means to exist in this strange liminal space. No longer a carefree child, but not quite a fully responsible adult either. Capable of performing adult work, but not granted adult authority. Aware of the future rushing steadily toward you, but still firmly tethered to the immediate present. You talk about this unusual position sometimes late at night when a few of you gather quietly after everyone else has finally gone to sleep. Whispered conversations by dying firelight. Dreams and fears expressed in hushed voices. These intimate moments create emotional bonds that might last your entire lives regardless of what happens. Thomas wants desperately to save enough money to buy his own small flock of sheep. He imagines a future life with slightly more independence than his current employed position offers. Margaret plans confidently to inherit her father's cart repair business and expand it significantly. She has specific ideas about efficiency improvements that could revolutionize the trade in the entire region. You remain considerably less certain about your own future path. The blacksmith apprenticeship will eventually lead naturally to the position of paid journeyman. After that, perhaps advancement to master blacksmith with your own independent shop somewhere, or perhaps something else entirely different. The path forward contains far more unanswered questions than clear answers. But sitting here comfortably with your closest friends in the gentle darkness, you feel less anxious about that persistent uncertainty. Whatever eventually comes, you will face it alongside people who understand your struggles. That knowledge provides deep comfort that no amount of detailed planning could possibly match. The village calendar revolves around both sacred religious festivals and secular seasonal celebrations. These regular breaks from constant routine give meaningful shape to the endless cycle of work. They mark passing time in ways far more significant than simple dates on calendars. May Day arrives reliably with the warming weather of late spring. The entire village participates enthusiastically in this ancient festival. People rise before dawn specifically to gather fresh flowers and green branches from the surrounding countryside. These natural decorations temporarily transform the ordinary muddy village into something that genuinely approaches magical. You join a large group walking together to the nearby woods. The early morning air smells wonderfully of damp earth and growing things. Birds sing elaborate territorial claims from every tree. Heavy dew soaks completely through your thin shoes within the first few minutes of walking. Everyone fills woven baskets with fragrant hawthorn blossoms and young bright oak leaves. Someone discovers the very first bluebells of the season. Another person locates a hidden patch of delicate primroses. The most impressive decorations require real effort and dedicated searching. Back in the village, the enthusiastic decorating begins immediately. Flowers get woven carefully into long garlands. Fresh branches are arranged artistically over doorways and windows. The tall maypole stands ready in the centre of the common area. Bright coloured ribbons hang from its decorated top waiting to be braided. The traditional dancing starts mid-morning when enough people have gathered. Everyone takes their assigned positions around the maypole. The musician begins playing a familiar tune everyone has known since childhood. You grasp your designated ribbon firmly and move in the ancient pattern, over and under alternating, weaving in and out between other dancers. The ribbons gradually create an intricate, beautiful braid down the pole's entire length. This communal dance requires genuine cooperation and constant attention from every participant. If even one person loses the established rhythm, the whole delicate pattern falls completely apart. But when everyone moves together in harmony, the result looks almost impossibly complex and stunningly beautiful. A temporary creation that will be carefully undone next year to be joyfully recreated again. After the maypole dance concludes comes abundant food. Tables appear, seemingly from nowhere, loaded with fare considerably better than usual daily meals. Savoury meat pies, fresh bread still warm, early strawberries, honey cakes that taste like pure, concentrated sunshine. People eat and talk and laugh together. The young athletes organise various competitions and contests, running races over different distances, jumping contests, trials of pure strength. You enter the middle distance foot race and finish somewhere respectably in the middle of the pack. Good enough to avoid embarrassment, but nowhere near winning. Thomas wins the long distance running event easily. His daily shepherd's life keeps him remarkably fit. As afternoon gradually turns to evening, the celebration continues with renewed energy. More music from multiple sources, more dancing in various styles. The strict rules that normally govern proper behaviour loosen very perceptibly. Young people flirt more openly than usual. Adults drink considerably more ale than they probably should. The tight social fabric stretches wide to accommodate collective joy. You find yourself dancing with several different partners in succession. Some you know quite well. Others remain barely familiar. The dancing itself matters more than the specific identity of your partner. The movement and music create their own temporary reality outside normal time. Late in the long evening you sit with Margaret and Thomas, watching the ongoing revelry from a slight distance. Your feet hurt genuinely from so much dancing. Your stomach feels pleasantly full. The warmth of the large fire and the company wraps around you like a comfortable blanket. Margaret points out various amusing situations unfolding around the crowded common area. The baker attempting to dance despite having absolutely no sense of rhythm. Two older women arguing good-naturedly about whose bread rose higher this week. A dog successfully stealing food from an unattended table. The celebrations wind down gradually as people slowly drift toward their homes. No formal ending announcement occurs. The crowd simply thins naturally until only a few people remain by the dying fire. You walk back to your cottage through the decorated village. Flowers and fresh greenery adorn every surface. Tomorrow they will begin to wilt, but tonight they still look perfectly fresh. The harvest festival in autumn brings entirely different energy to the village. Gratitude and profound relief dominate this celebration. The crops are safely gathered from the fields. Winter can be faced with reasonably full storerooms. Survival through the cold months seems genuinely possible for another year. This particular festival involves considerably more feasting and slightly less dancing. Long tables overflow with the impressive bounty of recent harvest. Fresh bread made from new grain, vegetables prepared in every possible variation, fruit carefully preserved for winter, now enjoyed in abundance, roasted meat from animals necessarily slaughtered before winter. Feeding becomes too expensive. The priest solemnly blesses the displayed food and offers formal prayers of thanksgiving. Everyone responds in unison with the familiar phrases learned from childhood. Even those who rarely bother attending regular church services make the effort to show up for this critically important ritual. Gratitude transcends personal piety. After the formal blessing, the actual feast begins in earnest. You pile your wooden plate dangerously high with everything available. Everything tastes somehow enhanced by the knowledge that months of hard work made it all possible. These flavours represent effort transformed into sustenance. The travelling storyteller earns his generous place at the feast by entertaining throughout the meal and afterwards. He tells traditional tales of legendary harvests from the distant past, stories of saints who miraculously blessed crops, funny accounts of harvest disasters in other less fortunate villages, each story perfectly calibrated to match the prevailing mood. You listen attentively while eating steadily. The combination of genuinely good food and skilled storytelling creates a contentment that goes deeper than simple happiness. This feeling connects you directly to every generation that came before. They sat exactly like this after their harvests. They felt this same bone-deep satisfaction. As darkness finally falls, someone lights an enormous bonfire. The flames leap dramatically toward the night sky. People gather naturally around its welcoming warmth. The nights grow noticeably cooler now that summer surrendered to autumn's inexorable advance. Young people take turns jumping over the dying flames when the fire burns lower. This ancient tradition supposedly brings good fortune for the coming year. You take your turn leaping across the glowing embers. The intense heat licks at your legs. You land safely on the far side. Thomas and Margaret cheer enthusiastically. The church festivals punctuate the year with deep religious significance. Christmas, Easter, various saints' days dedicated to different holy figures. These celebrations successfully blend spiritual devotion with practical community gathering. The Christmas season brings the darkest days of winter. The church interior decorates with evergreen boughs. Candles multiply dramatically until the space glows with light that actively pushes back against the darkness outside. The services last considerably longer than usual. More prayers, more singing, more incense creating fragrant clouds. After the religious observances come 12 days of significantly reduced work and increased celebration. Feasting happens despite winter's natural scarcity. Special foods appear from carefully hoarded supplies. Someone always manages to produce a roasted goose or at least a large chicken. Dried fruits and precious nuts emerge from storage. Spiced ale warms cold hands and bellies. Games and entertainments fill the long dark evenings. People perform short, simple plays depicting biblical scenes. Children sing carols carefully learned from the priest. Someone inevitably dresses as a monstrous figure and chases others around in elaborate mock terror. Genuine laughter echoes through the village. You notice during these celebrations how they bind the community together into something larger. Shared rituals create essential common ground. Even people who barely speak during normal times come together naturally for these important moments. The celebrations remind everyone that you belong to something far larger than individual families or separate households. Standing by the Christmas bonfire, watching your neighbours' faces glow warmly in the firelight, you feel this belonging acutely. These people share your daily struggles and your occasional joys. They understand without lengthy explanation what your life actually contains. This deep understanding matters more than you can properly articulate. The festivals will come again next year and the year after that. The cycle continues endlessly forward, but each individual celebration remains somehow unique. Next year you will be older. Circumstances will have changed in small or large ways. The precise moment you occupy right now will never repeat exactly, so you pay careful attention. You deliberately notice specific details, the distinctive taste of honey cake, the sound of laughter mixing with music, the warmth of fire against cool night air, the feeling of belonging to a specific time and place and group of people. These accumulated sensory memories will sustain you through the ordinary days that stretch long between celebrations. Your 16th birthday passes without significant ceremony or special recognition. The village does not carefully track individual birth dates with precision, but sometime around the beginning of summer you complete your 16th year of life. This milestone carries genuine significance, whether or not anyone marks it specifically with celebration. The blacksmith begins treating you noticeably differently. He assigns increasingly complex projects to your care. He trusts you to work independently for much longer periods. When customers arrive with questions, he sometimes lets you explain technical details and pricing. This growing responsibility clearly indicates his developing confidence in your abilities. You notice other subtle changes as well. Adults begin including you in conversations previously reserved exclusively for their peers. Your opinions occasionally get specifically solicited on village matters. People stop referring to you as a child in casual conversation. The transition happens gradually but unmistakably. Your father talks to you about the future with new seriousness. He explains the financial arrangements that will absolutely need to be made eventually. Apprenticeships cost money that must be repaid. Setting up your own independent household will cost considerably more. These practical economic considerations cannot be ignored or postponed forever. The subject of marriage enters previously casual conversations with pointed regularity. Your mother mentions various girls in the village with obvious interest. She describes their specific skills and family situations in detail. The subtext rings absolutely clearly. You should begin seriously thinking about potential matches. This prospect fills you with genuinely mixed feelings. Marriage represents true adulthood and meaningful independence, but it also means enormous responsibility. A wife to provide for, eventually children requiring food and shelter, your own household to maintain. The weight of these future obligations feels genuinely heavy. The weaver's apprentice occupies your private thoughts with increasing frequency. You have watched her grow from a shy girl into someone approaching womanhood. Her visible competence at her difficult craft impresses you. Her quiet intelligence attracts you. The rare conversations you manage to share stay in your memory for days afterwards. But approaching her about anything beyond casual pleasantries requires courage you have not yet mustered. The social rules governing proper courtship feel complex and intimidating. What if she has no romantic interest? What if her family considers your prospects insufficient? What if you simply make an embarrassing fool of yourself? Thomas faced this exact challenge last year with surprising success. He wanted desperately to court the miller's youngest daughter. He agonized for months about the right approach and perfect timing. Finally, he simply walked directly up to her after church services and asked if he could speak with her father about potential marriage arrangements. She said yes immediately. They are now formally betrothed. The wedding will happen next summer after Thomas completes his current contract with the shepherd who employs him. The whole process seems simultaneously simple and absolutely terrifying from your perspective. Margaret takes a characteristically different view of marriage entirely. She announces one evening with conviction that she has no intention of marrying anyone unless they agree to her unusual terms. Her future husband will need to accept her continued active work in her father's business. He will need to tolerate her fiercely independent nature. He will need to understand that she has zero interest in becoming a traditional docile wife. You and Thomas exchange knowing glances. Margaret's specific requirements will likely limit her available options considerably, but she seems genuinely unconcerned about this reality. She would rather remain unmarried indefinitely than compromise on essentials. You admire her certainty even while questioning its long-term practicality. Your own path forward remains frustratingly unclear. The blacksmith has hinted several times that he might take you on as a paid journeyman when your formal apprenticeship ends next year. This would mean actual wages instead of just room and board. It would mean official recognition as a skilled craftsman, but it would also mean remaining in this particular village indefinitely. The alternative involves travelling to seek work in larger towns or proper cities. Journeymen traditionally spend several years moving from place to place. They learn different techniques from various masters. They build professional reputations. Eventually they save enough money to open their own independent shops. This wandering life strongly appeals to your developing sense of adventure, but it also means leaving behind absolutely everything familiar. Your immediate family, your closest friends, the only place you have ever known. The choice between comfortable security and uncertain possibility keeps you awake some nights. The village elder dies unexpectedly in early autumn. He was ancient by local standards, past 70 years old. His passing surprises absolutely no one but still leaves a noticeable gap. He served as a reliable source of wisdom and fair mediation for decades. The funeral brings the entire community together in the church. Everyone gathers regardless of other obligations. The priest conducts the service with appropriate solemnity. You stand among the other young adults, no longer with the children, but not quite among the established adults either, still occupying that strange in-between space. Watching the elder's body being carried to the churchyard for burial, you think seriously about mortality, your own death eventually, everyone's inevitable end. The medieval world does not hide death from view. It remains constantly visible and present, a fact to be acknowledged rather than denied. After the burial, people naturally share stories about the elder, his reputation for fair judgments, his occasional surprising moments of humour, his genuine dedication to the village's collective well-being. These memories become his lasting legacy, the intangible inheritance he leaves behind. You realise with some shock that someday people might tell similar stories about you. What will they say specifically? What mark will you leave on this community? The questions feel too large for your current age, but they demand serious consideration nonetheless. The responsibilities of full adulthood creep steadily closer each day. You can feel them approaching like spring feels the inevitable approach of summer. inevitable and completely transformative. The person you are now will not be the person you eventually become, but tonight you remain firmly in this in-between space, still learning important skills, still growing physically and mentally, still figuring out who you might turn out to be. The firelight flickers warmly across familiar faces, your mother and father, your younger siblings, your close friends, the neighbours you have known your entire life. This moment will not last forever. Change comes regardless of whether you welcome it or not, but for now, you exist here in the warmth and the community, and the ordinary magic of being young and alive and surrounded by people who know your name. The day winds gradually down as the sun approaches the western horizon. Your work at the smithy ended about an hour ago. You walked home through the familiar village streets, the exact same route you have travelled thousands of times. Your cottage welcomes you with its usual distinctive smells and sounds. Your mother stirs something over the fire. Your younger siblings argue about something trivial. Your father sits carefully repairing a broken tool by the fading natural light. Ordinary domestic life continues its eternal rhythm. You wash your hands and face in the basin by the door. The water immediately runs grey with accumulated soot and sweat. Your wavering reflection looks up from the water's surface. You look older than you remember. When exactly did that happen? Supper consists of bread and thick pottage. The same basic meal that appears most evenings with minor variations. Sometimes vegetables, sometimes a bit of meat, but fundamentally unchanged. You eat without really thinking about the food itself. Fuel rather than pleasure. After eating, you step outside again into the cooling air. The village settles into evening routines all around you. Smoke rises in thin columns from hearth fires. Animals get secured for the night in pens and stables. Children reluctantly head toward bed. The pace slows noticeably as darkness gathers. Thomas appears, walking back from the common land where his sheep graze during summer months. You call out a greeting. He joins you sitting on the wooden bench outside your cottage door. Neither of you speaks for a while. The silence feels comfortable and natural. Margaret walks past, returning from some errand. She stops to share amusing news about the baker's son who apparently fell into the mill pond fully clothed while trying to impress a girl. The image makes all three of you laugh genuinely. The poor boy's dignity probably suffered more than his body. She continues toward home. You and Thomas remain sitting in companionable silence. The first stars become visible overhead in the darkening sky. The endless dome of night spreads gradually above you. Thomas asks if you have decided anything about your future, the journeyman offer, the possibility of travel, the complicated question of marriage. You admit honestly that no firm decisions have been made yet. Everything still feels uncertain and unclear. He nods, understanding. His own future seems more settled and predictable. Marriage next year. Continued work as a shepherd. A life that will unfold in familiar patterns. But even he expresses occasional doubt. Whether he made the right choices. Whether other paths might have suited him better. You tell him that uncertainty probably never fully disappears. Even adults who seem confident likely harbour private questions. This thought provides minimal comfort, but some. At least you're not alone in your confusion. A dog barks somewhere in the darkness. Someone shouts at it to be quiet. The dog completely ignores this instruction and continues barking. Village life contains these small irritations alongside its comforts. Your mother calls from inside the cottage. Time to come in. Thomas stands and wishes you good night. He disappears into the darkness, heading toward his own home. You linger a moment longer outside. The air smells of wood smoke and growing things and the indefinable scent of late summer. The temperature drops steadily as night deepens. Soon you will need a heavier cloak. Soon the leaves will turn brilliant colours. Soon winter will arrive again with its challenges. But not tonight. Tonight remains suspended in that perfect moment between warm and cold. Between summer and autumn. Between youth and adulthood. You breathe deeply, trying to capture and hold this exact feeling. The church bell rings, calling people to evening prayers. Most will ignore it, but the sound still marks the day's formal end. Another 24 hours survived, another small victory against the relentless passage of time. You finally go inside. Your bed awaits with its familiar lumps and scratchy blanket. You lie down, still fully clothed, too tired to bother with changing. Your body aches pleasantly from the day's work. Through the gaps in the shutters you can see a sliver of night sky. Stars scatter across it like seeds broadcast across a prepared field. infinite and unreachable. You wonder if anyone else in the village is looking at those same stars right now. Probably not. Most people have more practical concerns than celestial observation. But the thought pleases you anyway. The idea that you might share this moment with unseen others. Your breathing slows naturally. The cottage falls quiet around you. Your father's gentle snoring. Your mother's movements as she carefully banks the fire for the night. Your siblings' whispered conversation gradually fading into silence. Sleep approaches on soft feet. You can feel it drawing steadily near. The boundary between waking and dreaming grows thin. Your thoughts begin to drift and scatter like leaves in wind. Tomorrow will bring more work, more routine, more ordinary moments strung together like beads on a string. But tomorrow also might bring something genuinely unexpected, a surprise, a significant change, a new direction. The future remains completely unwritten, full of possibility and danger in equal uncertain measure. You stand on its threshold looking ahead into unknown territory. The path forward will reveal itself one step at a time, but tonight you rest. Tonight you let go of questions and concerns. Tonight you simply exist in this moment, a medieval teenager in a small village, living a life that will someday seem impossibly distant to people not yet born. Your breathing deepens into the steady rhythm of sleep. The day releases its hold on you completely. Dreams begin their nightly work, and the stars continue their slow wheel across the sky, marking time, bearing witness, illuminating the darkness with their ancient light. The medieval world sleeps peacefully around you. The quiet fields rest under moonlight. The animals settle quietly in their pens. The village holds its breath between today and tomorrow, and you sleep deeply, knowing that when morning inevitably comes, you will rise and begin again. The endless cycle continues. Life goes on, as it always has, as it always will, forever and ever into the unknowable future. You're a chef in Victorian England in the year 1872, and your world exists almost entirely underground. The kitchen where you work occupies a warren of rooms beneath a grand London townhouse, connected by narrow corridors that smell perpetually of rendered fat and carbolic soap. Your day begins before the household stirs and ends long after the last dinner plate has been cleared away. The first sound you hear is always the same. A hand rattles the door of your small room on the 3rd floor and a voice calls your name once. No second warning comes. You swing your legs from the narrow iron bedstead and your feet meet cold floorboards that have never known a carpet. 4:45 in the morning. The house above you sleeps in expensive silence. You dress in yesterday's clothes because your Sunday whites hang drying in the scullery. The starch never quite softens in the damp basement air. Your fingers know the buttons by touch. A wool vest, a cotton shirt that bears faint brown stains no amount of scrubbing removes, heavy trousers that bag at the knee. The white neckerchief comes last, knotted quickly in a way that would horrify your mother if she could see you now. The stairs descend into increasing darkness. Your hand trails the wall because the single candle you carry illuminates only the step directly beneath your feet. Other servants pass you going up. The under-housemaid who empties chamber pots nods without speaking. The hallboy carries a coal scuttle that scrapes against the narrow walls. Everyone moves in the same half-awake shuffle. The kitchen door stands open. You smell it before you see it. Coal smoke and yesterday's roasted meat and the sour tang of the stone sink where hundreds of dishes met their fate. The massive room stretches 30 feet in each direction, with a ceiling so high the shadows never quite leave the corners. Windows sit at street level, their lower panes below ground, letting in only the grey pre-dawn light that manages to filter down. The range dominates everything. 8 feet of black cast iron squats against the far wall like some patient beast. Its multiple ovens and cooking surfaces will consume 200 pounds of coal before the day ends. Right now it radiates only residual warmth from last night's banking. The dampers were closed at midnight to preserve the coals, and your first task involves coaxing those embers back to functional heat. You kneel before the primary firebox and open the heavy door. The metal handle burns even through your calloused palm because the iron remembers yesterday's temperatures. Inside, a bed of orange coals pulses beneath a layer of fine ash. You take up the poker and disturb this sleeping fire gently. Too aggressive and you smother it. Too timid and the fresh coal smothers it anyway. The coal arrives in a brass scuttle that the hallboy filled during the night. You select pieces the size of your fist and place them with the same care a jeweller might use arranging precious stones. The coals hiss at the intrusion. Small flames lick upward. You blow gently across the surface, and the fire answers with a rush of heat that reddens your face. 3 more fireboxes require the same attention. The process takes 20 minutes. Your knees ache from kneeling on the stone floor. Black dust coats your hands and streaks your forearms where you wiped sweat away. The neckerchief you tied so carefully upstairs now hangs askew. The undercook arrives while you work on the 4th firebox. Mrs. Bramwell moves through the kitchen with the assurance of someone who has navigated these spaces for 30 years. She wears black from neck to ankle. Her grey hair pulls so tight beneath her cap that it seems to stretch her face into a permanent expression of mild displeasure. She does not greet you. She surveys the range with narrowed eyes and gives a single nod that means you have performed adequately. Water comes next. The kitchen possesses no running taps. Every drop arrives by bucket from the pump in the scullery yard. You make 6 trips before the massive copper cistern beside the range reaches the fill line Mrs. Bramwell considers adequate. The cistern holds 40 gallons. By day's end it will be empty, and you will refill it twice more. The water begins its slow heat. Coils inside the cistern run alongside the firebox and transfer warmth through convection. The head cook once explained, using words you did not fully understand. You understand only that cold water goes in and eventually hot water comes out, and this constitutes a miracle of modern engineering. Light grows in the high windows. London wakes above you in layers. First the sweeps and dustmen, then the delivery carts, eventually the residents of the grand houses who will never set foot in the space where their food originates. You can track the city's awakening by sound alone. The rattle of iron wheels on cobblestones, the cry of the muffin man, the clop of horses pulling hansoms toward unknown destinations. Mrs. Bramwell sets you to preparing the breakfast room fire while she begins inventory. The breakfast room sits at the far end of the kitchen complex, connected by a corridor lined with shelves holding every size of serving dish. The room exists solely for warming and plating the morning meal before it makes the journey upstairs on wooden trays carried by footmen whose uniforms cost more than you earn in half a year. The breakfast room fire requires different coal, smaller pieces that burn hotter and faster because the morning service moves quickly. You build this fire with the same methodical care, knowing that a smoking grate means delayed breakfast, means the master's displeasure, means Mrs. Bramwell's particular brand of silent fury. The kitchen gradually fills with bodies and purpose. The scullery maid arrives and immediately begins pumping water for the washing up that will continue in waves throughout the day. The pastry cook appears from some private room you have never seen and takes possession of the marble slab where she works her mysterious alchemy with flour and butter. 2 kitchen maids arrive together and begin the endless task of peeling vegetables for meals that will not be served for hours yet. No one speaks unnecessarily. The kitchen operates on a hierarchy as rigid as the military ranks Mrs. Bramwell's late husband once held. You are a chef de partie, responsible for your section of the meal service. Below you sit the commis chefs and kitchen maids. Above you stand the sous chef and the chef de cuisine. Though in a household like this, the roles blur and shift according to who has the most experience with the dish currently under preparation. Mr. Aldrich, the head chef, makes his entrance at 6 o'clock precisely. He descends the same stairs you navigated in darkness, but somehow he arrives looking as though he has just stepped from a painting. His white jacket bears not a single crease. His tall chef's hat sits at an angle that suggests both authority and a certain continental flair he cultivated during 5 years in a Paris restaurant he mentions approximately twice per week. He surveys the kitchen with the expression of a general inspecting possibly mutinous troops. His gaze lingers on the range, on the vegetable preparation station, on you still bearing coal dust despite your attempts to wipe it away. He gives Mrs. Bramwell a slight bow that contains just enough irony to annoy her. Then he claps his hands once, and the day truly begins. The Victorian kitchen operates on rules as old as feudalism itself. Everyone knows their place with the certainty of planets understanding their orbits. You learned this truth during your first week when you made the mistake of reaching for a copper saucepan the sous chef had reserved for sauce preparation. The rebuke arrived swiftly and publicly. You have not made that particular error again. Mr. Aldrich occupies the pinnacle of this small universe. He answers only to the butler, who answers only to the master, who likely could not locate the kitchen without a detailed map and explicit directions. The head chef determines menus. He negotiates with suppliers. He hires and dismisses staff with the wave of one flour-dusted hand. His salary exceeds what some clerks earn in respectable offices, and he dresses for his off hours like a man who intends to be mistaken for someone considerably more prosperous. Below him stands Mrs. Bramwell, the undercook, though her title understates her actual power. She manages the daily operations that Mr. Aldrich considers beneath his continental dignity. She orders the coal. She supervises the cleaning. She maintains the inventory books with entries so precise they could satisfy a bank auditor. When Mr. Aldrich departs for his evening constitutional, Mrs. Bramwell runs the kitchen with an efficiency that makes his elaborate management style look like performance theatre. The sous chef, position currently sits empty after the previous holder departed for a post in a Yorkshire estate. This means you and two other chefs de partie compete in an unofficial rivalry that everyone pretends not to notice. Mr. Aldrich watches this competition with the satisfaction of someone who believes tension improves performance. You suspect he deliberately delays hiring a replacement because he enjoys watching three competent cooks attempt to outdo each other in increasingly creative ways. Your specific domain covers meat preparation and roasting. Thomas handles fish and seafood. Margaret oversees vegetables and starches. This division seems simple until you attempt to prepare an actual meal, at which point it becomes apparent that nearly every dish requires negotiation across territories. A roasted chicken needs accompaniments. A poached salmon requires sauce. Everything demands timing so precise that a 2-minute delay can render an entire course unserviceable. The kitchen maids occupy a peculiar position in this hierarchy. They perform the heaviest labour but possess the least authority. They haul the coal you burn. They pump the water you use. They scrub the pots you soil. Yet Mr. Aldrich treats them as invisible unless something goes wrong, at which point they become extremely visible targets for his theatrical displeasure. Young Emma arrived 6 months ago from a Shropshire farm. Her hands still bear the rough texture of someone who spent childhood years pulling turnips from frozen ground. She moves through the kitchen with the uncertain gait of a person who expects punishment for crimes she cannot name. Yesterday you showed her the correct way to sharpen knives on the whetstone, and she looked at you as though you had revealed secrets known only to ancient mystery cults. The scullery maid lives in a world apart. She works in a separate room connected to the main kitchen by a doorway that seems designed to remind everyone of boundaries. Her domain consists of 3 deep stone sinks, countless scrubbing brushes, and a seemingly infinite supply of dirty cookware. Bridget has held this position for 8 years. Her hands carry scars from broken crockery and scalding water. She speaks rarely, but possesses encyclopedic knowledge about which pots belong to which cook, and which serving dishes the mistress of the house particularly values. The pastry cook exists in a separate hierarchy altogether. Madame Laurent came from France with references Mr. Aldrich examined as though they were holy texts. She works at her marble slab with tools you do not touch, and ingredients she stores in locked cupboards. Her domain produces the elaborate desserts and breakfast pastries that travel upstairs on special platters. She answers to Mr. Aldrich in theory, but operates in practice as an independent nation, maintaining diplomatic relations. Morning staff meeting occurs at 6:30. Mr. Aldrich stands at the head of the great kitchen table and announces the day's menu as though revealing divine prophecy. Breakfast will feature the usual offerings. Luncheon requires roasted mutton with caper sauce. Dinner demands his attention because the master plans to entertain business associates with the kind of meal that demonstrates prosperity without vulgar ostentation. You listen while mentally calculating the preparation timeline for your portion of this ambitious meal. The mutton needs to come out of cold storage within the hour. The roasting will require 3 hours at carefully managed temperature. The timing must account for resting the meat before carving. Meanwhile, the dinner service demands 2 separate meat courses, which means dividing your attention between simultaneous processes that each require constant monitoring. Mr. Aldrich finishes his pronouncements and departs to his small office, where he maintains menus, accounts, and a private store of cooking brandy he believes no one knows about. Mrs. Bramwell immediately begins issuing the practical instructions that will transform his grand vision into actual food. She assigns tasks with the efficiency of a battlefield commander. Emma will prepare vegetables. Thomas will tackle the fish course. You will handle both mutton and beef. The kitchen settles into its working rhythm. Conversation drops away except for necessary coordination. What's the temperature in the main oven? Have you seen the whisk? Mind your hands, that pot is hot. The sounds become a kind of music you no longer consciously hear. The scrape of knife on cutting board, the hiss of water hitting hot iron, the soft thud of dough being worked on marble. You retrieve the mutton from the cold room that sits partially underground, where winter ice packed in sawdust keeps things at temperatures that would delight modern refrigeration engineers. The joint weighs 12 pounds and carries the slightly gamey smell of sheep that ate upland grass. You bring it to your station and begin the process of preparing it for the roasting pan. First comes trimming. The outer membrane needs removal. Excess fat gets carved away but not discarded, because Mrs. Bramwell maintains strict accounting of kitchen materials, and that fat will eventually render into dripping that has both culinary and economic value. You work with a boning knife that fits your hand like a natural extension. The blade moves in short, controlled strokes that leave meat exposed in clean, smooth surfaces. Margaret watches from her station while ostensibly focusing on turnips. Everyone monitors everyone else's work while pretending total absorption in their own tasks. The kitchen breeds this constant low-level surveillance. You learn techniques by observation. You identify potential disasters before they fully develop. You gather intelligence that might prove useful when the next sous chef position opens. The morning light strengthens in the high windows but never achieves what anyone would call brightness. The kitchen exists in perpetual state between dawn and dusk. Gas lamps supplement the natural light, their jets producing a steady hiss that adds to the kitchen's background symphony. The heat from the range begins its daily escalation. By noon, the temperature in this underground room will exceed anything a reasonable person would consider comfortable. You season the mutton with salt and pepper. Fresh rosemary from the herb garden gets tucked into small slits cut into the flesh. Garlic cloves follow the same treatment. The preparation seems simple, but requires judgment developed over years of watching meat transform under heat. Too much seasoning and you mask the fundamental quality of the ingredient. Too little, and the dish tastes like an apology. The roasting pan waits. You settle the mutton onto a rack that elevates it above the bottom surface. This allows heat to circulate and fat to drip away rather than letting the joint stew in its own renderings. The pan goes into the oven Mrs. Bramwell has designated for this purpose. The door clangs shut with a sound like a bank vault closing. Now begins the waiting that constitutes the majority of your workday. The mutton will roast for 3 hours. During that time, you will open the oven door every 20 minutes to check progress and baste the surface with accumulated pan juices. This rhythm becomes meditation. The repetitive action frees your mind to wander through territories having nothing to do with meat or heat or service. The Victorian kitchen contains tools that would puzzle modern cooks and delight museum curators. You work with equipment that represents decades or even centuries of incremental improvement. Nothing here emerged fully formed from some inventor's imagination. Each tool evolved through countless small modifications made by cooks who needed better ways to accomplish ancient tasks. The knives deserve first consideration. You own 3 personally, purchased with wages saved over months. A chef's knife with a 10-inch blade for general work, a boning knife for detail tasks, a small paring knife for vegetables and fruit. Each blade requires daily sharpening on the whetstone that lives in the corner near the scullery door. The steel must hold an edge but also possess enough flex to work around bones and through cartilage. Mr. Aldrich owns a collection that numbers 15 knives, each with specific purpose. He guards these implements as though they were family heirlooms, which they essentially are given that several came from his time in Paris. He once spent 20 minutes explaining the proper angle for sharpening a filleting knife while you nodded and tried to absorb information delivered in a mixture of English and French technical terms. The copper pots arranged on shelves above the range represent serious investment. Copper conducts heat with nearly perfect efficiency, allowing precise temperature control that lesser materials cannot match. But copper also requires constant maintenance. The interiors get lined with tin that must be stripped and replaced when it wears thin. The exteriors need polishing to prevent the green oxidation that makes them look like artifacts from archaeological sites. Mrs. Bramwell maintains a rotation schedule for copper pot maintenance. Every week, 2 vessels go to the tinker in Clerkenwell who specialises in kitchen work. Every evening, someone must polish at least 3 pots using a mixture of salt, vinegar and elbow grease that leaves your arms aching. The hierarchy determines who performs this task, and you have risen just high enough to delegate it to kitchen maids, while pretending this represents their educational benefit. The range itself constitutes the kitchen's largest and most complex tool. Understanding its moods and capabilities requires knowledge that comes only through experience. Each oven maintains slightly different temperature characteristics. The left side runs hotter than the right by approximately 20 degrees. The top front burner provides the most intense direct heat. The warming ovens, tucked into the upper section, work best for dishes that need gentle finishing rather than aggressive cooking. Temperature control happens through damper adjustment and cold management. Open the dampers and airflow increases, bringing higher heat. Close them, and the fire subsides to a sullen glow. Add fresh coal and temperatures spike before settling. Remove spent coals and heat gradually diminishes. You have learned to read the range's behaviour through sound as much as sight. The particular roar that means the fire burns too hot. The quiet ticking that suggests insufficient combustion. A collection of specialised equipment occupies the shelves and cupboards around the kitchen's perimeter. The copper fish kettle long enough to accommodate whole salmon. The battery of graduated saucepans from tiny half-pint vessels to enormous multi-gallon giants. The charlotte moulds and jelly moulds and pudding basins in sizes ranging from individual servings to productions capable of feeding a dozen people. The mechanical tools represent Victorian ingenuity. A clockwork spit turns meat before the fire without requiring constant human attention. A rotary whisk allows egg whites to achieve foam in minutes, rather than the hours required with bundled birch twigs. A tin opener that looks like a medieval weapon makes canned goods accessible without requiring hammer and chisel. Madame Laurent maintains her own specialised arsenal, pastry cutters in geometric shapes, rolling pins of different weights and lengths, a marble slab that cost more than you earn in 3 months and maintains the cool temperature essential for working butter into dough. She possesses measuring cups and spoons calibrated to precision that would satisfy a chemist, though she rarely uses them, working instead from practiced instinct. The mortar and pestle combination gets daily use. Grinding spices fresh produces flavours that pre-ground powders cannot match. You have spent hours reducing peppercorns to powder, crushing cardamom pods, pulverising cinnamon bark. The repetitive motion becomes meditative after the first 100 strokes. The scents bloom and fill your nostrils with intensity that makes your eyes water. Kitchen thermometers represent relatively recent innovation. Mr. Aldrich owns 2, both purchased from a scientific instrument maker in Birmingham. He treats them as objects of near mystical significance, capable of revealing truths that mere human judgment might miss. You have learned to gauge temperature by holding your hand at specific distances from heat sources, a technique Mr. Aldrich considers primitive but which works reliably when thermometers live in locked cupboards. The ice cream churn sits unused 11 months of the year and springs to life during summer when frozen desserts become practical. The machine requires someone to crank its handle for 45 minutes, while ice and rock salt create temperatures that seem to violate natural law. Last August you earned this duty and developed arm muscles that impressed the upstairs footman who occasionally ventures into kitchen territory. Strainers and sieves exist in bewildering variety, fine mesh for delicate sauces, coarse screens for vegetable stocks, the chinois with its conical shape and superfine weave that produces clarified consommé of crystalline purity. Each strainer has its designated storage location, and using the wrong one for a particular task invites correction from Mrs. Bramwell, or outright scorn from Mr. Aldrich. The roasting racks and trivets allow meat to cook suspended above pan bottoms, ensuring even heat distribution and preventing bottom surfaces from steaming rather than roasting. You own intimate knowledge of which racks fit, which pans, and which trivets stand stable under various weights. This seems like trivial information, until you're juggling 3 different roasts for a dinner service and need to make split-second equipment decisions. Basting spoons and ladles come in graduated sizes, the massive ladle that holds a full pint for serving soups, the delicate version barely larger than a tablespoon for sauce work, the basting spoons with their long handles that protect your hands from oven heat, while allowing precise application of pan drippings to roasting meat. The carving knives represent their own category. Long flexible blades for slicing beef, shorter, stiffer versions for pork and lamb, the wickedly curved blade specifically designed for separating poultry from bones. Mr. Aldrich performs most carving personally, treating it as performance art that demonstrates his superior technique. You have observed enough to develop your own skill, practiced during family meal when no one cares about presentation. Kitchen scales range from delicate balance beam devices for measuring ounces to massive platform scales capable of weighing 50-pound sacks of flour. Accuracy matters more in pastry work than in cooking, but Mrs. Bramwell insists on weighing everything that enters or leaves inventory. Her record books contain precise figures that would allow her to calculate food costs to the penny if anyone asked. The pot crane swings out from the fireplace that once served as the kitchen's main heat source before the range arrived. Now it functions primarily as backup during periods when the range undergoes maintenance, or during particularly ambitious meal services that require more cooking surfaces than 8 burners can provide. The crane allows pots to hang over open fire at adjustable heights, a system that predates your grandmother and will likely persist long after you're gone. You check the mutton again. The surface has begun to brown. Fat renders from the outer layer and pools in the roasting pan below. The smell combines rendered lamb fat with rosemary and garlic in proportions that make your stomach remind you that breakfast remains hours away. You baste the joint with accumulated drippings and close the oven door. Breakfast in a household of this size and status follows patterns as reliable as tides. The family does not eat together. The master takes his meal in the study at 7:30. The mistress prefers her room at 8. The adult children maintain schedules that place them at the breakfast table anywhere between 7 and 9, depending on social engagements from the previous evening. The breakfast menu never varies except on Sundays when kippers make an appearance. Every morning requires eggs, bacon, sausages, toast in sufficient quantity to build small fortifications, porridge during cold months, fresh fruit arranged artfully on the sideboard, coffee in the silver pot that requires polishing twice weekly, tea in the second best service because the best remains locked in the butler's pantry for occasions when its appearance matters. Egg preparation falls to you this morning because Thomas has devoted himself entirely to preparing the fish course for luncheon. You crack 24 eggs into a massive bowl and whisk them into the scrambled consistency the family prefers. The technique requires constant motion over moderate heat. Too hot and the eggs turn rubbery. Too cool and they remain snotty. which provokes complaints from upstairs that filter down through the butler to Mr. Aldrich to you in increasingly pointed language. The eggs cook in a copper pan that responds instantly to temperature changes. You keep them moving with a wooden spatula, scraping bottom and sides in continuous motion that prevents any portion from setting before the rest reaches appropriate doneness. The mixture transforms from liquid to soft curds in approximately 4 minutes. You remove the pan from heat while the eggs retain slight wetness, because they will continue cooking in their own residual warmth. Bacon comes from a side hanging in the cold room. You slice it yourself because the previous chef who left these preparations to kitchen maids learned that varying thickness produces varying cooking times, which creates chaos during service. Each rasher measures approximately 1/8 inch thick. You lay them in a cast iron skillet that covers 2 burners and allows cooking the entire batch simultaneously. The bacon fat renders and bubbles. The meat sizzles and begins its transformation from flabby white to crisp brown. You flip each piece individually using tongs, searching for the perfect moment when both sides achieve crispness without burning. The smell fills the kitchen and makes everyone's mouth water, despite the fact that servants' breakfast occurred an hour ago and consisted of leftover bread and tea. Sausages rotate slowly in a separate pan. These arrived yesterday from a supplier in Smithfield, who makes them according to Mr. Aldrich's private recipe involving pork, sage, and proportions he refuses to divulge. They need careful attention because the casings split if heat comes too aggressively. You turn them at intervals, coaxing them toward even browning, while preventing the catastrophic rupture that would drain flavourful fat into the pan bottom, where it serves no purpose. Toast production represents a separate operation entirely. Margaret has taken charge of this element, standing at the toasting fork and watching bread brown over the range's open burner. The bread comes sliced yesterday evening because fresh bread tears when cut and produces ragged pieces unsuitable for presentation. Each slice requires careful monitoring. Too light and the bread remains floppy. Too dark and the family complains about bitterness. Butter waits at room temperature in a covered dish. Marmalade sits in a crystal bowl that travelled upstairs yesterday and returns this morning bearing the sticky residue of previous use. Bridget will wash it later, adding one more item to our endless queue of things requiring hot water and scrubbing. The porridge has been bubbling on the back of the range since 5 o'clock, tended by the kitchen maid who drew early duty. The mixture requires only occasional stirring to prevent bottom scorching. Mrs. Bramwell judges doneness by consistency rather than time, looking for the thick texture that she describes as resembling wet plaster, but somehow making this sound appetizing. At 7:15, you begin plating. The breakfast room contains chafing dishes heated by spirit lamps that keep food warm without continuing to cook it. You transfer the scrambled eggs into the largest vessel. The bacon gets arranged on a platter in overlapping rows. Sausages occupy their own dish because the master dislikes when breakfast items touch each other. The toast travels upstairs in a covered basket lined with linen that will theoretically retain heat, but primarily serves aesthetic function. The porridge fills a tureen that looks capable of serving soup to a small army. Everything must reach the breakfast room before the footman arrives to carry it upstairs on trays whose silver surfaces require daily polishing by staff you never see. Mr. Aldrich inspects each dish before approving its departure. He lifts covers and peers critically at contents. His expression suggests someone detecting subtle flaws invisible to lesser mortals. He samples nothing, working instead from visual assessment. He once sent back an entire batch of eggs because their colour struck him as insufficiently yellow, a critique you could not address because chickens produce eggs in whatever shade their biology dictates. This morning he nods acceptance. The footman appears precisely on time because the butler maintains standards that would shame military academies. The trays depart upward through the servants' stair network that connects basement to ground floor to upper stories without requiring servants to traverse spaces occupied by family. You never see the family eat. You never know if they enjoyed the meal or merely tolerated it. Information travels downward only when something goes wrong. Silence equals success. Praise never reaches kitchen staff because recognizing good work might encourage dangerous ideas about worth. The breakfast dishes return within the hour. You can read the meal's story in the remnants. The eggs were consumed completely, which indicates proper seasoning. Most bacon disappeared, but 3 pieces remain, suggesting someone with diminished appetite or vegetarian leanings. The sausages show tooth marks that stopped mid-bite, implying adequate flavour but possibly excessive richness for morning consumption. Bridget receives the dirty dishes with the resigned expression of someone who has accepted that washing up constitutes her entire career trajectory. She scrapes plates into a slop bucket that will eventually feed pigs at a farm outside the city. Nothing goes to waste in a properly run kitchen. Even vegetable peelings find use as animal feed or garden compost. You clean your station while the breakfast dishes circulate through Bridget's 3-sink system. First sink for scraping and initial soak, second sink for hot water and soap, third sink for rinsing. Everything emerges clean, but bearing the microscopic scars of thousands of previous washings. The copper develops patina, the china acquires crazing, the silver plate reveals brass beneath in spots where use has worn through. The morning stretches toward midday. The light in the high windows achieves its maximum brightness, which still leaves the kitchen dimmer than any street at noon. You check the mutton again, and judge it approximately halfway to completion. The surface has developed deep brown colour. The meat has begun to shrink as moisture evaporates and proteins contract. Another 90 minutes should bring it to the perfect state of doneness that Mr. Aldrich demands. Family meal occurs at 11. This represents the staff's main eating opportunity and follows protocols as rigid as any upstairs service. Everyone sits at the long kitchen table in order of rank. Mr. Aldrich takes the head position. Mrs. Bramwell sits at the foot. You occupy a middle seat that reflects your intermediate status. The food comes from kitchen surplus, and yesterday's leftovers transformed through creative preparation. Today offers a mutton stew created from trim pieces you removed this morning. Bread that fail to meet presentation standards but tastes identical to the perfect loaves that travelled upstairs. Cheese purchased in quantities that make individual portions nearly free. Tea served in thick earthenware mugs rather than the delicate china used above. Conversation flows more freely during family meal than any other time. People discuss the morning's events. Margaret mentions that she heard the mistress might be planning a dinner party next week. Thomas describes a new fish supplier who claims to receive deliveries direct from Billingsgate each morning. Emma asks a question about yeast behaviour that reveals she has been paying more attention than anyone realised. You eat quickly, but not hastily. The stew provides solid nourishment. Your body requires fuel to maintain energy through the afternoon service and evening preparations. You consume enough to satisfy hunger without filling yourself to the point where working becomes uncomfortable. This calculation has become automatic after years of navigating the balance between adequate nutrition and functional capacity. The meal concludes after 20 minutes. Everyone returns to their stations without requiring instruction. The kitchen moves into its afternoon rhythm with the smooth transition of musicians changing tempo. Preparations for luncheon intensify. Plans for dinner begin taking concrete form. The daily cycle continues. Luncheon represents the midday meal, though in a household of this type the term suggests formality that breakfast lacks. The family gathers at the dining table. Courses arrive in sequence. Standards must be maintained even if the menu seems simple compared to evening service. Today's mutton with caper sauce demands coordination between your meat preparation and the sauce that Thomas produces. The collaboration requires communication despite the unofficial competition between you. Professional standards override personal rivalry when service quality hangs in the balance. The mutton emerges from the oven at noon precisely. The surface gleams with rendered fat. The internal temperature has reached the point where pink juice runs from the flesh when you test with a skewer. You transfer the joint to a resting rack and cover it with foil that will retain heat while allowing steam to escape rather than making the crust soggy. Resting meat represents one of those techniques that seems unnecessary until you observe the consequences of skipping this step. Cut into meat straight from the oven, and juices flood out onto the cutting board. Wait 15 minutes and those same juices redistribute through the muscle fibres, staying in the meat, where they belong. The science involves protein behaviour and moisture tension, but the practical result matters more than theoretical understanding. Thomas works at his station preparing caper sauce that will accompany the mutton. His technique involves creating a roux from butter and flour, then gradually incorporating stock while whisking constantly to prevent lumps. The capers get added last, providing sharp, briny counterpoint to rich lamb flavour. He tastes repeatedly, adjusting seasoning with the confidence of someone who has made this sauce hundreds of times. You carve the mutton into thin slices that curl slightly at the edges. The knife must be sharp enough to cut cleanly without tearing meat fibres. Each slice should maintain uniform thickness because variations create uneven portions that offend Mr. Aldrich's sense of order. The slices get arranged on a serving platter in overlapping rows that demonstrate technique while maximising visual appeal. The vegetables that will accompany this course have occupied Margaret for the past hour. Potatoes boiled until tender, then tossed with butter and parsley. Carrots cut into uniform batons and glazed with a mixture of butter and sugar that caramelises slightly during cooking. Green beans that she blanched in boiling water, shocked in ice water to preserve colour, and will reheat in butter at the last moment before service. Timing all these elements to arrive at readiness simultaneously requires coordination that happens partly through explicit communication and partly through the shared awareness that develops among people who work side by side daily. You know without asking when Margaret needs the range burner you've been occupying. She understands without discussion that your carving will take exactly 7 minutes. Thomas recognises that his sauce must hold at warm temperature for the precise interval between completion and service. Mr. Aldrich orchestrates the final plating. He positions himself at the central work table and directs placement with the air of a conductor leading musicians through a complex symphony. The mutton slices go here, the vegetables arrange there. The sauce gets spooned along this edge. Every element receives his critical examination before he allows the plate to proceed. The footman appears and begins the systematic transport upstairs. 3 courses travel on individual trays. The soup that opened the meal has already been served and consumed. Now comes the main course. Dessert waits in the cold room where Madame Laurent has created something involving meringue and raspberry coulis. You observe the plate your work created departing through the doorway that separates kitchen from the realm beyond. For a moment you imagine the family seeing this food, cutting into the meat you prepared, tasting the flavours you developed through seasoning choices. Then the moment passes and you return to reality where servants remain invisible, regardless of skill. The afternoon settles into preparation mode. Dinner service begins at 7:30 and requires dishes of complexity that make luncheon look like casual practice. Mr. Aldrich has planned a 6-course meal designed to impress the master's business associates while demonstrating the household's refined taste. The menu he posted this morning lists soup, fish, meat course, poultry, dessert, and savoury. Each course demands separate preparation. Many elements require advance work that must be completed hours before service. You begin the mental organisation that transforms written menu into practical action plan. The beef for tonight's main course weighs 18 pounds and requires room temperature acclimation before roasting. You retrieve it from cold storage and place it on a marble slab near the range, where passive warmth will gradually raise its temperature. Cooking cold meat produces uneven doneness because the centre remains cool while exterior overcooks. Mrs. Bramwell assigns tasks based on her assessment of everyone's current workload and capability. Emma gets directed toward vegetable preparation for the multiple courses that require garden produce. One of the kitchen maids begins the stocks that will become foundation for sauces. The other starts the laborious process of clarifying consommé through repeated straining and egg white binding. The kitchen fills with purposeful activity that looks chaotic to untrained eyes, but follows patterns as regular as textile weaving. Every cook knows their responsibilities. Every hand reaches for familiar tools. The workspace has been navigated so many times that people avoid collisions through unconscious awareness rather than explicit negotiation. You begin preparing the beef with the same careful attention you gave the mutton. This cut comes from the rib section and features marbling that will render during cooking, creating the rich flavour and tender texture that justify its premium cost. The preparation involves minimal intervention because quality beef requires little beyond salt, pepper and appropriate heat application. The herb crust gets prepared separately. Fresh breadcrumbs mixed with chopped parsley, thyme and rosemary. Butter worked into the mixture until it achieves paste consistency. This coating will be applied to the beef during the final 30 minutes of roasting, creating a savoury crust that contrasts with the tender interior. Thomas works on the fish course, which tonight features Dover sole prepared with brown butter and lemon. The fish arrived this morning packed in ice that has mostly melted into water, requiring periodic draining. He fillets them with precision that removes every bone while preserving maximum flesh. The technique requires knife skills developed over years and maintained through constant practice. Margaret assembles components for the vegetable courses: asparagus that will be briefly boiled and served with hollandaise, potatoes that will be formed into croquettes, breaded and fried to golden perfection, a salad of forced cucumbers and hothouse tomatoes dressed with vinegar and oil in proportions Mr. Aldrich considers optimal. Madame Laurent works in her separate sphere, creating the dessert that will conclude the meal. You glimpse her occasionally through the doorway that separates her pastry kitchen from the main cooking area. She moves with the fluid certainty of someone engaged in work they have perfected through obsessive repetition. The dessert involves layers of Genoese, pastry cream, and candied fruit assembled into an architectural creation that seems too elaborate to eat. The heat in the kitchen climbs toward oppressive. The range radiates warmth that combines with steam from multiple pots to create atmosphere resembling a tropical conservatory. Everyone's face shines with sweat. The white jackets and aprons show dark patches where moisture is soaked through. You drink water from the cup you refill periodically at the cistern, knowing that dehydration leads to mistakes. Time moves in strange ways during afternoon preparation. Minutes crawl when you're waiting for water to boil or ovens to reach temperature. Hours vanish when you become absorbed in detail work that demands complete attention. You glance at the clock and discover that 3 hours have passed while you were focused on tasks that felt like they required 30 minutes. The beef goes into the oven at 5 o'clock. The roasting will take 2 hours plus resting time, bringing it to readiness precisely when service begins. You set a mental timer based on experience rather than mechanical devices. Your internal clock has learned to track cooking intervals with accuracy that occasionally surprises even you. Evening service transforms the kitchen from workspace into theatre. The casual efficiency of daytime operations gives way to heightened tension, where every action carries weight. Mistakes during breakfast might provoke mild irritation. Errors during dinner service before important guests create consequences that ripple through the entire household hierarchy. Mr. Aldrich changes into his finest chef's whites for evening service. The jacket appears freshly laundered despite having seen use earlier in the day. His tall chef's hat sits perfectly centered. He is transformed from morning manager into evening performer, and everyone feels the shift in atmosphere. The first course begins preparation at 6 o'clock. Clear consommé that Emma has been working on all afternoon finally achieves the crystalline clarity that Mr. Aldrich demands. The soup gets poured into a heated tureen that will maintain temperature during its journey upstairs. Thin slices of lemon float on the surface. Fresh chervil provides the single garnish that Mr. Aldrich considers appropriate. You monitor the beef while simultaneously preparing the vegetables that will accompany it. The roasting pan contains accumulated drippings that will become the base for sauce. You skim fat from the surface and add stock to the remaining fond, scraping bottom to incorporate brown bits that carry concentrated flavour. The liquid reduces while you work on other tasks, transforming into the glossy sauce that will coat serving pieces. Thomas plates the Dover sole with movements that look effortless but reflect years of practice. The fillets get arranged on warm plates. Brown butter drizzles across the surface in patterns that suggest careful attention without fussy over-elaboration. Lemon segments provide acid counterpoint. A scatter of fresh herbs adds colour contrast. The footman appears every 15 minutes to transport completed courses upstairs. He moves with the smooth efficiency of someone who has perfected the choreography of formal service. The trays he carries contain food that represents hours of preparation, but will be consumed in minutes by people who likely take its presence for granted. Margaret's vegetables reach completion in carefully timed sequence. The asparagus gets blanched until tender crisp, then shocked in ice water, before final reheating in butter. The potato croquettes emerge from hot oil golden and crisp, their exteriors providing textural contrast to creamy interiors. Everything receives final seasoning adjustments before plating. The beef reaches optimal internal temperature at 720. You remove it from the oven and transfer it to the resting rack. The herb crust has formed a savoury coating that crackles slightly when you test it with your finger. Fat pools in the roasting pan below, evidence of the extensive marbling that made this cut expensive. Carving begins after 15 minutes of rest. The knife slides through meat that offers just enough resistance to confirm proper doneness, while yielding easily enough to prove tenderness. Each slice reveals the pink interior that indicates medium rare preparation. You arrange the pieces on a heated serving platter, each portion calculated to provide exactly the amount one guest should receive. The sauce gets strained through cheesecloth to remove any particles that might mar its smooth consistency. Mrs. Bramwell tastes it and nods approval, which represents the highest compliment she offers regarding anything. The sauce goes into a silver boat that will travel upstairs alongside the beef. Mr. Aldrich inspects the complete presentation before allowing service. He examines the meat slicing for uniformity, studies the vegetable arrangement for aesthetic balance, tastes the sauce and makes a minor adjustment by adding 3 grains of salt that you doubt actually change anything but which satisfy his need to demonstrate authority. He signals approval with a slight bow toward you that acknowledges competent work without excessive praise. The poultry course follows 20 minutes later. Roasted duck that you prepared while managing the beef, because apparently you possess unlimited capacity for simultaneous tasks. The duck required different treatment than beef or lamb. The fat layer needed scoring to help it render. The cavity got stuffed with aromatics that perfume the meat from within. The roasting happened at higher temperature to crisp the skin while cooking the flesh to doneness that Mr. Aldrich describes as precisely between underdone and overcooked, a target so specific it borders on mythical. You carve the duck with different technique than beef. The legs separate at the joints. The breast meat gets sliced thin on the bias. The wings remain attached to the carcass because they contain minimal meat worth serving. Each element gets plated with the same attention to presentation that governed the earlier courses. Orange sauce accompanies the duck created by Thomas using techniques he learned from a chef who once worked at the Savoy. The sauce involves reduced orange juice, stock, vinegar and sugar, balanced to create sweet acid counterpoint to rich duck meat. He has been tending this sauce for 90 minutes, adjusting and tasting until it achieves the precise flavour profile he envisions. The kitchen operates now at maximum intensity. Every surface holds something in various stages of preparation or cooking. Every cook moves with purposeful haste that stops just short of panic. The sounds reach a crescendo of sizzling, bubbling, clanging that somehow remains organised rather than descending into chaos. Madame Laurent's dessert makes its appearance during a brief lull between courses. The construction towers, 8 inches high, and features architectural complexity that seems to defy gravity. Layers of sponge cake alternate with pastry cream. Candied violets provide purple accents. The whole creation gets dusted with powdered sugar that drifts onto the plate surface like fresh snow. The savoury course arrives last before dessert, following traditional meal structure that modern diners might find peculiar. Welsh rarebit prepared by Margaret using cheese, beer, mustard, and bread toasted to precise brownness. This course serves as palate cleanser and bridge between rich meat courses and sweet dessert. The portions are small because guests have already consumed substantial quantities of food. Service concludes at 9:30. The footman makes his final trip upstairs, carrying the coffee service that marks official meal completion. The kitchen exhales collectively as tension releases, and everyone realizes they survived another dinner service without catastrophic failure. The dirty dishes begin their return journey. Bridget receives them with the stoic acceptance that characterizes her entire approach to work. The washing up will continue for hours, extending her day well beyond when everyone else has escaped to rooms upstairs. You have offered to help in the past, but she refuses assistance with a pride that suggests she considers the work her domain, and outside interference unwelcome. The kitchen after service feels like a battlefield after combat. Evidence of the evening's work covers every surface. Pots await cleaning, cutting boards need scrubbing. The range must be banked for the night. The floor requires sweeping and mopping. The list of closing tasks seems endless, yet everyone moves through it with the mechanical efficiency of people who have performed these actions countless times. You clean your station first. The cutting board gets scraped and washed with hot water and soap. The knives receive individual attention, washed and dried before returning to their storage block. The counter surfaces get wiped down with a cloth dampened in vinegar water that cuts through accumulated grease. Mr. Aldrich disappears shortly after service concludes. His presence is required for cooking and plating, but cleanup exists beneath his dignity. He departs to his private quarters carrying the satisfaction of another successful service, and leaving the practical work to those he considers hired for exactly this purpose. Mrs. Bramwell supervises the closing routine with the same attention she applies to every other aspect of kitchen operation. She checks that fires get properly banked, verifies that cold storage items return to appropriate locations, ensures that the flour bins get sealed against mice that constantly seek entry despite the kitchen cat's best efforts. The range requires special attention before day's end. The fires must be damped but not extinguished, because rebuilding them tomorrow morning would add 30 minutes to startup time. You shovel out the spent coals from each firebox and replace them with fresh fuel. The dampers get adjusted to maintain minimal airflow. By morning, the coals will have reduced to beds of embers ready to accept fresh fuel. The kitchen staff gradually departs as individual tasks reach completion. Margaret finishes first because her vegetables required less intensive cleanup than meat or fish. Emma follows after completing the vegetable prep for tomorrow's breakfast. Thomas lingers longest because fish work creates particular cleaning challenges involving smell removal and thorough sanitization. You remain after most others have gone, partly from dedication and partly from reluctance to immediately climb the stairs to your small room where nothing awaits except a narrow bed and the prospect of 6 hours sleep before the cycle begins again. The kitchen holds a different character in these quiet moments. The cooking sounds have ceased. The heat has begun its slow dissipation. The space feels almost peaceful. Bridget works at her sinks in the scullery, visible through the connecting doorway. Her hands move through water that must be painfully hot, scrubbing at pots that resisted earlier cleaning attempts. She shows no indication of hurry or frustration. The work proceeds at steady pace that will continue until every item achieves cleanliness that satisfies her standards. You join her eventually, taking up a scrubbing brush and attacking a roasting pan that bears the carbonized remains of rendered fat. She glances up briefly, nods acknowledgement, and returns to her own work. No conversation passes between you because none is needed. The shared labour creates its own communication. The pen yields to persistent scrubbing. The burned material gradually loosens and washes away, revealing the copper beneath. Your arms ache from the repetitive motion, but you continue until the surface gleams. Satisfaction comes from completing tasks thoroughly rather than quickly. The kitchen clock shows 11:30. The workday has extended beyond 15 hours. Your feet hurt. Your back carries the accumulated strain of constant standing and bending. Tomorrow will bring identical demands. The day after that will match tomorrow. This represents the reality of kitchen work in a Victorian household where mechanisation remains limited and labour remains cheap. Bridget finishes the last pot and pulls the plug that drains the final sink. Water swirls away, carrying soap suds and food particles toward pipes that eventually empty into the Thames, adding kitchen waste to the countless other contributions from London's millions of residents. She dries her hands on a towel that looks like it might have been white several years ago. You climb the stairs together in silence. The house above has settled into sleep. The gas lamps have been extinguished except for a single light left burning in the main hall for late arrivals. Your paths diverge at the third-floor landing. She continues upward to the attic rooms where female servants sleep in dormitory-style arrangements. You turn toward the narrow corridor leading to your small private room. The room contains a bed, a chair, a small table, and hooks on the wall for hanging clothes. A window looks out on the alley behind the house, where dustbins wait for tomorrow's collection. The space measures perhaps 8 feet by 10 feet. It constitutes luxury compared to the shared rooms occupied by junior staff. You remove your kitchen clothes and hang them on hooks where they will air out overnight. The white jacket shows stains that no amount of washing will remove. The trousers carry similar marks of service. Tomorrow you will wear them again and add new stains to the existing collection. Sleep comes quickly despite physical discomfort. Your body has learned to transition rapidly from activity to rest, because the opportunity for sleep remains too precious to waste on gradual settling. Dreams arrive, but you will not remember them. The unconscious hours pass and morning comes with its rattling door and single call of your name. The cycle begins again. Tomorrow you will wake before dawn and descend into the kitchen darkness. You will light fires and haul water and prepare food for people who will never know your name. This represents the hidden machinery that makes Victorian elegance possible. The invisible work that transforms raw ingredients into refined meals. The daily labour that supports a system built on rigid hierarchy and unequal distribution of comfort. Your hands have learned skills that will sustain you through decades of service. Your mind has absorbed knowledge that separates competent cooks from exceptional ones. You exist in a world that values you for production rather than personhood, yet you find satisfaction in work done well regardless of recognition. The kitchen below stairs represents its own small universe, with rules and relationships that mirror the larger society while maintaining distinct character. Here, competence matters more than birth. Skill creates advancement opportunities that bloodline cannot match. The hierarchy remains strict but allows movement for those willing to work. As you settle into sleep, my tired potatoes, remember that history consists largely of ordinary people performing daily work that makes civilization possible. The Victorian chef exists as one small example among millions. The work continues, the cycle persists. And somewhere in London tonight, another cook climbs stairs toward a few hours of rest before morning calls again. Welcome to a time before memory, before witness, before any living thing existed to observe the world. You are settling into the story of Earth's early years, when the planet was simply becoming itself through processes so gradual they would be invisible to any single observer. Here, change happens across millions of years, and there is no urgency, only the steady work of rock and water and air finding their rhythms together. You wake on a planet that has been turning for hundreds of millions of years already, though nothing has ever woken here before. The sun rises over an ocean that covers most of the surface, and the light touches water that has never reflected a living eye. The day begins as it always has, with warmth spreading across the curve of the world. The early Earth rotates faster than it will in later ages. A full day passes in perhaps 18 hours, and the cycle of light and darkness moves quickly across the empty seas. You watch the sun climb, and you notice how the light changes the temperature of the rock beneath shallow water. The stone warms through the morning, holds that warmth through the brief afternoon, then releases it slowly as darkness returns. This happens every day. The pattern never breaks. Light arrives, warmth follows, darkness comes, and coolness settles in. No drama marks these transitions. The sun simply moves through its arc while the planet turns beneath it, and the temperature shifts in response, degree by degree, predictable and steady. Rain falls somewhere on Earth nearly all the time during these early ages. Clouds form over the warm ocean, drift with winds that follow their own consistent patterns, and release water that returns to the sea. You stand on a rocky shore and watch rain approach across the waves, a grey curtain moving steadily toward you, bringing coolness and the sound of water striking water. The rainfall here is not violent. It arrives, continues for hours or days, then passes. The clouds move on, the sky clears, and the sun returns to begin warming the surface again. This cycle repeats without fail, creating a rhythm you could set your breathing to if you needed to breathe. Tides rise and fall with the moon's pull, which is stronger now than it will be later because the moon orbits closer to Earth. Twice each day, water advances up the rocky slopes at the ocean's edge, then withdraws. You watch the waterline climb over familiar stones, pause at its height, then retreat to reveal the same stones again, darkened and dripping. The tidal rhythm connects to the moon's position overhead, and the moon's position connects to the time of day, and the time of day connects back to the sun's light. Everything moves in relation to everything else, creating patterns within patterns, all of them regular, all of them repeating at intervals you could learn to anticipate. At night the stars wheel overhead in their own slow circles, unchanging in their positions relative to one another. The same constellations that marked the sky 1,000,000 years ago mark it tonight. They will mark it 1,000,000 years from now. You lie on a warm rock and watch them turn, knowing they will return to these exact positions tomorrow night and the night after that. The volcanic vents scattered across the ocean floor pulse with heat on their own schedules, releasing warmth and minerals into the water in steady streams. Some vent continuously. Others follow cycles of activity and rest that span decades or centuries. But each vent maintains its particular rhythm, reliable in its pattern, even as the pattern differs from neighbour to neighbour. You notice how the cooling of lava follows its own predictable path. When molten rock meets seawater, it hardens from the outside inward, creating pillow shapes that stack and tumble according to the slope they flow down. The process happens the same way each time. The outcome varies in detail, but never in principle. Temperature differentials drive winds that circle the planet in bands, and these winds push surface water into currents that also circle in their own patterns. Warm water flows toward the poles, cools, and returns toward the equator. The circulation continues day and night, year after year, moving heat around the planet in a system that balances itself through its own motion. Lightning flashes somewhere over the ocean every few seconds during these ages, as storms build and release electricity through the atmosphere. Each bolt follows the path of least resistance between cloud and water, and though no two paths are identical, the principle remains constant. Charge builds, resistance breaks down, energy flows, and balance returns. You watch the sun set over the western horizon, and you know it will rise again in the east. You watch the tide retreat, and you know it will return. You watch clouds gather, and you know they will release their water and clear again. The early Earth operates through cycles that nest inside one another, each one completing itself before beginning again, none of them requiring intervention or adjustment from any outside force. The day ends as it began, with the planet turning toward darkness at the same rate it turned toward light. Nothing has changed in any way that you could measure from one day to the next. Everything has happened exactly as it should, in the order it should, at the pace it should. Tomorrow will be the same, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, for millions of years to come. You stand on rock that was once liquid and has only recently become solid. The Earth's crust is still forming its permanent features during these ages, but the process happens slowly, with each change building on the last in an orderly progression. The surface is taking shape, but it takes its time doing so. Water condenses from the atmosphere and collects in low places, and as it collects, it begins to define what is ocean and what is land. The distinction emerges gradually over millions of years. At first, water and rock share space in uncertain boundaries, with shallow seas covering platforms that are almost land and almost not. Then, as more water falls and more time passes, the deepest basins fill completely, and the highest platforms rise clear of the water, and the difference between sea and continent becomes real. The rock itself is cooling from the inside out, releasing heat that built up during the planet's formation. This cooling continued for hundreds of millions of years, and it continues still, though more slowly now. You can feel the warmth rising through the stone beneath your feet, steady and gentle, like standing on a surface that remembers being hot and is slowly forgetting. Continents form where lighter rock floats on denser material below, and these floating platforms drift with currents in the layer beneath them. The movement is extraordinarily slow, measured in fingernail widths per year, but it is continuous. A continent drifts northward or eastward, or into collision with another continent, and the collision raises mountains, and the mountains rise at the same patient pace the continents drift. Erosion begins as soon as land rises above water. Rain falls on high ground and runs downward, carrying tiny particles of dissolved rock with it. The particles wash into streams, the streams carry them to rivers, and the rivers deliver them to the ocean. This process never stops, and over time it wears down mountains and fills in valleys, smoothing the landscape toward a gentler average. Minerals crystallize out of cooling rock in predictable sequences. First, the minerals that require the highest temperatures form and settle. Then, as cooling continues, minerals that form at lower temperatures crystallize and join them. The result is stone made of different components arranged in layers and pockets, each mineral in its proper place according to the temperature at which it solidified. The atmosphere is denser now than it will be later, thick with water vapour and carbon dioxide released from volcanic activity. This density holds heat close to the surface, keeping temperatures warm and stable even during the long nights. The air feels heavy when you breathe it, substantial, like something you could almost swim through. Chemical reactions happen constantly wherever water meets rock. Certain minerals dissolve more easily than others, and as water flows over and through stone, it preferentially removes these soluble minerals, leaving behind what does not dissolve. This creates gradual changes in the composition of both the water and the rock, with each becoming more defined in its character over time. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in layers that record the passage of time. Fine particles settle continuously, drifting down through the water column and coming to rest on top of what settled before them. Each layer is thin, sometimes representing only a few years of accumulation, but the layers stack into sequences that grow thick enough to compress their own lower portions into new stone. Island chains form where volcanic vents break through the ocean floor repeatedly as tectonic plates move over them. One volcano builds until it rises above the waterline, then the plate carries it away from the heat source and it goes dormant. Behind it, a new volcano begins building from the same deep source. The result is a line of islands, each one slightly older than the one behind it, all of them recording the plate's steady motion. The ocean's salinity increases gradually as rivers deliver dissolved minerals to the sea. The water evaporates and falls as rain again, but the minerals stay behind, concentrating slowly over millions of years. The ocean is becoming saltier, but the change happens so slowly that at any given moment the ocean tastes the same as it did 1,000 years before. Glaciers will form later in colder ages, but during these early times the poles are warm and ice-free. Water circulates from equator to pole without freezing, and the temperature difference between tropical and polar regions is smaller than it will become. The planet maintains warmth more evenly across its surface, creating less variation in climate from one latitude to another. Basalt and granite establish themselves as the primary rock types, with basalt forming the ocean floor and granite forming the continents. This division happens because basalt is denser and granite is lighter, and the denser material sinks while the lighter material rises. The arrangement is stable and self-maintaining, requiring no outside adjustment to preserve it. The landscape develops patterns of drainage, with water following the lowest available path downward until it reaches the sea. These drainage patterns organize themselves according to the slope and composition of the land, creating branching networks that look similar whether you view them at the scale of a small watershed or an entire continent. Minerals weather out of rock, dissolve in water, react with other dissolved substances, and precipitate out again as new minerals. The ocean floor is paved with these precipitates in places, forming deposits that will eventually become limestone and other sedimentary rocks. The process is chemical rather than biological, driven by concentration gradients and temperature changes rather than living activity. The crust thickens as lighter materials continue to separate from denser ones, and as the crust thickens, it becomes more stable. What was once a surface that shifted and reorganized frequently becomes a surface that shifts and reorganizes slowly. The change is not toward stillness, but toward a slower, more gradual kind of movement that allows features to persist for longer spans of time. You watch a river carry sediment to the sea, and you know that this river has been carrying sediment for millions of years, grain by grain, building a delta at its mouth that grows outward into the ocean. You watch rain dissolve minerals from a cliff face, and you know that this cliff has been dissolving for millions of years, retreating inland at a pace too slow for any single lifetime to measure. The surface is being built and maintained simultaneously, with construction and erosion balancing each other in a slow equilibrium. You notice how water connects everything to everything else. Rain that falls on high ground flows downward, carrying minerals that will nourish later life. Ocean water evaporates and forms clouds that will become that rain. The cycle links atmosphere to ocean to land and back again, moving material and energy through each component in turn. The atmosphere and ocean exchange heat continuously. When air moves over warm water, it absorbs warmth and carries it to cooler regions. When air cools, it releases that warmth to the water below or the land beneath. This exchange evens out temperature differences, preventing any part of the planet from becoming too hot or too cold relative to the rest. Carbon moves between air, water and rock in its own slow circulation. Carbon dioxide dissolves in ocean water, reacts with minerals, and eventually becomes part of sedimentary rock. Volcanic activity releases carbon from rock back into the atmosphere. The cycle takes millions of years to complete one full circuit, but it operates continuously, keeping carbon in motion rather than allowing it to concentrate in any single reservoir. Tectonic plates interact at their boundaries, and these interactions take different forms depending on what kind of plate meets what kind of plate. Where two plates move apart, new ocean floor forms between them. Where they move together, one plate slides beneath the other, or both crumple and rise into mountains. Each type of boundary creates its own characteristic landforms, and the boundaries collectively organize the surface into distinct sections. Energy from the sun drives winds, which drive ocean currents, which distribute heat, which affects where clouds form, which determines where rain falls, which shapes the land through erosion, which changes the patterns of drainage, which alters where sediment accumulates. Each process connects to the next in a chain that loops back on itself, so that the end state of one cycle becomes the starting condition for another. The ocean's temperature affects how much carbon dioxide it can hold in solution. Warmer water holds less. Colder water holds more. As currents circulate water between warm and cold regions, they also circulate carbon between surface and atmosphere, participating in the larger carbon cycle through this temperature-dependent exchange. Weathering of rock requires both water and time, and the rate of weathering depends on temperature and rainfall. In warm, wet regions, rock breaks down more quickly, releasing minerals into solution. In cool, dry regions, rock weathers more slowly, remaining intact for longer periods. This variation creates different kinds of soil in different climates, each one suited to the conditions that produced it. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that expand and contract rock, and this expansion and contraction contributes to mechanical weathering. The effect is small on any single day, but repeated millions of times over millions of years, it becomes significant. Rock fractures along lines of weakness, creating smaller pieces that weather chemically more quickly than solid stone. Volcanic gases feed the atmosphere, and the atmosphere feeds the ocean through rain, and the ocean feeds back to volcanism by carrying waters down into subduction zones, where it lowers the melting point of rock and enables magma to form. The system is circular, with each component supplying what another component needs to continue its own processes. Seasonal variations develop as the Earth's tilted axis causes different parts of the planet to receive more or less direct sunlight at different times of year. The variation is subtle during these early ages when the climate is generally warm, but it exists. You can observe how rainfall patterns shift with the seasons, following the sun's apparent movement north and south. The formation of new ocean floor at spreading ridges pushes older floor outward toward the edges of ocean basins, and at those edges the old floor sinks back into the mantle. The ocean floor is therefore young near the ridges and old near the margins, and it exists in constant circulation, renewing itself completely every few 100 million years. Minerals transported by rivers accumulate in deltas and coastal areas, and these accumulations become resources for later processes. Iron settles in certain conditions, silica in others, and calcium carbonate in still others. Each mineral finds its preferred environment and concentrates there, creating variety across the landscape. The atmosphere shields the surface from harmful radiation while allowing visible light through, and this selective filtering creates conditions where chemistry can proceed at moderate temperatures without being disrupted by high-energy particles. The shield is not perfect, but it is sufficient, maintaining a protected space between the vacuum of space and the solid surface of the planet. Hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor create zones of chemical activity, where hot, mineral-rich water meets cold seawater. Minerals precipitate out of solution, forming chimney-like structures around the vents. The chemicals released by these vents enrich the surrounding water, distributing elements that will later prove useful to living systems. The gravitational pull of the moon and sun together creates tidal forces that flex the Earth's crust slightly, and this flexing generates a small amount of heat through friction. The heat is minor compared to the heat from radioactive decay in the planet's interior, but it contributes to the total energy budget, adding one more source to the mix of energy that keeps the planet active. Ocean currents transport not just heat, but also dissolved minerals distributing resources around the planet. Water that rises from the deep ocean in upwelling zones brings nutrients to the surface. Water that sinks in downwelling zones carries oxygen to depth. The circulation ensures that the ocean does not stratify into permanently separate layers, but remains mixed and accessible. The land surface channels water into rivers, and the rivers carve valleys that channel water more efficiently, and the improved drainage allows the land to dry out between rains, and the drying and wetting cycles weather the rock more effectively. Each change enables the next change, so that the landscape gradually becomes more organised, more defined in its features, and more distinctly itself. You stand at the edge of the ocean and watch waves arrive from far out at sea, their energy delivered by winds that gathered force over hundreds of miles of open water. The waves break on the shore, and their energy goes into moving sand and grinding rock, contributing to the ongoing reshaping of the coastline. Nothing is wasted. Every bit of energy does work, and the work accumulates into lasting changes. You notice that the Earth settles into long periods where little seems to change. After the initial cooling and the formation of the first permanent oceans, the planet enters stretches of time measured in tens of millions of years where conditions remain remarkably steady. The temperature holds within a narrow range. The ocean stays at roughly the same level. The composition of the atmosphere shifts, but slowly without sudden transitions. These periods are not stillness. Erosion continues, tectonic plates continue drifting, and volcanic activity continues adding material to the surface. But the rate of change is slow enough that the planet at the end of a 10 million year span looks much like it did at the beginning. The changes are real but gradual, creating a sense of deep stability even while nothing actually stops moving. The ocean reaches an equilibrium where the rate of evaporation matches the rate of precipitation, and where the rate of sediment washing into the sea matches the rate of sediment being subducted and returned to the mantle. Water enters and leaves the ocean constantly, but the total volume remains stable, with the same amount present year after year, millennium after millennium. Temperature fluctuations even out over time. Early in Earth's history, volcanic activity was more intense and less predictable, creating periods of unusual warmth followed by relative cooling. As the planet ages, volcanic activity becomes more regular and more distributed across the surface, and less prone to clustering in ways that would create climate extremes. The result is a more stable climate, one that varies from season to season but not drastically from age to age. You observe how the day-night cycle provides a built-in rhythm of activity and rest. During the day, solar energy warms the surface, evaporates water, drives winds, and powers photochemical reactions in the atmosphere. During the night, the surface cools, winds calm, and chemical processes that require darkness or cooler temperatures take their turn. The alternation creates a natural pacing, a rhythm that prevents any one process from running continuously without pause. Tides provide another rhythm, independent of daylight but equally regular. The rise and fall of water at the ocean's edge creates alternating periods of exposure and submersion for the intertidal zone. Rock that is underwater during high tide is exposed to air during low tide, and this alternation creates conditions that will later prove useful for organisms transitioning between aquatic and terrestrial life. The seasons, even though mild during these warm ages, create their own rhythms of variation and return. Rainfall patterns shift with the sun's position, creating wetter and drier periods that alternate in predictable ways. These variations are gentle, never extreme, but they add texture to the passing of time, making one part of the year distinguishable from another. Volcanic cycles follow longer rhythms, with periods of increased activity separated by periods of relative quiet. These cycles are irregular, not tied to any particular schedule, but they average out over time into a background level of activity that feeds the atmosphere and ocean without overwhelming them. The planet has time to process what each eruption releases before the next eruption arrives. Continental drift proceeds at its unhurried pace, moving land masses across the surface over millions of years. A continent that begins near the equator will eventually drift toward a pole, and then perhaps back toward the equator again. The movement is slow enough that climate zones shift gradually, allowing the surface to adjust to new conditions without sudden disruptions. The carbon cycle maintains a rough balance between carbon stored in rocks, carbon dissolved in the ocean, and carbon present in the atmosphere. The balance is not perfect. Carbon concentrations shift over time, sometimes increasing, sometimes decreasing, but the shifts happen slowly, and the system has mechanisms that prevent carbon from accumulating entirely in one reservoir at the expense of the others. Between periods of mountain building, the land has time to erode back towards sea level. Mountains rise when continents collide, creating highlands that stand well above the surrounding plains. Then, over the following tens of millions of years, erosion wears those mountains down, grain by grain, returning the material to the ocean. The land surface rises and falls in long cycles, never remaining at one elevation permanently. You notice how the ocean floor records these rhythms in its sediments. Layers of fine clay alternate with layers of coarser material, recording changes in the strength of ocean currents. The layers stack in regular patterns, each one representing a particular set of conditions that repeated at intervals too long for any single observer to witness, but clear enough in the geological record to show that they happened regularly. The atmosphere's composition stabilizes as the initial outgassing from volcanism slows, and the various chemical reactions reach a kind of working balance. The air still contains more carbon dioxide than it will in later ages, but the amount is not increasing as rapidly as it did earlier. The atmosphere is finding its functional composition, the mix of gases that will support the chemistry of the surface, without requiring constant adjustment. Hydrothermal circulation at mid-ocean ridges provides a rhythm of water heating and cooling. Cold seawater seeps into cracks in the ocean floor, circulates through hot rock, and emerges heated and enriched with minerals. The cycle takes years to decades to complete, depending on the path the water follows, but it operates continuously at spreading centres around the planet, providing a slow, steady flow of chemical energy to the ocean. The planet's rotation is slowing due to tidal friction, and this slowing adds a few seconds to the length of the day every few million years. The change is imperceptible on human timescales, but real over geological time. The Earth is settling into a rhythm that will eventually stabilise at a 24-hour day, though it is not there yet. You stand on a coast and watch the same waves arrive day after day, year after year. The waves are driven by wind, the wind is driven by temperature differences, and the temperature differences are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is long but unbroken, and it operates continuously, creating patterns that repeat without requiring intervention. The ocean rises and falls with the tides, the surface temperature varies with the time of day, and the planet turns beneath the sun, all of it happening in rhythms that nest inside one another like the gears of a vast patient clock. You notice that the planet is preparing conditions that will later support living things, though nothing is alive yet during most of these early ages. The preparation happens without intention, simply as a consequence of chemistry and physics, playing out according to their rules. Water accumulates in places where it will be accessible. Minerals dissolve and precipitate in forms that will be useful. Energy flows through the system in ways that will later be captured and used. Water is everywhere. It fills the ocean basins, saturates the atmosphere as vapour, falls as rain, flows through rivers and seeps into rock. This abundance means that when chemistry begins producing the first simple organic molecules, those molecules will have a medium to interact in. Water is the universal solvent, capable of dissolving a wide range of substances and bringing them into contact with one another. The ocean contains iron, sulfur, phosphorus, nitrogen, and other elements that will become essential to living chemistry. These elements wash into the sea from weathering rock, or emerge from hydrothermal vents, or arrive in volcanic gases that dissolve in seawater. They are present in small concentrations but in reliable supply, distributed throughout the ocean rather than concentrated in a few inaccessible locations. Energy is available in multiple forms. Sunlight reaches the surface, providing a constant input of energy that drives photochemical reactions. Lightning adds brief bursts of high energy, capable of forging chemical bonds that would not form otherwise. Hydrothermal vents provide thermal energy and chemical gradients. Radioactivity in rocks provides a slow, steady background of energy. The planet offers many sources, ensuring that chemistry has options to draw from. The atmosphere contains the building blocks of organic chemistry. Carbon in the form of carbon dioxide, nitrogen and hydrogen in water vapour. These simple molecules can combine into more complex ones given the right conditions and enough time. The atmosphere is like a cupboard stocked with ingredients, waiting for the right recipe to emerge from trial and error. Tidal pools form in rocky coastal areas, and these pools provide natural laboratories where concentrated solutions can undergo chemical reactions. When the tide is high, seawater fills the pools, bringing fresh minerals. When the tide is low, evaporation concentrates whatever is dissolved in the water, increasing the chances that molecules will encounter one another and react. The pools fill and empty on a regular schedule, creating a rhythm that repeats the experiment over and over. Clay minerals form from the weathering of volcanic rock, and these clays have useful properties. They provide surfaces where molecules can absorb and be held in close proximity, increasing the likelihood of reaction. They can also catalyze certain reactions, speeding them up without being consumed themselves. The ocean floor and coastal areas are rich in clays, offering countless microscopic reaction chambers. The temperature of the early Earth is warm but not too hot, cool but not too cold. Water remains liquid over most of the surface, maintaining the range where chemistry proceeds at useful rates. If the planet were hotter, water would evaporate and chemistry would slow. If it were colder, water would freeze and chemistry would stop. The temperature is in the range where things can happen. Cycles of wet and dry provide opportunities for molecules to form in solution, and then concentrate as water evaporates. Some chemical reactions proceed better in concentrated solutions, and others proceed better in dilute ones. The alternation between wet and dry periods allows both types of reactions to occur in sequence, creating pathways to complexity that would not be available if conditions were always the same. Volcanic activity continues to add fresh material to the surface, replacing what erosion removes and ensuring that the supply of minerals does not run out. Each volcanic eruption brings rock from the mantle to the surface, rock that has never been weathered before, rich in elements that dissolve readily once exposed to water and air. The planet is not running down but renewing itself, maintaining the conditions that support chemical activity. The day-night cycle creates temperature variations that can drive chemical processes. Some reactions proceed better in warmth, others in coolness. The alternation between day and night provides a natural cycling between conditions, allowing different types of chemistry to take turns using the same space. Rivers deliver nutrients from the continents to the ocean, concentrating minerals in deltas and estuaries. These transition zones between fresh water and salt water provide gradients in salinity, temperature, and mineral content, creating diverse chemical environments in close proximity. What does not react in one environment may react in the next. The ocean circulation ensures that no part of the water becomes permanently isolated. Surface water eventually sinks, deep water eventually rises, and the mixing distributes whatever forms in one location to other locations. This circulation prevents resources from becoming trapped and unavailable, keeping them in motion and accessible. Phosphorus, crucial for later biochemistry, weathers out of rock and accumulates in sediments. It is not abundant, but it is present, and the processes that concentrate it in particular locations are slow and reliable. The planet is gathering phosphorus in places where it will be available when needed. The magnetic field generated by the Earth's molten core shields the surface from solar wind, preventing the atmosphere from being stripped away over time. This protection ensures that the atmosphere remains thick enough to support chemistry at the surface, maintaining pressure and retaining water vapor. The shield is invisible but essential, preserving the conditions that make everything else possible. You stand at the edge of a warm, shallow sea and observe how gentle waves stir the sediment, keeping particles suspended and in contact with dissolved nutrients. The water is rich with potential, holding everything that will be needed but not yet assembled into the forms that will use it. The planet is ready, stocked with materials and energy, maintaining stable conditions and simply waiting for chemistry to find its way to the patterns that will eventually become life. You notice that the Earth is entering longer periods of predictable calm. The initial intensity of planetary formation has passed. The atmosphere is thick and stable. The ocean has reached its long-term volume. The continents have taken shape and are drifting slowly, no longer reorganizing dramatically from one age to the next. The planet is settling into a mature rhythm, like an evening after a day of activity. The sun's light is gentler now than it was billions of years ago, slightly dimmer as the star ages, but still sufficient to warm the surface and drive the water cycle. The light arrives each morning at the same angle for any given location and season, creating patterns of warmth and shadow that repeat with comforting regularity. Temperatures across the planet fall within a moderate range. The equator is warm, the poles are cool, but the difference is less extreme than it will become in later ages. The atmosphere and ocean currents distribute heat effectively, preventing any region from becoming too hot or too cold. The climate is mild and stable, without the swings that will characterize later periods when ice ages develop. Volcanic activity has decreased from the intense levels of the planet's youth. Eruptions still occur, but they are less frequent and less massive. The crust has thickened and cooled, making it harder for magma to reach the surface. What volcanism remains is spread across many small vents, rather than concentrated in a few large ones, creating a background level of activity that is steady rather than punctuated. The ocean's chemistry has stabilized. The salinity is set, the pH is buffered by dissolved minerals, and the concentration of various elements remains roughly constant over long periods. The water is clear in the open ocean, allowing sunlight to penetrate to significant depths. Near the coast, sediment clouds the water, but even this is a regular feature, not a disruption. Coastlines have taken on familiar shapes. Bays and headlands repeat patterns determined by the underlying geology, with resistant rock forming promontories and softer rock eroding into embayments. The shapes are not permanent, but they are persistent, lasting for millions of years before erosion significantly alters them. River systems have carved their valleys and established their courses. The rivers flow in the same channels year after year, moving water and sediment from highlands to sea. The drainage patterns are mature, efficiently moving water without the frequent flooding and channel changes that characterize younger river systems. The atmosphere's transparency allows you to see the stars at night without obstruction. The sky is clear more often than not, with clouds forming and dispersing in predictable patterns. You can observe the full moon rising over the ocean, its light reflecting off calm water, creating a path of silver that reaches from horizon to shore. Tides continue their rhythmic rise and fall, but the moon is slightly farther from Earth now, and the tides are slightly less extreme than they were earlier. The change is gradual, a slow lessening of the moon's gravitational grip as orbital mechanics carry it farther away over millions of years. The tides remain strong enough to mix coastal waters and shape shorelines, but gentle enough not to cause disruption. Sediment accumulates on the ocean floor in regular layers, each one recording a particular interval of time. The layers are undisturbed in the deep ocean, far from the turbulence of currents and storms. They lie flat and parallel, like pages in a book, waiting to be read by anyone who learns to interpret them. The land surface has been weathered into soil in many places, with rock broken down into particles that can hold water and support the chemical processes that will later nourish plants. The soil is thin during these early ages, but it is present, a transitional layer between solid bedrock and open air. Clouds form in the same regions day after day, driven by reliable patterns of heating and evaporation. You can look at the sky in the afternoon and predict where rain will fall by evening, based on where clouds are building. The patterns are not rigid, but they are consistent enough to learn. The ocean's surface is calm between storms. Waves rise and fall with the wind, but when the wind drops, the water smooths into gentle swells that travel for hundreds of miles without breaking. The swells are regular, spaced evenly, and the product of distant weather systems that have already passed. The ocean carries memory in its motion, reflecting events that happened far away in time and space. Sunsets paint the sky in shades of orange and pink as dust and water vapour scatter the sun's light. The colours are vivid during these ages when the atmosphere is thick and volcanic. Dust adds particles to scatter light. You watch the sun descend toward the horizon, the colours shifting as the angle changes, until the sun slips below the edge of the world and twilight takes over. The transition from day to night is gradual, not abrupt. The sky remains bright for some time after the sun sets, then slowly darkens as the last light fades. Stars appear one by one, the brightest first, then the dimmer ones, until the full array is visible. The transition is gentle, giving the surface time to release the day's heat before the coolness of night fully settles in. You stand on a hillside as evening arrives, watching the landscape soften in the fading light. The temperature is dropping, but slowly, and the air is still. Below you, a river reflects the last of the daylight, a ribbon of silver winding through darker land. The planet is calm and settled, at rest in the way that a system at equilibrium can be said to rest, while still maintaining all its processes in perfect balance. You settle into the planet's darkness and discover that night is not absence but another kind of presence. The sun's light is gone, but other rhythms continue. The earth turns eastward through its own shadow, and as it turns, the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, unchanging markers of the planet's rotation. The surface cools after sunset, releasing the warmth it accumulated during the day. The cooling is gradual, a slow return toward equilibrium with the surrounding air. Rock that was hot to the touch at midday becomes merely warm by midnight and will be cool by dawn. The heat does not disappear but radiates outward into the atmosphere, then upward into space, continuing the energy flow that began when sunlight first struck the surface. The atmosphere remains active at night. Winds continue blowing, though they often calm as temperature differences even out. Air that rose during the day now sinks, completing convection cycles that span 12 hours or more. The movement is invisible in darkness but no less real, redistributing heat and moisture across the landscape. Clouds that form during the afternoon may linger into the night, or they may dissolve as cooling air loses its ability to hold water vapour. When they dissolve, the moisture falls as dew or light rain, wetting surfaces that dried during the day. The water cycle continues in darkness, just operating through different mechanisms than it does in daylight. The ocean remains warmer than the land after sunset because water holds heat longer than rock. This temperature difference drives coastal winds that blow from land to sea at night, the reverse of the pattern that prevails during the day. The winds are gentle, but they persist through the dark hours, part of the daily rhythm that ties land and sea together. Stars provide a small amount of light, enough to distinguish sea from sky, enough to navigate by if you know their positions. The light is steady, unlike the flickering of flames, because stars are so distant that their light arrives as parallel rays, unaffected by any turbulence close to Earth. The starlight has travelled for years to reach this surface, and it arrives softly, without fanfare. The moon, when it's above the horizon, provides brighter light than the stars. During a full moon, you can see clearly enough to walk without stumbling, to watch waves break on the shore, and to observe the texture of rock beneath your feet. The moonlight is reflected sunlight, arriving second-hand but sufficient for the night's purposes. Tides continue to rise and fall regardless of whether the sun is up. The gravitational pull that drives tides does not depend on light, only on the positions of the moon and sun relative to Earth. A high tide arrives at midnight as reliably as one arrives at noon, bringing water up the shore and then withdrawing it, keeping the coastal zone in motion even while the rest of the landscape rests. Temperature-dependent chemical reactions slow at night as the surface cools, but other reactions proceed more readily in darkness or cooler conditions. The chemistry of the surface shifts in character from day to night, not stopping but changing its emphasis, allowing processes that cannot occur in heat or light to take their turn. The absence of sunlight provides a respite from ultraviolet radiation, which is more intense during these early ages before oxygen accumulates in the atmosphere and forms an ozone layer. Night offers protection from this radiation, a daily reprieve that allows chemical processes sensitive to UV light to proceed without disruption. Darkness creates gradients between surfaces that face the open sky and those that are sheltered. Surfaces that radiate heat freely to the night sky cool more than surfaces protected by overhangs or surrounded by other rocks. These temperature variations create microclimates at small scales, diversifying the conditions available for chemistry across the landscape. The planet's rotation ensures that night is temporary. No part of the surface remains in darkness permanently. Every location that experiences night will experience day again after a few hours, and the alternation continues without interruption, creating a rhythm that divides time into manageable intervals and provides both activity and rest in regular succession. You notice that sounds carry differently at night. Without the sun's heating creating turbulent air currents, the atmosphere becomes more stratified, and sound waves travel farther before dissipating. The crash of waves on a distant shore reaches you clearly. The rumble of a far-off volcanic vent carries across miles of open water. The night is not silent, but filled with the quiet sounds of ongoing processes. The stars move across the sky as the Earth rotates, rising in the east and setting in the west. Their motion is steady and predictable, completing one full circuit in approximately 18 hours during these early ages, when the day is shorter than it will later become. You can use their positions to track the passage of time, to know how much of the night has elapsed and how much remains. The ocean glows faintly in places where certain chemical reactions occur, producing light without heat. The glow is subtle, a pale shimmer on the water's surface, visible only in complete darkness. It is not biological yet, just chemistry that happens to emit photons as a byproduct, but it adds a gentle luminescence to the night sea. Cooling rock contracts slightly, and the contraction sometimes produces small cracking sounds, like the ticking of cooling metal. The sounds are occasional, not constant, but they remind you that the landscape is active even in stillness, that motion continues at scales too small to see but large enough to hear. The night sky is perfectly dark between the stars, unaffected by any artificial light, and clear enough to see the Milky Way as a band of concentrated starlight across the heavens. The darkness is complete and clean, offering contrast that makes the stars seem brighter by comparison. You lie on warm rock and feel the stored heat of the day rising through stone into your body. The sky above is vast and scattered with stars. The ocean murmurs at the shore. The planet turns eastward, carrying you with it, bringing the dawn that will arrive in a few hours when the rotation carries this location back into the sun's light. Night is balance, part of the rhythm that prevents the surface from overheating or overcooling, providing the alternation that makes stability possible. You watch the Earth maintain itself across millions of years through simple repetition. The same processes that operated yesterday operate today and will operate tomorrow. Water evaporates, condenses and falls. Rock erodes, sediment accumulates, and new rock forms. The planet does not innovate or adjust or intervene in its own cycles. It simply continues, letting physics and chemistry follow their rules without guidance. The reliability of these processes creates a kind of predictability that extends across deep time. The sun will rise tomorrow because the Earth will continue rotating. Rain will fall somewhere because the water cycle will continue operating. Tides will rise because the moon will continue orbiting. None of these outcomes requires any special conditions to be maintained, or any external input beyond what is already present. Erosion will eventually wear down every mountain that rises, returning the material to the ocean, where it will accumulate as sediment, be subducted, melt, and potentially rise again as new mountains millions of years later. The cycle is long, but it is reliable, and it ensures that the surface is constantly being renewed rather than wearing out. The atmosphere will continue to exist as long as gravity holds it in place, and volcanic activity continues to replace gases that react or escape. These conditions are stable, built into the planet's structure and composition, and not dependent on anything that might cease unexpectedly. The ocean will continue to exist as long as the temperature remains within the range where water is liquid. The Earth orbits the Sun at a distance where this condition is met, and the orbit is stable, maintained by the same gravitational forces that have held it for billions of years and will hold it for billions more. Living organisms will eventually emerge from the chemistry that is already occurring in tidal pools and hydrothermal vents. When they emerge, they will find a planet that is ready for them, with water, minerals, energy, and stable conditions all available. The planet did not create these conditions for life's benefit, but simply by following its own processes, which happened to produce a habitable environment as a side effect. Life, once it begins, will participate in the cycles that already exist. Organisms will take in water and release it, take in minerals and incorporate them into structures, and capture energy and use it to build complexity. These are extensions of processes that already occur in non-living chemistry, just organized in ways that can reproduce and persist. The carbon cycle will incorporate living chemistry once life appears, but the cycle itself will continue operating on the same principles as before. Carbon will still move between atmosphere, ocean and rock, just with an additional pathway through organisms. The cycle will become more complex but not fundamentally different. The planet's ability to maintain habitable conditions does not depend on life. The conditions existed before life appeared and will continue if life ever ends. Habitability is a product of size, distance from the sun, geological activity and atmospheric composition, none of which require biology to maintain. You notice that the Earth's stability comes from having multiple overlapping cycles, each one buffering variations in the others. If one process speeds up, another compensates by slowing down. If one reservoir fills, another empties. The system self-regulates through feedback loops that are built into the physics and chemistry, not added on as separate control mechanisms. Temperature stability comes from the ocean's thermal inertia, the atmosphere's ability to redistribute heat, and the planet's distance from the sun. These factors work together to keep surface temperature within a range that allows water to remain liquid, which in turn allows all the other processes to continue. Chemical stability comes from the buffering capacity of the ocean, which can absorb excess acids or bases without large pH changes, and from the slow cycling of elements through rock, which prevents any element from accumulating to toxic levels or depleting entirely. Energy balance comes from the match between incoming solar radiation and outgoing thermal radiation. The planet absorbs sunlight and re-radiates it as infrared, and the balance between these flows determines the surface temperature. The balance is not perfect at every moment, but it averages out over time to a stable state. The Earth does not rest, but it does not hurry either. It operates at the pace that its processes require, some fast like lightning, some slow like continental drift, all of them finding their natural rates without external pressure to speed up or slow down. The pace is suited to the scale, with fast processes handling small-scale variations and slow processes handling large-scale changes. You stand on a beach at dawn and watch the sun rise over the ocean, knowing that this same scene has played out every day for hundreds of millions of years and will continue for hundreds of millions more. The waves that break at your feet are driven by winds that are driven by temperature differences that are driven by the sun's heat. The chain of causation is clear, unbroken, and will continue operating as long as the sun shines and the Earth turns. The habitability of Earth is not a gift or an accident, but a consequence of how matter behaves under these particular conditions of size, composition, and solar distance. The planet became habitable by being what it is and where it is, and it remains habitable by continuing to be those things. There is no mystery in it, only physics and chemistry playing out across time, creating complexity through repetition, maintaining balance through circulation, and offering stability through the simple persistence of its cycles. You breathe the air, feel the warmth of the sun on your face, and listen to the waves, and you know that these experiences are possible because the Earth has spent billions of years preparing conditions where they can occur. The planet has done this work without awareness or intention, just by following the rules that govern matter and energy, and those same rules will keep it habitable as long as the fundamental conditions remain in place. The Earth continues, quiet and reliable, turning through its days and nights, cycling its materials, maintaining its temperature, simply being itself across the vast stretches of time.